I see you there. So
Yo,
yes, yeah. I found an article that linked the Ocean Gate thing to NASA because NASA designed the hull,
the hull for what?
the sub.
Oh, really?
It's a Titan.
No
Yeah.
kidding.
And then I can't find the article. It's just off my feed. I guess that happens sometimes. That just happens. It does. Um, all I have is like a screenshot from it. It says it. Nothing on YouTube will. If I search for Ocean Gate and NASA, nothing comes up. And then the only thing that I could do to even verify that the article was correct that I was trying to read was to hit a link that went to OceanGate that said that they had, it would be in the news releases section of OceanGate, that they had a partnership with NASA because of some kind of like commercial, uh, I don't know, whatever, I don't know. But they were able to basically privately do the work. But I mean, there's no accountability for anything because it's like a terrible designed for a submarine, for a submersible, to use like a carbon fiber hull. It's just
Carbon
interesting.
fiber.
Yeah,
That
it's
doesn't sound right.
carbon fiber tube with titanium end caps.
I'm not an expert, but carbon fiber, I don't know. Could it withstand like steel? I don't know. I really don't
It
know this.
it can, but not as many usage. The usage is different because the carbon fiber will degrade pretty much every time. Well, steel will too, but it's a very different like amount. The carbon fiber can get these like little micro fissures in there, and so every time you dive, you're probably going to crack the hull a little bit, and then the water gets more in there, and then eventually it delaminates the hull, and it blows up or something, or implodes.
Interesting. NASA had
Yeah.
something to do with that.
It's a
Unbelievable.
it's a basically they use it for rocket design, um, because it's like like where there's not like a lot of pressure going in on it, it you know is pretty strong. If there's like a pressure inside of the container and there's not like all this pressure, if the pressure inside of the container is greater than I don't know, fuck it, whatever. It's not for subs anyway. But can't find the links to it now. That sucks. And the Ocean Gate link that I clicked it was taken down. The whole site was taken down. It was like failure to DNS communicate, so I wasn't able to verify it. But that's what it says. I'd be
Interesting.
surprised if we probably won't hear anything more about it. But
What is the latest? I'm not even following that stuff. Did they find it? Is it
no, they found a debris field. They probably knew that it was done with almost immediately because you apparently can't lose tracking and signal at the same time without massive problems. And then allegedly they also heard some sort of like explosion on some hydrophones or whatever, which I guess they have a network of those things.
what a way to go, man? Wow.
It would have been like you hear crack, 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 and it'd be like, oh no, that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. Crack, and then you're done. But yeah, well, at least it wasn't like them running out of oxygen. I mean, if you're just gonna if it's game over, man, then it's nice if it's quick, I guess. So
Yeah, let it be like a bug squashing, Boom, over. Yeah.
uncertified vessel, right? Not sanctioned or classed by any association, but also co-developed with some NASA tech, and then never certified, and then get billionaires to do it. It's like I don't know, man. It seems it's so kooky. But yeah, I guess just supposed to believe it all. Yeah, it's so weird.
Yep, very weird.
And like James Cameron is like an expert on this shit supposedly, because he builds his own sub. He built his own deep submersible sub. Weird too. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, James Cameron has been down there multiple times.
He's been deeper too, but that was with a sub of his design that had like a steel hull or titanium hull, not plastic and carbon fiber.
I remember I used to have a National Geographic magazine, and there was a section in it regarding the Titanic, and it had 3D images, bro. This was years ago of the Titanic shipwreck, like at the bottom of the ocean. It had a bunch of 3D images, and the magazine came with 3D glasses. It had a bunch of 3D stuff. It even had Mars, dude, stuff on there. The Mars rover in 3D images. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. If you just like a panorama.
Yeah, it had all that.
Yeah, so you just take a bunch
This
of
must have been
pictures and
15 years ago, bro, if not more.
Oh no, you're talking about like Generation 1 3D glasses, like the ones you could have bought. I don't know.
Yeah, it was 15 years ago, dog. I actually
Yeah.
stole the magazine from a freaking from the hospital. I was in the lobby, dude, and I seen it. It was such a cool magazine with the 3D images that I took it.
Cool. Still got it?
Yeah, I still have it somewhere. I'm gonna have to pull it up. I'm gonna have to look for it.
Well, now there's like two wrecks right there. Like I could understand like building a craft like that if it's basically autonomous, you know. But I don't think anybody, quote unquote, worth their salt as an engineer would be like, this is the greatest way to do it. I don't think you would ever think that, you know. It's like you can have so many micro tears in something that's just like wound. Like every part of it is um, a weak point, you know. So if you just take like a big tube of steel, it's like a lot.
I
I
thought
don't
it was
know.
titanium.
The end caps were titanium. The center was basically epoxy and carbon fiber. Allegedly, according to James Cameron, submarine expert.
Wow. I heard it was a setup, but I don't know. You know, there's so many conspiracy theories. But the thing is, like, why was it so viral? Like, sometimes, like,
Right.
these stories just go extremely viral, um,
For what reason?
for no reason. I heard that one of the guys that was on there was like a threat to like the government. And I don't know his name. I was watching a video last night. And they were talking about the different people that were on the sub, and one of the guys, I guess, had traveled over the North Pole, and I'm not sure if it was over the North Pole and the South Pole, but he had like actually like experienced it apparently, and he also been to like the edge of space. So if he knew something that they didn't want
Versions.
him talking, right? They wanted him dead.
On the Blue Origin thing, he flew on Blue
I don't
Origin.
even know.
He
I have
flew
no
on
idea, dude.
the Bezos's rocket company, the Jeff Bezos rocket company, Blue Origin, and so he flew a flight on that because he's a billionaire. Afford the ticket. Strange, man. Very strange. But if they wanted to take that guy out, then just take him out. You know what I mean? But the owner of the sub company dies too. It just takes away all the foul play out of it, doesn't it? So, or does it? Or is NASA behind it all? Because we're like, hey, yeah, this is a good idea. Take this underwater. It's fine. It'll be all right. I don't know. Yeah, I am like kind of a little bit wary of articles that come up like where it's just like, well, why is this of anybody's real? Why is this worth anybody's attention, or is it just being pushed around for some reason, or is it some clickbait? I don't know. Virality. And why would you like? I don't know, man. Like other people would have known already that the submersible company and the guy that was running it, because his first name's Rush or something like that. Or his last name's Rush. I don't know. It's like he was in a rush to make it, but he did. And then I don't know, man. And then like Elon Musk is like catching shade from the thing somehow. Like I don't even know how you include you could even bring him up, but somehow you can plug him into this too. Like he's got like somebody hit him with some kind of guilt by association thing or something. I'm not really sure. I should check it out more. But I just find it interesting that that's another leg that then connects to another thing. It's very strange. And you can get SpaceX out of the name Ocean Gate Expeditions. Because I like anagrams because they're meaningless. Yeah. I think I'm done. I'm gonna close the book on this thing. But I still have many questions.
That's one of my favorite movies, though, man. Titanic, dude.
I've never seen it. I've never seen Titanic.
You got to see it.
I don't. I really don't. Well, you guys see Avatar too. You didn't see that, right? Even though you sound like the character, it's fine. Whatever.
No, I haven't, and I don't want to see it.
You're not gonna. Okay, well, I'm not gonna watch Titanic. We'll just put that. We're at loggerheads. It's fine. I just dropped the headline. I mean, it's obviously not telling you very much, but like, if they built the sub at Marshall, uh, if NASA built it, then NASA built it. Well, I don't know what else there is to say. Like, and yet that information is actually really hard to find. So it's crazy.
Has anybody here ever heard two Sagittars being brought into a conversation?
There's two sides to every story. No, I haven't.
Yeah, Blue has it.
Well, you like on a curved surface. I mean, how many sides you could have? Like, well, they'd all be the same, right? But you can measure it from any.
I guess you can have an antipodal sagittal, but Blue, what's your thing here? Why are you bringing in a double sagittal in the combo me and Charles had? I don't get it, Blue.
Love my double drop hump meme. So good. Zangief. It's like
That's good, bro. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. That would be the signature WWF move.
I was looking for like
After all,
atomic.
NASA are
Yeah.
experts in pressure, no? So they should have had this down pat.
What are you talking about with the sub thing? Yeah. I'm waiting for somebody to come and defend it. Since I'm fairly attacking NASA for some reason. I'm just kidding. It's totally fair. Like whatever, man. Oh, Ocean Gate. It's like a Watergate, except as an ocean. It's terrific, man. And it's a conspiracy, maybe covering up possibly another conspiracy. Don't you love that? It's like a riddle wrapped inside of enigma, inside of an enchilada, inside of a taco, inside of a gordita. You know, it's a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, I must say, Blue, I know you're listening. I must say this double sagittal thing, that's gonna take some splaining to do, buddy. Like, how are you tying this into my combo with Charles? I'm really interested.
Morning. Is there anyone here called Mike?
I don't know. We have a loud and boisterous crowd here today.
No Mike?
No mic.
You sound
Just-
good, bro. You sound good. I can't talk much though. I'm quite busy, so I'm hoping Blue will come in or one of the boys to explain us the double sajda and how that pertains to the convo I had with Charles. That would be quite interesting.
Double sajda? Or what is it? What is that?
But you're gonna have to ask Blue. Somehow he thinks that double sajda has something to do with the convo I had with Charles.
Let me see what this
Do you have a problem with two sajdas as a concept, or is that not in contention?
Oh, I think he said he doesn't understood Blue's point. Is that it?
Say what?
You told me to ask Blue, like you didn't get what Blue meant with the double sajda. Is that it?
Yeah, as pertaining to the conversation I had with the hump with Charles. Yeah. My latest video that I put out.
Hey, what's up, Wimmer?
Stop baking. I think it's been a while since we've last talked in some Flat Earth we see.
That's true. That is true. Also, what about your friend's project with the satellites? How's it going?
Yeah, so I proposed the solution you suggested to him using like doing it geometrically and not analytically. But yeah, I'm not sure if he really understood it, so perhaps I have to show him. But perhaps he's opting for another solution. So basically, when he already calculated the footprint of a satellite, so basically the horizon of the satellite on the Earth, so from where you can see it. And I think what he wants to do is test if that footprint, the horizon, is inside or outside of the terminator, or like the shadow, basically. So
what is that footprint?
it's the horizon of the satellite. So
Get it.
Like a cone of vision to the satellite, to and from the satellite on Earth.
Right.
Yeah, and he wants to check basically if that footprint on the Earth is, if it's completely inside the shadow, then the satellite is also in shadow. And as soon as one part of it is outside of the shadow, then it's in sunlight. And so that's
that cone isn't the vision of the satellite then. It's the penumbra, the cone of the penumbra. I mean the umbra.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not. No, the cone is a cone of vision. And
that sounds wrong.
I'm not. Well, he also has like the information of where the Earth is shadowed and where it isn't. But I'm not like he's doing he's not doing it in 3D space geometrically. he's like using a
Mhm.
library which has like map projections and stuff, and so he just
Okay.
inputs like the shadow and the orbit and so on.
Right. I
And
was thinking about like the orbit forms a plane, and the cone of the umbra is a cone, and the intersection between the cone and the plane might give you like a parabola, right? And that that parabola is going to be in the same plane as the orbit, and all you have to do is find where the parabola intersects the ellipse of the orbit, and that tells exactly when it's going to enter the shadow and when it's going to leave the shadow. Those 2 points of intersection would tell you where exactly it would be in the orbit to enter the shadow and to leave the shadow. And if you know the point in the orbit, you can know exactly when that will happen, because we have Kepler's laws.
right, yeah. I'm just not sure if it's easy to intersect a cone and a plane. So to get that resulting parabola, so perhaps we're just going to go for the numerical solution where we basically test points on the orbit if they're inside the shadow or not. That's the lazy way, but it's much easier.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm not sure though yet how to actually like rotate a cone, or if like we're going to project the orbit onto the plane of the ecliptic of the Earth. So yeah,
You can rotate the cone using a transformation matrix, I guess.
yeah, sure, but I mean, we still need to. Yeah, basically, we need to set up like an entire 3D world for that anyway. So yeah, either rotate the cone or project the orbit of the satellite onto the ecliptic of the Earth, so that you basically have an ellipse in the plane of the in the ecliptic, and then you can check points on that ellipse if they're inside the basically if they're inside the triangle, then because you don't need the cone then anymore when you project the orbit. I'm not sure which is
I'm
easier.
not. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting it, but don't. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have to try to explain it a different way. I'm okay with not getting it at this point. It's getting a bit complicated, I think.
I don't think it's too complicated, but I'm not sure if we want to take up air like the air here.
Yeah, fair enough. Have you heard that Coriolis challenge that Kosho came up with? The cannonball?
No, what's it about?
Well, he describes a projectile being shot, and the question is where is it going to hit the surface of the Earth? Which coordinates is it going to intersect the surface based on the initial conditions? And you have to the projectile is being shot from a very high elevation and a very high speed, so you have to take into account the Earth's rotation to get an accurate answer. That's why it's like a Coriolis challenge.
Right. But it's just a thought experiment, or
Yeah,
okay. So you
it's just
shoot a
to test
cannon.
how well you understand Coriolis.
Okay, but you have to actually predict the location where it hits the surface again.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like there's a set of initial conditions, like you have to treat Earth as a perfect sphere. The projectile is being shot from 120,000 feet above the surface. It's being shot horizontally, pointing at north, and the coordinates of the the cannon or the whatever shooting the projectile is 0 latitude and 0 longitude. So you're
Right.
right at the equator in Greenwich line, shooting towards north. The speed of the projectile is 1,000 miles an hour, and you should assume that the Earth rotates once per every 24 hours.
Right.
I think those are
Yeah.
all the assumptions. Oh, yeah, and you can ignore air resistance, of course.
Okay, so no atmosphere.
No atmosphere, exactly.
Interesting. Yeah. I like the challenge. It just off the top of my head, I don't really have the tools to actually make like
Yeah.
analytically solve that. I could probably do it
Oh, it took me
numerically.
a long time. Yeah, that's what I did. I just ran a simulation and see where the ball hit the surface.
Yeah,
And
that works.
another guy here on the server, he managed to find a analytical solution, and we got the same answer.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, and then I derived my own analytical solution, and it matched the results of the simulation.
Right.
But I need to learn a lot of stuff that I didn't know. So it's not it took me like a week to get my analytical solution.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah. I mean, you would definitely have to know how long the projectile flies before it actually, like you can, there's like a simple formula for predicting its path, right? It's like I'm not sure what's it in English, like the horizontal throw or something.
Mhm.
And then like there's a function describing that, and then you basically should be able to calculate when that function would intersect the sphere, or then it's just, you can treat it as a circle basically. And then
Yep, exactly.
and then you should have the time, right, that it takes, and then you have to somehow rotate the Earth by that amount that it rotates in that time, and you should get the offset in coordinates from the
There you
initial
have it. There you
position.
have
I
it.
mean, yeah, but I
You
wouldn't know
just
how to do that.
described. It doesn't matter. The whole point is to show you understand Coriolis, and you just describe it. You just describe exactly how you come up with the correct answer. So I think that's. I'm
Okay.
very satisfied with that. That
Okay.
completes the challenge on itself.
Oh, I didn't know it was that easy. I didn't have to do anything.
Well, yeah, technically you didn't solve it, but to me you did. I mean, if any flat earther would just give me the description you just gave me, I would say that he solved the challenge, just because he
Right.
knows at least how to get the answer. If he would, like, he understands Coriolis. That's the whole point.
Right. Oh, did I spoil it for? Did I spoil it for the flat earthers in voice chat now?
Maybe, I don't know. Oh, but it was Kosho offered it long ago. I don't think anyone is worried about that anymore. He's concerned with the challenge anymore.
Okay. I thought it was something new.
No, it's just that I don't let things go too easily. I want to explore all the angles. So when I got the value of the simulation, and I knew someone managed to find an analytical solution, I wanted to do that too. And only recently I managed to do that.
Yeah. Right. So did anybody solve, like, any flat earther solve the celestial navigation challenge yet? I don't think so, right?
Nope. Well, we have some Globers attempt, like we have all working methods from Globers, but they kind of assume that light do weird bending, and I think that's against the rules, unless you can you have like data to back up that I can do that.
Right. I mean, yeah. What you can do is basically transform everything that's involved in performing a fix, like, into an azimuthal coordinate system, So you just have like a planar Earth and like the stars above you, and yeah, light has to bend accordingly. I think that could work, right?
I actually, well, no, that depends. Not if you're using azimuths. Like if you're only concerned with elevation angles, then yes. But as soon as your azimuths enter the equation, unless your body is also being warped with the with the light, like if it's something that only affects the light, it would change the azimuths. You know that like the A map stretches things east to west in the southern hemisphere. The whole physics of your body has to do the same thing in order for the azimuths to be perturbed. If you just project the like if you just apply that to the path of light, it screws up all the azimuths.
Okay.
Just picture, for example, you have a star above the equator at latitude 0, and you're at the equator at latitude 90. How does that look in the E map? No, never mind. That actually doesn't. It's not a good example for that.
You have to take into account when you're doing these experiments that there is according to the flat Earth model, which is incomplete, there is a dome over our heads. What the dome is made out of is debatable, but it does create a lensing effect. And the luminaries are either inside the firmament or behind it. So you have to take that into consideration. It's like having a spherical lens, right?
Well, I'm open to that working. I just need a demonstration.
Yeah, there's a couple videos out there, but the exact measurements of the firmament are unknown. The exact
Well, we
diameter
have.
of the circumference of the Earth is unknown.
Well, we can easily brute force it. Like we can tell with a very high precision which should be the both azimuth and elevation of any celestial body at any point in time for the past and future years in basically any coordinate you want. So any point in time, any place you want on the surface of the Earth, the position of celestial bodies or the exact direction of celestial bodies is predictable. So you can use all that. Yeah, so you can use all the data, and then you can brute force what should be the exact dimensions and shape of the dome, given given that it is a lens with stars around it. You can brute force, like you just input all that data into an algorithm and ask the algorithm to find what dimensions for the dome would match those observations. It's not that complicated actually. Once you have a description of how your dome works, that's the thing I think is lacking.
Well, I think the idea that you can predict the position of the luminaries, right, is that's a false equivalence, right, to what I'm saying. Like, yeah, because on both models you can actually predict the position of the luminaries in a future time. You know, like
I don't think you got my point.
perception and other things, but like, so what's your point?
Well,
Yeah,
I sorry, I didn't
Kepler's
interrupt
third
you, but
law, right, to predict, using Kepler's third law to predict the position of certain luminaries or planets or whatever. How does that debunk the flat Earth model?
yes, yeah, that's exactly why I said you didn't get my point. I wasn't trying to say that that because we have ways to predict it that debunks the flat Earth. The only reason why I mentioned that we can predict the positions is so you can basically instantly generate thousands of data points using these predictions because we know they're accurate. So you don't need to do all the measurement if you can if you know what the measurement would be anyway, you can simply generate like a list of thousands of observations across the Earth from those predictions, because we know they're accurate. And you can then use those data points, you can use all that information to then write like a script or a small software that would find the exact dimensions of a dome that could account for all that observation that we didn't even have to make, because we can generate them like computationally. So the reason why I mentioned we can predict is to tell you like, well, I can provide you with tons of data that are going to be accurate, and you can use that ton of data to figure out how the dome would have to be to account for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, theoretically, it's. I guess it's achievable. I don't know if anybody's done it though.
Well, I could do that once you describe to me how you think the dome works in such a way that I know how to make predictions using it. So I can then compare predictions of that dome with actual observation, and I can try to make adjustments to the dome so they match better and better. And if that's a viable explanation, we will find what shape of dome matches all of them. But if there's no way we can play with that dome that can match all observations at the same time, then it means that's not a viable possibility, because it can't match all observation. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does, but it's not as easy as that either, because there's so many variables at play. Like it's hard enough to just to figure out the distance of the sun and the moon, right? Never mind trying to triangulate all the luminaries, like all the visible constellations, and like that. That's
Well, you can leave that to the
an
algorithm to
incredible
find.
feat. Well, see, my problem with this is that this is how modern science works. Is that they reverse engineer everything, right? And this is how you came up with the current model, is just continuing to reverse engineer using theoretical physics, theoretical mathematics, arithmetic, that they come up with this model that's not really based on any reality, just sort of like theoretical mathematics and algorithms.
Well, if the algorithms are matching,
Like even if the
I give you a,
algorithm gave us, right, even if AI was able to give us the dimensions of the Earth, right, the circumference of the Earth, including the dome, I couldn't trust it. That's kind of like the catch-22, bro. Like
the thing about what I said about like trying to reverse engineer dome is just to see if there's any possible way. Like once you think you're confident on how this dome would work, but you don't know the dimensions, or I don't know, that there's some variables you still don't know of the dome, we can feed that to an algorithm to see if there are any set of values or that he could put on those variables that would make your dome work. But if he can't find it, then that probably means that that's not a viable. That can't possibly be the case, because if that was the case, there should be some set of variables that would work. It's so, for example, if I want to do that for Newtonian mechanics, so all I need in Newtonian mechanics is to find a set of initial conditions of all the planets of masses and distances, and all that comes next is just derived from that initial condition. If, let's say, the Earth, like the planets were orbiting the sun, but the sun was orbiting the Earth, that isn't possible with Newtonian mechanics, because for all the planets that are further from the Earth to be orbiting the sun, to orbit the sun, there should be a stronger attraction to the sun than to the Earth, so you couldn't have the sun orbiting the Earth then. There's an impossibility using this framework of physics. So it would invalidate that if observation would tell us that. But because it doesn't, there's a set of actually initial conditions that matches all the observations that succeed from that, which at least demonstrates it's a viable possibility because it can predict the observations that we see. Might not be correct, but it's viable. It has to match reality to at least be viable. And I don't think there's anything close to on flat Earth close to that. Not regarding predicting directions of celestial bodies. So there might be no viable way to explain the celestial bodies using flat Earth.
But I mean, there are more ways to figure out the circumference of the flat Earth, right? Like, for example, if you can measure the distance between two lines of longitude or something, or like you measure the distance between two cities on the equator, for example, then you also know the full circumference, which always is very large when you do that.
Mm-hmm. But I think distance values are going to be the first one you're going to see contentions with.
Well, I mean, yeah. If I was a flat earther, I wanted to start somewhere, right? I mean, if you're lazy, you're just going to go to Google Maps and say, well, what's the distance between two cities on the equator and what's their angular distance in terms of longitude? And then you know the circumference of the equator, and from that you can calculate the circumference of the full Earth. So geometrically, it's not hard. It's even easier than on a globe because it's just planar geometry on a circle.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, it's even easier to use the 60 nautical miles per degree value, but that's probably
Yeah.
not going to be accepted because it's like, how do you even describe that? The value itself, if you multiply it by 360 degrees, will come out as the circumference of the Earth, of the spherical Earth. So, yeah, that's like, I'm not sure yet how it was established. Like, if that would already cause contention.
Well, you can easily combine a set of observations that if you apply the 6 nautical miles per degree to that observation, you end up with distances that are simply non-complanar. Like they don't fit a flat surface.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, exactly. Like any like 4 distances, for example, between 4 points on the Earth, and you will see that you're not going to be able to map them out on a flat
Yeah,
surface.
six distances you need for 4 points.
Yeah. So 4 points, 6 distances. Yeah.
Yeah. If you only have 5 of them, you can still put them in such a way on a. You can always put them on a plane. Those 4 points on a plane that matches the 5 distances. Or maybe not always, but for most cases you can.
Yeah.
But with 6, then you've got an issue. Oh, I already got that from Stellarium. I already have like 4 points in Stellarium siding each other, like siding each other's GP, and turning those angles into nautical miles. And the diagonals are too big. You have an excess of, I think, if I remember correctly, around 80 miles in the diagonals. They're like 80 miles bigger than they should be.
Right. Yeah. Another good test is to use the public data for the headings between 3 airports. So you get a triangle, and then you add up these headings, and they will be greater than 180 degrees, and thus they can't lie on a planar surface.
Yeah, or you can do that with stars too, because if you're trying to sight things on the surface, you can't sight things too far. But if you're sighting celestial bodies, then you have a much greater distance to work with. So you're no longer dealing with arc seconds of excess, you're dealing with degrees of excess.
Right. So you're sighting to a celestial body, you're getting an azimuth, and then you do this 3 times.
6 times. For each point, you need 2 azimuths to have 1 azimuthal angle. So, for example, we have 3 points, and in all those points, we will have overhead a celestial body at some point. So when the celestial body gets over point A, point B and C side its azimuth, measure its azimuth of that celestial body. When a celestial body gets over point B, A and C measure its azimuth. And when the celestial body gets to point C, A and B measure the azimuth. So each point has now a pair of azimuths. And the difference between those azimuths will tell you the angle of the triangle. And then you add up those angles, those 3 angles. Did that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. It's just talking about the longitude, right? Like, if you say it's at that point, then basically when the GP reaches the longitude of the next point, then you're taking your sight from the other 2
No.
points.
Both latitude and longitude. Because if it's on the same longitude but on a different latitude, then it can change the azimuth to the other 2 observers. Unless they lie on the same longitude line, which wouldn't give you a triangle. So, yeah, you need the 3 points spread on the surface, so they have different longitudes. You can't have them lining on the same line. And
Right.
each one has to have, yeah.
But I still don't think I get it. Like,
Oh,
you have the Earth, and you have like a GP of your celestial body. Like,
and you have someone there. You need people below the GPs.
Oh, so you go to the GP, right? But
yeah,
but the GP doesn't really change its latitude, right?
No, but it changes its longitude. Oh.
Okay.
But at the moment the body is overhead, you get the other 2 points to measure your azimuth, or the azimuth of the body overhead.
Okay.
And you wait until a celestial body passes over one of the other 2. Once you get a celestial body over either B or C, then exactly when the celestial body is over B, for example, you, without going to any other location, you just measure the azimuth of B. And then C is also going to do that. And when there's a celestial body overhead C, you and B do the same.
Right, but how is that making a triangle on the surface of the Earth?
Because you have your azimuth to A and B, the difference is going to give you, like, you can connect the 3 points on the surface. Because if the celestial body is overhead, then the azimuth of the celestial body is the same as the azimuth of the observer below it. So when you're sighting a celestial body that is above someone, you're also sighting that person. You're sighting their azimuths at the same time. So by measuring the azimuth to a celestial body that is overhead, a point on the surface, you're also measuring the azimuth of that point on the surface from your location. So now each point has
Right.
an azimuth to the other two.
Yeah,
Only
Now
if
the
the
difference
observers
between
are coplanar. Wouldn't the observers have to be coplanar?
nope.
Equal elevation? No?
No. Elevation doesn't change azimuths.
Sure it does.
How?
How can you say that it doesn't?
Well, that's like the very concept of an azimuth. Okay, how can I explain that? Let's say you have a scope and you can rotate the scope on a vertical axis and you can rotate on a horizontal axis. You can rotate it up and down. You can also rotate around the vertical axis. So when you're tilting it up and down, you're changing what elevation it points at. When you're changing left to right, you're changing its azimuth. So if you move the target that you're aiming up and down, you're not going to rotate left to right to keep sighting it. You only have to tilt up and down to keep following that target if the target is only moving up and down. So if you're not rotating your scope around the vertical axis, you're not changing the azimuth. That is what the azimuth is.
Oh, okay. I thought that the celestial bodies were on a celestial sphere, though, but they're not.
I don't understand how that connects.
If you're sighting azimuths to things on a curved surface, is that what you're doing?
We're sighting
You're saying that
azimuths on the Earth.
You're saying
We're
that.
being agnostic.
Well, you're saying that. Go ahead, man.
I think I have a bit of delay. Go ahead. I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
So are the celestial objects on a curved surface?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think so, but what I'm describing is agnostic of that.
So if you're sighting to objects that are on a curved surface, it has no relationship to how you gather the azimuth. Azimuth has nothing to do with curvature at all whatsoever.
If azimuth has to do with curvature, well, azimuth is an angle measured using the vertical, so that tells you something about the verticals. It is related to the vertical because that's the axial tilt of the angle measurement. Sorry,
Sure.
that's the axis of rotation.
Right. Why
Go
is
ahead.
an azimuth different than an elevation angle only in which axis you're dealing with?
You could say that, I think. Like the elevation is an up and down angling of, and the azimuth, you're rotating around the vertical. With
So all of
those two
these
combined,
measurements,
go ahead.
do these measurements to both um, methods, right? Elevation angle and azimuthal angles. Do these both draw out the same shape in which you're measuring, meaning you're measuring in degrees?
Yeah, I can use degrees for both of them, but that's just a unit. I could use radians or a normal value. I don't know.
You say it's just a unit, so we could use inches.
No, because that's not a unit of angle. That's a unit of distance. You need a unit
Right.
of angle.
It's a unit of angle, right? Which would draw out what is the total max that we can have as unit of angles? Can we have a 1,365 degrees?
Oh, not degrees, because that's a specific unit. So if you're using degrees, then you have 360 degrees.
So are radians infinite?
No, but you don't have 260 of them. You have 2 pi of them.
So they're limited,
Yeah.
right? And they draw out what?
Oh, you mean they draw out what?
Yeah,
You can represent them with a circle, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think I got it now, Bitkin, what you proposed. So yeah, you basically you have some celestial body, like a star, and you decide to place yourself below its GP at 3 different times. So you have 3 points on the surface and 3 points in time, and for each point in time you measure the azimuth to the body from the 2 points where it currently is not at, basically. So you have you have 2 pairs of angles, and because I mean, yeah, the azimuth does change as the body moves, like around in the celestial sphere. But how does that should give you spherical excessivity of this sphere?
Yeah, it's the exact same thing as spherical axis. It's just that instead of citing mountaintops, you're citing stars.
But
because then
the stars move though.
Yeah, but you cite you can't do it on your own. You have to have someone like if you're at point A where the star is overhead point A, you need someone at point B and someone at point C at that time.
Sure. But yeah, sure, you need to take simultaneous measurements, sure, but
yeah, no, not yeah, so but only to the point where the star is overhead. Like when the star reaches your zenith, the other two cite that azimuth at the exact time, so they know their zenith to you because you're below that star.
Oh, okay. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. It's about knowing the azimuth like to a point on the Earth, and that point is given by the GP of the star that you're okay, no. Yeah, that makes sense. It's
right.
not
It's just like get 3 mountaintops, picture regular spherical axis. Now you put a star on each mountaintop and move it up thousands of light years.
Right.
It's the same thing.
I mean, I mean, those triangles are huge, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. Now you have degrees of excess, not arc seconds.
Right.
Now you don't even need a theodolite. You can improvise your own tool to do that.
So if we find somebody in North America, then we can I can make the sighting from Europe and you from South America and somebody else from North America. We'll get several degrees of excess probably.
Yeah, you do. I got some triangles in Stellarium, and I got 18 degrees, 20 degrees of excess. That's that's a huge.
Wait, we need to be pretty much on the same line of right. Yeah, so that it's not that simple. You need somebody living on your line of latitude.
No.
You don't?
You need no. But I mean, usually you're gonna do that at night, and when the stars overhead one person, it has to be night for that person, so the person can check that the stars overhead. But it also has to be night for the other two, which can't put them too far from each other, longitude wise. But
Yeah.
there's still a big, large range that you can build a triangle where it's night for everyone. I did that in Stellarium, and I got like 18 degrees.
Right. But I thought you did say that you should be roughly you want to have the body in your zenith, so shouldn't you
Mhm.
be roughly on the same line of latitude?
Oh, you can use no, because you can use 3 different celestial bodies. We don't have to use the same
Oh,
celestial body the 3 times.
obviously, yeah.
So doing this with celestial bodies, so you're measuring the spherical excess of the celestial sphere. So how would you then measure the spherical excess of the surface then?
Oh, if the azimuth of the person is the same as the azimuth of the celestial body, you're also measuring the spherical axis of the surface.
No. That's with the assumption that light from the stars comes in parallel to a curved surface, right?
Nope. The
Yeah, it is.
assumption is
Otherwise,
that
your celestial navigation doesn't work.
uh,
Meaning the
that's
angle
a separate
from
thing.
E to the
No one does navigation using azimuths. All this is assuming
you're just
is
gonna
that
interrupt
if
something.
no, you have a delay. Was that on purpose?
I'm not sure.
You gotta let him finish, man. If he pauses, just let him finish.
Well, I tried to, but then he left. The thing is, he has a delay, so I wait, and if I hear nothing, I wait, like try to wait a little more, and if he still says nothing, then I start speaking. But because he also waited a long time, he didn't also start speaking.
So the stars aren't considered infinite distance parallel light coming in?
I didn't say that. I said that's not an assumption I'm using. What I'm describing only requires that the azimuth of the star is the same as the azimuth of the observer below it. If the direction you see a star is the same as the direction of a person directly below it, then that's all the assumptions you need. Because that means that if you know the azimuth of the star, you also know the azimuth of the person directly below it, which means you can know the azimuth of each other from each other, which means you can know the azimuthal angle from one to the other two, which means you have 3 azimuthal angles between 3 points on the surface, which gives you a spherical axis if the Earth is a sphere, and should give you 180 degrees if the Earth is a flat surface. So that's all I need is all the assumptions I need is that the azimuth of the person is the same of the celestial body overhead. That's
Allow
all.
me to retort. Nuh-uh.
God damn it.
I mean, there is this assumption of there is this assumption that light does travel in straight lines, but kind of the fact that celestial navigation is used as it is and works, kind of also assumes that. So I'm not sure if
Not
over flat
really. We could have, when it's argued that the signal miles per degree can be being caused by refraction. So if light can be, like, if there's a gradient in the atmosphere that makes it bend upward in such a way that gives you exactly 6 nautical miles per degree of drop, let's assume that's the case, that there's a certain gradient of atmosphere that does that. That would change no azimuth. That's why that's relevant for this argument. All you have to assume is that the azimuths are correct. That's it. If the azimuths are correct, it doesn't matter if light bends up and down.
because
I mean, if it bends left and right, then your first assumption is wrong because you don't have even the azimuths. But if it doesn't bend like left to right significantly, then you have the azimuths correct, which means you can measure the axis because that's all you need. You only need azimuths.
right, because it's just a vertical bend, so only the elevation angle changes, right?
Only elevation angel, yeah.
The angels. What if the angels place the stars so that celestial navigation works over a flat Earth and somehow makes it look like it's a globe?
They have to play with the light too. But I'll have a lunch, so I'll be right back.
All right.
Nice talking to you again. It was quite a while.
Yeah, it's you too.
I think that's a very valid question. Like, what if that's the case? That spherical map makes sense on the flat map. Because, like, we don't know what the flat Earth looks like. Who knows?
But that's so you're appealing to is it to something supernatural or something unexplainable? Like, do you feel comfortable doing it? Like I wouldn't, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. I think when it comes to the stars, they're in the heavens. So, yeah, I think you do have to get into metaphysics at that point.
Okay, but that kind of makes your like you could at this point you could claim anything, and it makes your cosmology untestable, right?
No, I was just agreeing with your question that you had to bake in. So that's all.
I mean, I was kidding because, like, obviously, you know, the assumptions that go into celestial navigation, like, the light comes in at parallel rays and it travels in roughly straight lines, you know, accounting for refraction. Yeah, those are the assumptions. So I'm not sure how you would make that work. Like, yeah, you can make it work, right? Like, I'm not sure if you're aware of this demonstration from a guy called Walter Bislin, which basically demonstrates how light would have to bend in order for stars to appear at the correct locations over a planar Earth. But that kind of refraction is pretty weird. Like it has nothing to do with the underlying physical causes for refraction anymore.
Yeah, Walter Bislin's model puts arbitrary points on the sky. Those aren't actual stars or anything. And then when he says the light has to bend, it's like the observer just has to turn around to see that star. I don't know why he drew the lines from the personal dome of the person around to the front of their head. That was very misleading in the way he did that. But yeah, I think his model works great.
You're fine with this kind of with this bending of light?
Well, like the light doesn't really have to bend the way that he exaggerated it to. The observer would just, in order to see the stars on the other side of that dome, the observer would turn to that. He made it like the observer looks in one direction and then it places a star on that personal dome. And then he acted as if the light bends around to that from the personal dome to the person.
Right. But does it so it does use a personal dome, right?
Well, like I think we see in a dome like a vision. Like I think it, like when we look out, there's a circle around us, and like
So
a big
it's
sphere around us when we look out, because we can't see forever, right?
well generally, well, if there's nothing to stop light, it will just keep traveling. Like that's what it does. That's an electromagnetic wave.
Yeah, I know that's what the mathematical equation is. I just wonder, like, if there's like a 60-watt light bulb and you started walking back away from it and there's no obstruction in the way, you think you could just walk back indefinitely and that light bulb will never disappear?
Well, if there is no atmosphere to attenuate the light, and if I can zoom in, you know, you know, if I have enough optical power to resolve the light bulb, then yeah, I should be able to basically see it forever. Like, you know, then that also means I have infinite zooming power, basically.
Yeah, I guess that's like unfalsifiable because I can't prove what the medium is that the light is traveling through in space. You know, I can't prove to you that there is no atmosphere there or whatever. We have to just at that point trust the government that tells us that it's a vacuum, or if everyone wants to believe that it's a vacuum out there, or very, very low pressure. I don't even know how light travels through that in the first place.
Well, we can test it in vacuum chambers.
Yeah, that's
You
like
don't-
a pragmatic approach, that you could test light the space isn't really a vacuum chamber, you know what I mean? It's not a vacuum chamber on Earth. It's like a totally different thing altogether.
Pressure-wise, like it's pretty hard to even reproduce the little amount of pressure that we have in space.
I
You know
know
what's
it's
so funny is
crazy.
if you shoot a laser through a vacuum chamber or light, you don't see the light. Like the way we know that the light quote unquote travels through it is that we see it on the other side. It's just that we see the light on the other side of the vacuum chamber. So then people assume it had to travel through the vacuum chamber because they assume light travels, blah, blah, blah. So you can't even see light. You can't see the light in the vacuum.
I never considered that, but I think you're right. Yeah, there's no reason, like there's no particles which it could bounce off of to make it visible, right?
So the only reason we see light in space, I guess, is because of the particles, the stuff that's inside the vacuum of space.
Well, no, if like you mean think like for a star, if you assume there's a vacuum between you as an observer and the star, then if the light travels to your eye, right, it reaches your retina, then you see it, regardless of what it traveled through. But
What?
for laser, right, if you shine a laser through air, you usually see the actual ray of the laser because the light bounces off of particles, and some of those reach your eye, so you see the actual path that the light takes, which is, yeah, it's like not, but yeah, if like you don't always see that even in air, right? If the air is clean, then you won't always see the ray of the laser. And if
Dude,
there's a
we
lot
see
of,
all kinds of light in space, man. We see light from like colorful galaxies. We see all kinds of stuff like that. What? Isn't it
absolutely,
just about bouncing off your eye? They have to claim it's because of the stuff that's in the vacuum of space. That the light's reflecting off of that. I can't. I've never even thought of this, but you
well,
can't
no,
see
no.
light in a vacuum. So
I think you're making this, yeah, like you're thinking about it too complicated. What happens is you have a star, and that star emits light, and the light just travels through the vacuum straight to your eye. So you don't even need to care about what it flies through. It could even be an atmosphere, as long as you see it, right? It has made its way to your eye. What you're talking about is seeing the path of light in this, like a laser in a vacuum, right? You
you
can't
can't
see
see any of the light in the vacuum. So if I stand in a vacuum, I can't see the light. Like I need to have something that the light's reflecting off of to see. I get that you think it bounces off my eye. You think that I get assaulted by photon paintballs or whatever, but
well, I'm not sure what in your head what your model of light is, but yeah, photons hit your retina, and that creates electrical impulses in your, like, what are you called, like those little cells, those photo cells, and they can then forward that to your brain. The brain creates an image out of it.
I don't know that we have any evidence of little photon paintballs bouncing off my eye. Sounds
Well,
insane.
we have lots of evidence of photons existing.
No, we don't.
We
I know
don't?
all the alleged. No. I know all the alleged evidence. It's the parametric down conversion. So you have parametric down conversion. People claim that's evidence of a photon, which is simply shooting light through a laser or through a crystal, and it quote unquote splits. You have the photoelectric effect, which is where people claim that photons hit different surfaces, bombard an atom and dislodge an electron from an atom, which is just pure pseudoscience.
Well,
That's when
no,
you get into stuff.
hold on.
It
Yeah,
is.
I was about to bring up the photoelectric effect. So did you ever observe that? Because Like what happens? Because actually, yeah, you get a voltage from just bombarding like an object with light.
You just beg the question. You just beg the question by saying bombarding, but all we
No, I
know is
said
that
no.
there's an
You shine a
interaction
light.
between the light
You,
and the plate. I know all about it. It doesn't even work with amorphous surfaces. If it was actually a physical interaction, it would work with all metallic surfaces, but it doesn't work with amorphous metals, which proves it's not a physical bombarding of photons. It isn't some physical collision that dislodges electrons, or it would work with all metallic surfaces, but it doesn't work with all amorphous metals. So
you need a
that
conductive.
shows the photoelectric effect's not true.
You need a conductive material, sure, but like why do we even get a voltage though? Like if you shine a light at an object that's conductive and you get a voltage, how do you think that
Well,
works?
once I've now refuted the claim that it's a physical photon hitting an atom, dislodging an electron, now I need to answer the phenomena, or somehow that remains true. But that's not how logic works. Like I'm saying that logically speaking, if it was a physical photon hitting an atom within the metallic surface, dislodging an electron, it would also work on amorphous metals. I had this fallout with QE. I did this presentation telling him that, and he's run from this for 9 months. There is no rebuttal. I mean, if you want to know what I think, light's an excitation or perturbation of the background medium. What is the difference in light and what you call voltage? It's just different modalities of the same thing. I don't believe that photons hit an atom, dislodge an electron, and then its excess energy turns into a photoelectron. That's just pseudoscience. The photon doesn't turn into electrons. There is no photon. It's just different versions of the same thing. What we see with the dot pattern, which is why people think the photon exists, is you get a dot pattern, like in the double slit, for example, right? You get a little dot pattern on the photographic plate. People think that's like a physical particle hitting the plate, which is like a caveman trying to explain oxygen or something. It's just like a really surface level materialistic interpretation. Like there's an interaction, there's an electronic interaction with that photographic plate, and it gives you a localized dot pattern. It doesn't mean that it's actually a photon. And I can actually cite, Oxford quantum mechanics textbooks explaining that assuming the photoelectric effect is exclusive evidence of a photon due to the dot pattern is incorrect, as we can explain it mechanically and mathematically with an electron dot pattern. Of course, I don't believe in electrons either, but I know that was a lot because there's a lot to this conversation. But anyway,
I see. Well, that was quite a long statement. I'm just not sure, like the photoelectric effect, right? You know what we're talking about, but do you agree that we can
yeah,
observe
just
the phenomena? That we can observe a
the
voltage
phenomena
in?
is real. Yes, the phenomena is
Okay.
100% real. Yes.
Okay. So, and you
I just
said
don't
it
agree with the
doesn't.
interpretation.
You said it doesn't apply to amorphous metals. Why would it not? They're also conductive.
I know. Isn't that interesting, bro? Don't you find that interesting? Isn't this some new information that you just heard about that maybe you want to look into? And
It is.
be,
It is. But where do you have it from? Like
it
you
took me
just
a lot of research to figure
you
this
brought
stuff
it
out.
up.
I'm driving right now, but yeah, like
Okay.
I can't think of a source off the top of my head. I'll say it's not easy to find anything that questions the photon. I can tell you that much. But yeah, and actually, we know this. The way we do engineering, we literally rely on certain amorphous metals not partaking in the photoelectric effect. Like there's literally like specific, like super sensitive circuitry and stuff like that, where engineers utilize this knowledge, but just act like, they just never put it together. The way I discovered it actually, now that I think about it, is I saw a presentation from a physicist explaining that there's many technologies that utilize this understanding. And then I started researching it. Like what people try to say is that it probably does happen. It's just so small you can't tell, or something like that. So because it doesn't really jive with the explanation. It should work with all amorphous metal, just like electron can't be corporeal because electron microscope should interact with all material because it's supposedly a physical interaction. but it doesn't. You have to like actually have sputter coated material. So the reason I brought that up is not to change the subject, but it's the same thing. People assume there's a little physical particle hitting something, but I mean, the evidence shows that's not what happens, actually. It's specific to the characteristics of whatever material has the interaction, whether or not you see the phenomena. So, same with the photoelectric effect.
I mean, in the end, right, the physical particles are a model to explain what we can observe. So the fact that we can shine a strong light at some metal and we get a voltage from that shows that there is some charge being transported by the light. And I'm not sure how you would explain that, but that's one part of it. You know, it transports a charge. And on
But
the
wait,
other hand,
don't they claim that the photon's neither electric nor magnetic?
now if I can just finish my point, like on one hand you have this characteristic, right? It transports a charge. And on the other hand, you have the characteristic that it behaves like a wave, right? It interferes with other waves and so on, like with other EM waves. So that's where our current model for electromagnetic waves comes from. Yeah.
Yeah, but they claim that the photon has neither charge nor magnetic property. Of course it doesn't, because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. The photon is just an event. It's the intersection of the oscillating electric field and the oscillating magnetic field. They say, oh yeah, light's always surrounded by electromagnetic radiation, but it's neither electric nor magnetic. It's a little massless particle called a photon that has no charge or magnetic property, can
You're
turn
right.
into electrons, can't be isolated. Like, it's pseudoscience.
Yeah, I was wrong. Yeah, it doesn't transport a charge, but it basically something happens with the metal that you shine a light at, so that electrons are transported, right? So why do these electrons? How are they emitted from the atoms that they belong to?
Yeah, I don't believe in electrons or emission of electrons from atoms either. That's also pseudoscience. But the phenomena is real. There is an interaction. When light interacts with certain metallic surfaces, you can get a voltage. But that's because light, it's the same thing. What people call the photon and the electron are the same thing, just different modalities. It's the same energy, it's just different versions of the same thing. So they're not the same, but they are the same way that water, ice, and steam are different but the same thing. They're just different versions of the same thing. This also explains the double slit. I don't have to believe that there's a wave and a photon, and the waves aren't things, and it's simultaneously the same thing, and that a single photon goes through two slits and collides with itself, and knows I'm going to observe it because it's sentient, and then transcends time, and then changes the result. But that's real. It's all pseudoscience. It's just light.
Welcome to
It's just the
quantum physics.
background. It's already there.
Welcome to quantum
It's
physics.
pseudoscience. Yeah.
We've been stuck with this problem for like 100 years now. It's very complicated and almost metaphysical. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the models are wrong. The models are the best that we got.
I just explained it though. So if I can explain it logically without a paradox, then your 100-year-old stalemate gets thrown away. That's how science works. I can explain it. It's not even complicated. The light is the background. The light is the background. It's just the background being excited. It's already present. There's no physical traveling at all. Light's not sentient. There's not a physical photon that's sentient that knows I'm about to observe it. That's absolutely insane.
That's not really the claim. It just changes its behavior when it's observed. So apparently observing it changes something about the nature of like the quantum level interactions of particles. But that doesn't mean it's sentient.
But that doesn't really make sense though. Maybe there's something that does make sense, huh? Like something can't be a wave and a particle at the same time, nor can a particle go through two slits and collide with itself. Well, that's how we have to do the math. That's how we have to do the wave function collapse. And whenever we try to apply the photon assumption to the double slit, we literally have to do the math as if a physical particle went through two slits at the same time. One particle went through two slits at the same time and then collided with itself. This is why QE won't debate me, because it's not even defendable.
It's no, that the claim is not that it goes through both slits at the same time. The claim is that we don't know which it takes. Like it's uncertain which path it takes until it hits the screen, right? That's how you get the
No,
pattern.
no, dude. With the math has to treat it as if the photon goes through both slits and collides with itself, because you're getting an interference pattern. So that's when they say, "Oh, well, now it's acting like a wave." So when it acts like a wave, there is no photon. Oh, well, it's just quantum. It's paradox. It's just quantum. No, or your idea is wrong. No, maybe reality is a simulation before my theory is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. It's just not
Well,
correct, bro.
perhaps the theory is wrong, but currently it explains the most observations. If you have something better, you're free to present that to like the academic community to evaluate, right? But like then it's kind of lost in like some fringe flat Earth Discord, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if you challenge the status quo, you're gonna have trouble even getting a paper published, whether or not it's in a fringe Discord or not. So
Well,
the real problem here is I talk to all kinds of people, bro. Like I know many quantum physicists that will tell you that our understanding of light is objectively wrong. The wave function collapse doesn't work. It just is wrong. But the problem is we have so much physics built upon the quantum definition of light that it's like a paradigm shattering alteration. Just like I have to place a word.
Yeah, the way we're going now, you'll just be pushed out into obscurity. If you come out with anything, they can just literally ban you from everything. That's just the way we're going. And if you don't see that, Hoimar, I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
I'm
you
I'm
see
not
that's the
sure.
way it's
I'm not sure what you guys think it's like to publish a paper, but like if you have these kind of groundbreaking, findings that challenge the current paradigm, then and they're like scientifically founded, right? You don't need to go through
There,
journals and peer review and stuff. You just put it out there, right? You say, look
dude.
at the paper, like you just publish it online somewhere. It doesn't even matter. There's no formal process for that. People did that like for just to test it with other papers, and it
We
works.
Yeah, but we have evidence that didn't work, right? A couple of years ago when everyone got sick or whatever, and then a bunch of doctors came out with a ton of good information for them. They got canceled, dude. They were going against what the media said and the mainstream said, and said, "Hey, this'll fix it," and they got canceled. They like lost their jobs and stuff.
Yeah, I
So
mean, there's a dude named Luka Popov who wrote like an incredible geocentric paper where the math is so bulletproof that it's like no one can refute it in any way about geocentrism. And it got approved because he just wrote it like, well, I just want to show, via these mechanics how this is possible. And then he tried to publish a second. This is a lifelong physicist. He then goes and proposes another paper about geocentrism where it's much more in depth and precise. And it's very obvious in that paper that he thinks it's geocentric. He begins to present how it's more viable, and it doesn't get published. People aren't supposed to decide whether or not they think something's true, so they don't publish it. It's about the intellectual validity of the paper, but it didn't even get published. This is a lifelong physicist in the field, so that it's objectively a thing.
I'm not going to deny that the current system of peer review and journals and stuff, and like all the money involved, is like functioning very well or is flawless or anything. I'm not going to say that, but the point is that to publish a paper, you really just can put it out there. Even it even works much easier today with the internet. You really just can upload it online somewhere, announce that, look at this paper I have, and someone in the scientific community will take a look if your claims are that extraordinary, especially. But I'm not sure. I don't think you have that kind of paper, do you?
No, as soon as you post the paper, dude, like the only place you can post a paper like that is going to be some type of website that people are just going to say, "Oh, this is the fringe website that lets anyone post a paper." Oh.
But if you're right, don't you think, like, if you're right and you can show that in your paper, and it falsifies current established uh, scientific consensus or the parent, like, parts of the standard model, don't you think that's revolutionary enough to get a lot of attention?
No, I absolutely do not. Have you ever
Okay.
read Constantine Mice has a paper showing the electromagnetic nature of gravity, pointing out all the problems with the current theory? And he's just dismissed as a quack, even though he's literally the lead on the board of the National Institute of Nuclear Physics. If you present something that is against, it's not allowed.
Well, you refer, like, you guys keep referring to a lot of, like the guy with the doctors previously, or you with it, like all the papers and people who published this and that. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, so how do you think that I should respond to it? Like, that's...
Well, no, that's fine. That's kind of the point. You don't know about it. So mission accomplished for them. You've never heard of it. You couldn't, like. That's the point, bro. The point is that
Well,
it's clearly censored, bro. If you present something outside the status quo, it's not allowed. If it has any type of serious implications, meaning it would be a drastic alteration of current understanding, it's not accepted. It's not accepted. This is not even a new problem. Fred Hoyle wrote about this decades ago, the guy who coined the term Big Bang. He's like, bro, we can act like you can just publish a paper, but we all know you can't. If you're not supporting the current status quo or trying to fix their problems within their theory, they're not going to allow you to publish a paper in any accredited source. So it's like, either I can spend a lot of time writing like a high level paper, which, as humbly as I can say this, I can assure you I can do that. Okay, like about numerous subjects, it's a very time consuming thing.
it is.
To write a paper that good is very time consuming, because I even
Absolutely.
began to write one about gravity, and like I'm like, dude, you know how much time this is gonna take me to do? I have bills. So like, if people aren't doing this as a job, they can't afford to spend weeks and weeks around the clock doing like insane research, usually many months or years of research, then many weeks of writing the paper, just so that it can get completely suppressed. Like, people can't afford to do that, but then someone can literally, they're like, oh, well, we have a problem with cosmology. They can take a tab of acid in the morning, make up an idea that the universe is a giant harp where strings are vibrating, and then they can make millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. As long as you're trying to fix their problem, you can get published. If you're trying to say the reason you have the problem is because your entire theory is fundamentally incorrect, no. Now you're jeopardizing tons of people's jobs, tons of decades that they've been working on things. They're not going to do. It's like a cult.
Well,
I can
how do you
understand from your
think?
perspective. You think I'm just making an excuse because I don't want to write the paper. I also understand you're like, well, just you guys talk about stuff like you know it in here, but you don't ever present actual papers. I can understand your side as well. But like I know too many people that are professionals in these fields that will tell you the same thing. That the only way I would ever do it is write a paper, don't put my name on it, and give it to someone else and that's already like respected in their field, and see if they can get it through the peer review process. That's the only chance I would ever have.
Again, you don't even need to peer review it. If you put out a paper like this, you don't need to get it published in the big journals. That's way too expensive anyway. That's like, if your goal is to just put out your findings, like your empirical findings, which are, let's say, as you claimed, are toppling the current standard model, then that alone gets enough attention for you. Like,
You mean like
Give
a
it
paper
up,
that's
bro.
posted?
Give it up. I
just
mean,
don't
come
think.
on. You're trolling now. You know there's no chance in
No, I don't
hell.
think he's wrong.
Sure
I
he
think he's
is,
wrong.
bro. Sure he is.
No.
There's no
Have you
chance in hell anybody, one of us, could write a paper and it's gonna be heard by any one of these guys. No chance in hell. Like,
I think
mine
he's
is zero.
genuine. I think
Mine
he's
is
just
zero.
naive, maybe. He's maybe just
Yeah.
naive. I wouldn't say that he's trolling, but like
Okay,
again,
maybe naive. Yeah.
I brought up a perfect example. Dude named Luka Popiv. I'll send you his paper when I get back to the house. I'm super busy today, but Like his paper, no one in this Discord ever will refute it. They can't. It's like bulletproof mathematically and in terms of physics. Bulletproof. They published his first paper and turned down the second one. I actually, Robertson Genesis is about to send me the paper that he didn't get to publish. So that's just a perfect example. That's why I brought him. So I'm a college dropout who thinks the earth is flat. If you type my name in, you literally see nothing but hit pieces and you see me getting arrested at Mount Rushmore in a white lab. Oh, I'm going to be able to get it really circulated and published with serious traction, but a lifelong respected and accredited physicist in the field can't do it. So,
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Yeah. And another thing about this quantum stuff, right? Everybody seems to think, or maybe Hoymar does, that they're like all agreed upon this specific thing called quantum theory. No, this is just one interpretation called the Copenhagen interpretation. There's another one called the many worlds. There's other ones as well. This is far from an established thing that they all agree on. And another thing, they say that if you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics. So
that's Richard Feynman. Yeah.
It's a complete joke, this thing.
Richard Feynman said anyone that claims to understand quantum mechanics is either lying or stupid.
Yeah. So you're arguing about Harry Potter right now. That's the equivalent.
I understand quantum mechanics, though, and I'm not lying or stupid because I understand that it's just wrong.
Yeah.
It's not understandable. It's literally not understandable because it's paradoxical nonsense.
Yeah, it breaks a fundamental law of physics. Nothing could be two things. You're either this thing or you're either that thing. You can't be two things at the same time. The superposition stuff, that's all fantasy. All fantasy.
But so ask yourself, why do they have to stick with it then, right? Like if their theory has devolved into a contradiction, and many of them, like a paradox that can't be resolved for over a century, then the question is, why do they stick with it? Because I think the ballers
it's the fundamental thing. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
It's
I was going to say,
thing
the
to have the action
fundamental
at a distance.
thing, photon, it's the fundamental thing of the whole thing.
That's correct. So, because like I think what some of the ballers would think, because they're a bit naive here, is, well, that's just because that's the cutting edge of science. The quantum scale is it's just something crazy. It's like insane. We just don't understand. It's really wild. It's almost supernatural, blah, blah, blah. And that we're just trying to figure it out, and we haven't figured it out yet. Okay, but the actual answer is what SC said. It's because they have to have this quantum definition of light for all their other theories. They've built everything upon their understanding of light, which is what all of quantum is built upon, right? They've built their cosmology on it, their understanding of physics on it, everything. So they cannot remove that. So now they're forcing their interpretations through that bias. That's why they can't explain anything properly.
Isn't it technically the absence of light, really, and the action at a distance is why they have to invoke all of this stuff?
What do you mean by that?
The action at a distance is what they got from their experiments. They
matter
think
is the absence of light. It doesn't reflect anything, right? But it's the idea is that they don't have any sensing abilities to pick it up, but there's action at a distance. So,
no, this is different. This is not what you're thinking. Spooky action at a distance is a whole different thing.
That's also a mathematical problem, though. So that's also oftentimes misunderstood because people say spooky action at a distance and it sounds cool. But that's actually just a mathematical problem. I mean, some of them claim that they've manipulated a particle over here and simultaneously it's moved over there or whatever. I don't know.
This is what the claim is. I'll explain the claim so people could say, holy crap. Well, most people probably know anyway. They take a particle, they split it in two, right? They send one particle half the way across the universe, right? So they explain it like this. One has spin up and spin down. They say it's not spin, but think of it as spin, but forget it. Just think of some things turning clockwise and another thing turning counterclockwise. They say that those two particles, that was one particle that became two, are both here. One is at the other end of the universe. They're both spinning counterclockwise and clockwise at the same time. And only when you observe the particle here will you know it's spinning counterclockwise. Then you know the other one is spinning clockwise. That's the bull. Now that
Yeah, but
can't
they've
work.
gone even.
Why? Because it violates the speed of light.
Okay, now let me still man what they say. So they're going to say, well, it doesn't violate the speed of light because it's not information. And if it's not information itself, then it can go faster than the speed of light. Although seemingly it actually does code information in their own paradigm. But also, it's more of like a mathematical problem, which you kind of touched on it at the end. It's like if I put a red sock and a blue sock in two envelopes, I send you one of them. If you open it up and see that there's a red sock on it, the very moment that you see the red sock, you know that the other envelope has a blue sock in it. It's just a mathematical thing.
No, it doesn't
like now,
work. No, bro.
I'm just saying.
Sorry.
Wait. I'm just saying it's just a mathematical problem within quantum. But now there are some people that claim that they can actually observe a particle simultaneously changing as they manipulate one a few miles away. They don't claim to be able to observe one halfway across the universe. That's all like theoretical based on math. But some of them are now claiming that you can actually see one. I want to say it's like it's many miles away, as in that when they mess with the particle here, then like one town over or 5 towns over or whatever, that particle changes at the same exact time as they manipulate this one. So there's a few places that have claimed to do that now, but they try to excuse it away again with like it's not information, so it can go faster than the speed of light, or they just don't understand it yet. And the predominant thing, this all comes from a mathematical problem. I don't
But let me
believe that
answer
they
before
did
you
that.
go on, bro, because I'm gonna forget. Okay, I'm aware of both those things. What you just said, right? That they say it's not a transfer of information. That's bull, right? And the other thing you said about, and I'll explain why. The other thing you said about the gloves, right? It's not one box has a red one and one has a blue one. No. It's both boxes have both red and blue gloves at the same time. You got to say it
No,
correctly, bro. Yeah,
no,
that's
that's
what
not
it
it.
is. Yeah,
No,
that's what it is. Yes.
dude, you're
That's
strawmanning what they think,
superpositioning, bro.
No, dude.
Yes.
Okay, dude. Like this is a nuanced conversation because superposition is just like this claimed idea that particles interact at the same time. They don't have to be the same one. They can be particle pairs according to them. So it can be like a electron and an anti-electron or whatever. All this pseudoscientific bullshit. So like it just gets into the weeds because there's all many different versions. But this all comes from a mathematical problem. Their quantum mechanics doesn't work. You have the wave function collapse, right? You have Schrodinger's cat or whatever, right? This equation doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't match observation. So now what this has evolved into, which Einstein first noticed it, is a mathematical problem where they can determine the probability, they can determine what something is instantaneously, meaning as soon as they change this one, they know that mathematically this other one has to change as well. But how does it change from that great of a distance instantly? And now they're
Yes,
claiming
you
to
got
actually have
that part
observed.
right, bro. Bro, hold on a second. You got that part right. But the superpositioning part, I don't think you understand properly. The
Superposition is not
superposition
just like a
means
singular type of phenomenon. There's like many different versions of that.
not of superpositioning, no, of superposition. Superposition means that the particle shows both properties at the same time. In other words, Schrodinger's cat, the cat is not either dead and alive. It's both dead and alive at the same time. That's superpositioning.
Okay.
I know it sounds crazy, bro. I'm not saying I believe it, but check it out and you're going to see. That's the claim.
From my understanding, there's like multiple different types of quote unquote superposition. All of this is pseudoscience. I mean, like, let's just be clear. I obviously don't believe in any of this shit. This also, but I do believe you can have instantaneous action at distance, right? So like, that's no problem for me whatsoever. That's a problem for them. That's a
How could
problem
that
for
happen?
their
Hold
cosmos.
on.
There's an
How?
ether. There's an ether.
Okay, through an ether. So you're saying it instant communication through an ether. Okay, all right.
Yeah, because it's just already in both positions. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no traveling at all. Like it can be instant if it doesn't have to travel. Yeah. Like, how fast does something travel if it's instant? You know what I'm saying? That's also how light debunks their whole thing. Light is instant. So no matter how many years we sit here and pretend these people are geniuses when they make up stories about light, they're not. Light's already there. Anything else is not going to explain because the light's already there. The ether's already there. So you can have an instantaneous action at distance, but they can't because they can't have an ether. They can't have a background medium that's omnipresent, effectively, that stores information. They can't have that. They can't have substantive storage of information. So, that's a them problem. I don't care about them because everything they think is stupid. Like, even if you look at, for example, if you look at the universe model as well, this spills over into cosmology, and they have an instantaneous action at a distance problem as well, where say that you invoke the kinematic and dynamic equivalence of, say, a geocentric position, which anyone that even actually understands the current heliocentric model knows that. It's just the people in here will say no. Anyway, that means that the galaxies at great distances in their paradigm have to be moving significantly faster than the speed of light. So they need instantaneous action at a distance in their own paradigm. For example, gravity doesn't have a time variable in the equation, right? This is what even Newton knew when he first made it. So, like, where's the delay of gravity? How long does it take gravity to happen? If I have two masses, how long does it take the interaction to happen between the masses? Is it instant?
Well, according to Newton, it's instant. But according to Einstein, 8 minutes. From here to the
Well, that's where
the
you get
sun.
into you'll get into this whole time dilation stuff, and then that's light traveling or whatever. But there is no time variable placed in gravity. Like, just basically that's where they start to wiggle around with time dilation. So it can be instant, but it's not really instant. It just looks like it's instant or whatever bullshit they want to come up with. That's also debated, by the way. Einstein's field equations are debated to this day, top to bottom. Anyone in this room pretending relativity is so well understood and the most verified, blah, 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 it's debated top to bottom to this day. Field equations are not even agreed upon. But anyway, my point is, think about it. If a mass attracts mass, okay, that's a physical interaction. So how long does it take that physical interaction to happen? You just said it, like Newton said it was instant. Well, he actually said the idea that it can happen instantly without something else already being there is insane. But he didn't put a time variable in his equation. So if there's no time variable in the gravitational equation, that means it's instant. So now you have instantaneous action at a distance, and you can't have that without an ether. So their own model debunks itself.
There's so many holes. I mean, we could spend all day. Yeah, it's just another one.
Have you ever heard, though? I've never even heard them respond to that. I've asked followers for like maybe a couple months now. Like, where's the time variable for gravity? How long does it take gravity to happen? Is it instant? And then I'm like, well, that's information, right? So, like, what's going on?
You know that Einstein, Rosen, and the other guy, I can never remember the other guy's name. They wrote a paper. They were totally against this, right? The NPR paradox, I believe they called it. You heard of that?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. They wrote a paper and they were totally against this instant action at a distance.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty funny though, right? Like, I don't think anyone's ever really thought of that. I learned that from Robert Sungenis, by the way. I'm not even claiming that I thought of it, but like, I'm like, oh my God, how did I not think of it? Their equation for gravity is just instant. There is no delay. There is no time reaction variable in the equation for gravity, which means their
Well,
own
yeah.
model claims gravity is instant, which means that they violate their own model with gravity itself.
But isn't the
With
field
relativity travels at c, just like light.
They switch back. They have both models. They take the Einsteinian one or the Newtonian one when convenient.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
but you don't
Because
get
every
you
other
go, you don't
situation,
get
Newton works.
no you don't get like light traveling at c and gravity being instant at the same time. Either both of them you can either treat both of them as instant, or you treat both of them at c. You don't have a combination of those. That wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't work.
Okay, but this is what's funny. All the ballers, all the globe proponents want to talk about Newtonian mechanics. They want to talk about
So
Newtonian mechanics and how good it works. It doesn't work. It claims gravity is instantaneous.
okay.
And you got a quagmire here. You got a duality going on here. Just like everything else in your model. Dialetheism.
You get away
Yeah,
with it with relativity because you bring up time dilation. So you can treat it like it's basically instant for our reference frame if you want to.
I mean, the
just like light.
the Einstein constant literally has the speed of light in it, and the Einstein constant appears in the gravitational field equation.
Okay, now we're back to the first point. You guys now can no longer bring up Newtonian mechanics ever again. Never. Not in any conversation, no situation, no answer can ever be Newtonian mechanics for you guys ever. Never, ever,
Why?
ever.
But why?
Because it violates
Why?
everything your model's built upon, dude.
No,
All your distances, all of that.
No,
But you're
I
gonna
mean,
keep
if you're
doing it.
dealing
You're
with
gonna keep doing it. Though.
if you're dealing with an error bar and both Newtonian mechanics and relativity would give would give answers within the same error bar, then they're equivalent for that particular problem. So it
The
doesn't matter which
conditions
one
in
you
which
use.
relativistic
Using. Go ahead.
All right, you're good. I was just reading Jace's comment.
Okay. Yeah. So if you're dealing with something in which both of them would give you answers within the same error bar, then there's no point in using relativity. You're just doing things in a more complicated way to get the same answer.
So this is just such a low. I don't want to be ugly. Like this is such a intellectually inefficient way of operating. Like, oh well, the math works. It doesn't matter if math works, dude. You're claiming to give me a physical explanation of the world. If your physics doesn't work, it doesn't matter if the math works. It's not what the. If the math works, but it's physically impossible, who cares? I can give you an equation
Well,
for Superman flying, bro.
I don't think you got the point. Like if you're trying to describe what's going to happen next in the system, if depending on your error bars for the prediction you want, you can treat the mechanics of that system as in two different ways, and they'll give you the same answer, then there's no point in doing the more complicated way. I'm not even arguing which one is the true way, because I think neither of them are reality. Like I don't think relativity is reality, just like I don't think Newtonian mechanics is reality. They're descriptions of reality, and there's no point in using the more complicated one if you would expect the same answer for both.
When you say the more complicated one, you're talking about math.
Yeah.
So why did you say I didn't
It's
get
more
the point?
complicated in every
I
sense.
directly rebutted it.
Yeah,
It
but you
doesn't
said,
matter
well,
if the
it's
math is simpler rather than me.
yeah, but your rebuttal was that it's physically impossible. Well, no one's the point
Yeah.
isn't that those models are a true representation of reality. We know they're not, because we know they are they fail in some cases, so they can't possibly be exactly what reality is. But that's not the point of them. It's not to know exactly what reality is. It's to be able to describe it with the most accuracy we can.
Okay. So you guys can't even explain in theory, in terms of physics, your model at all.
What
But
do you
we're supposed
mean?
to pretend that it's reality. Then. You guys can't even
What do you
give
mean?
me a physically viable theory. What do you mean? What I mean? Not to mention, even with the whole like gravity goes the speed of light thing, you also have a problem. You have a problem with the kinematic that causes things to move faster than the speed of light, and relativity says that the velocity of light is not constant in a vacuum.
So you broke up a little bit in the beginning.
Einstein himself said
maybe it's my connection.
that. Wait, am I breaking up?
A little bit for me. Might be my connection though.
Can anyone verify if I'm breaking up?
You are breaking up. What's it?
I didn't hear you break up.
Is it still here? Yeah. With it, do you also not believe
Am I
in
breaking up?
atoms?
What's up?
You said that you don't think the double slit, or like you don't think electrons exist, you don't think photons exist, but the double slit has also been done with large atoms, even with large molecules, like those huge carbon buckyballs. What do you think about that?
I have to look more into the buckyball claim.
Okay.
Because I don't believe you're shooting one buckyball through two slits at the same time. So that's just goofy to me. But I just want to point out that what I'm saying here is that Einstein himself said by the time he got to general relativity that the constant velocity of light in a vacuum cannot claim unlimited validity according to relativity. I can show you specifically why. According to general relativity, both matter and light can go faster than c. Material bodies can go faster than c according to GR. So Einstein himself, and I quote pretty much verbatim, that we see according to general relativity that the constancy of light in a vacuum can no longer claim unlimited validity. So now we're back to this gravity problem. Gravity goes the speed of light, huh? Well, that goes against gravity. So yeah, you can use it in the equation because that's like the baseline. The baseline value. That's why the field equations are not even agreed upon how to solve them. There's many reasons. So this is okay, but Jason's like, oh, it's not a secret. It doesn't apply to non-inertial frames because everyone's so used to just being able to think they can just use reference frames as an out for everything. This isn't just about reference frames. If I'm on the Earth and stuff's moving around me, according to general relativity, the distant galaxies, the material bodies within can go faster than c. It's not just, it looks like that because of reference frames. No, it's that it can physically go faster than that relative to our stationary position.
Has that been measured?
Yeah, if any of your values are true, which I obviously don't believe any of them, if your distances and all that's true, then the distant galaxies would be going faster than the speed of light. GR requires you acknowledge the validity in the geocentric position, kinematically and dynamically, as does Newtonian mechanics. So,
The distant galaxies would be going faster than the speed of light relative to what?
The Earth.
But the Earth is moving in the heliocentric paradigm. The Milky Way is moving as well, and the Earth is moving.
But not in the geocentric one. So we're talking about everything moving relative to an Earth.
Well, yeah, I was a geocentrist a couple of years ago. I also dealt with Robert Sanchinis in his material, and that's one of the problems. Yeah, basically, if the Earth is the center and the rest of the entire universe spins around a stationary Earth, then they go at blazingly fast speeds because they have to do that daily.
Yeah, but GR says that's possible though.
That's it. Well, GR also says that mass has like gravity wells around it, right? So having the larger sun spin around a smaller Earth doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does though. So like I thought you said you was that you researched Robertson Jennings. Have you seen where he came on my show and we had a conversation?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you should check it out, man. But so yeah, the number one, it's the same thing with Newtonian mechanics, right? Like the Earth can't be geocentric using Einstein and Newtonian mechanics because the sun's the bigger mass. So then everything would go around the sun. The Earth would go around the sun. It makes no sense with gravity that the bigger mass would go around the smaller mass. That's incorrect, though. That's only correct if you isolate it to just the solar system, which is what Newton did, for example, right? He said he thought the sun was the center of the entire universe. So he assumed space was fixed and that the sun was the center of the whole universe, and that was it. If you apply his mechanics to the rest of the universe, right, then if the center of mass is placed at the Earth, everything moving around it will result in much stronger forces than the bias of mass alone. So the sun itself would go around the Earth. The angular momentum of the cosmos moving around the Earth would create inertial forces, real inertial forces, as opposed to fictitious.
Yeah, I think isn't it part of Sanchini's claims that this would be the case for like the huge shell of matter that the galaxies make up, basically, would kind of act like they would affect like inertial forces, which would also explain Coriolis force and so on.
That's right, yeah. But like, and I can show you a paper about relational mechanics that breaks down all the math.
Okay.
I actually sent it to Professor Parks, you know, the PhD astronomer, because we had a conversation with him in that same series, and he's like, "No, I don't think you can get the math to work for that." Like, send it to him. I sent it to him, and I haven't even. Like, the only rebuttal he came up with, I can't remember what it was. Like, I jumped on Troubling Tribune show, and this is weeks later, he didn't respond to me. But then when I jumped on the show unexpectedly, he came up with something. I don't remember. It was so bad. I'm like, dude, if out of that whole paper and all the phenomena, all you have is this, like, you're basically conceding. Because I don't remember what it was, but it was something so weird, such a random weird, like, well, then how would this happen question. But yeah, so anyway, like, using relational mechanics, you can apply both Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics and you know, show the viability of a geocentric position. And this is where it gets really interesting. If it's kinematically and dynamically equivalent in validity, geocentrism and heliocentrism, that is, that would mean that geocentrism is way more viable because it doesn't have a dark energy problem. If it doesn't have a dark matter or dark energy problem, then it's way more viable. It's not even close. And of course, it doesn't have a dark energy problem. You don't have an accelerative expansion, so you don't need the cosmological constant at all. You don't need to explain an accelerative expansion. You don't need energy explaining it either. So you don't have the dark energy problem. You don't have the dark matter problem because you're not imposing C or rigid heliocentric mechanics onto the galaxies and stuff like that. So you actually, the only thing that we need it for is basically stuff goes too fast where it's not supposed to. Things don't escape where they should.
You only get dark matter dynamically. If you're just talking about a heliocentrism kinematically, then there's also you're not imposing anything. You're just describing.
No, I said kinematically and dynamically.
Dynamically. But then dynamically, then you lack the dynamics to account for the observations with geocentric. Then
name one.
Sorry.
You're saying there's an observation that we can't account for? Like, I don't.
Well, I'll need first the description of the dynamics of a geocentric system.
Yeah, there's different ones, but the easiest way to cut straight to the chase is the neotectonic system, where the sun moves around the Earth and the planets move around it.
Basically,
that's a kinematic description.
Okay, what? No, the dynamics that you can. I just said you can use Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics. That's the dynamics.
But then that's based
I'll send
on
you
the
the
mass
paper.
of the bodies, and I mean, if you make the sun more massive than the Earth, the sun won't orbit the Earth. It's going to be the other way around.
Well, I
But then
just discussed this. I just discussed that. That's only if you only talk about the solar system, dude. I'll send you the paper, man. It has all the math in it.
Okay, so which one has more mass in the solar system, in the sun or the Earth, in this neotectonic system?
In the neotectonic system, the sun is bigger and the planets move around it, but the center of mass is placed at the Earth. And based on the entire universe, if you take the no, I don't believe in any of this stuff. By the way, I don't believe in any of these distances and masses. And so, like, that's not strong me.
Yeah,
Like, I believe this.
I'm not. I don't think that too. I don't think you believe that. So cool. You can move on.
I'm just pointing it out. Like,
yeah.
if the whole cosmos is moving around the Earth in the center, then the center of mass of the Earth, then the Earth wouldn't be moving around the sun because of all the masses in the universe, right, being like way greater in magnitude. So the inertial forces moving around the Earth, that angular momentum, will cause everything to move around the Earth. I'll just send you the paper in a second.
Wait, I missed that. What's making things move around the Earth?
Well, that's a good question. What's making things move around the Earth?
Yeah, the dynamics on this system where this geocentric system. I'm trying to understand.
If you just put the center of mass at the Earth.
In geocentrism,
yeah, but then you don't get planets to orbit the sun. Then.
Yeah, you do.
How? If they're gonna, I mean, if the mass is the bigger mass inside of the Earth, how are they orbiting the sun?
It's not that it's a bigger mass. It doesn't have to have more mass.
Bigger in the sense of amount, not the size.
It doesn't have to be a bigger mass or amount of mass to be the center of mass.
It does if the orbit has both of them inside of it, which in the case of, let's say, the orbit of Jupiter and Saturn, they both have the Earth and the Sun inside of it. So if the Sun had more mass than the Sun, then the focus of their orbit would have to be the Earth. If you're using,
you keep saying more mass than the Sun. That's what I'll just send you the paper, man. Just say I'm unloading my car. I'll send you the relational mechanics paper.
Well, I assume you understood it. If you do it, it's even better that you explain it than I.
I just did explain it.
But you're not addressing the obvious problems with your.
I just said this. You don't need it to be a greater mass to be the center of mass. That's an arbitrary determination. You just select center of mass. Yes.
So if you're using the same dynamics as Newtonian mechanics, then you need, unless you're using other laws of motion. Because I thought you were saying you could use the same.
Yeah, that's right. Well, according to Newtonian mechanics, for example, like if the Earth is in the center, you have a real set of inertial forces. So you have centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces, and the Coriolis being twice as strong as a centrifugal force will result in a net centripetal force. So you have like an accelerative radially inward force moving towards the Earth in all directions, and this keeps everything moving around the Earth because the Earth is at the center of the angular momentum.
I didn't get that at all. But the thing is that it doesn't matter if you're using inertial or non-inertial one in Newtonian mechanics. So what you're describing using in non-inertial frame should also be describable in the inertial one, where you have no inertial forces.
What do you mean?
That doesn't seem to be possible.
Matter. What are you talking about? In heliocentrism, it's dude. In heliocentrism, I'm not even on Discord on my computer. In heliocentrism, it is I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, it's fictitious. On geocentric model, they're actual real forces.
You
don't. We can avoid the semantics of fictitious.
No, it's not like that. No. All the fictitious forces disappear even within the heliocentric system. if you're using an inertial frame. There are no inertial there are no pseudo forces in an inertial frame in a heliocentric system. You don't need any fictitious force for heliocentric to work. Only if you're strictly using an inertial frame. Sorry,
Dude,
non-inertial
if
frame.
you have everything moving around the Earth, you have real inertial forces. In the heliocentric model, to explain all the movements, you have fictitious forces. Like Coriolis is a fictitious force. Yes, absolutely. Newton wrote about this specifically in Principia, and that's why on the last page that didn't get published, and was it Proposition 43, Theorem 22, he point blank says, at the end of everything you wrote, he says, but if there was a equal and opposite reaction, there was another force akin to gravity, then the Earth could be in the center, according to my mechanics. He says it himself. And he explained what Newton did was assume an absolute space, right? He assumed that space was absolute, and then he just applied it to the solar system. And then he's like, okay, sun's bigger mass, Earth moves around it, space is absolute and fixed. And then that's why he said he couldn't conceive of the Earth being in the center, because there would have to be an equal and opposite reaction, a force akin to gravity, and he assumed space was fixed, so he couldn't think of where it would come from. But then he put in his math, of course, you account for the inertial forces, they're just fictitious. You have to account for them in his mechanics.
Yeah, by using inertial frame. That's the thing. If you're using a dynamic system, there's a set of rules that you would follow, and Newton doesn't have to specify individually every single fictitious force for it to work, because it describes the heliocentric system in an inertial frame, and you have zero fictitious forces there. It's only if you, okay, now that I have this working system with zero fictitious force, all the forces simply follow the gravitational equation. Now, if you use any random planet as a reference frame, now that system won't work, because you're going to have forces with no causes that the dynamics didn't give you, and that's what we call fictitious force. And just saying, well, those fictitious are now real, you're actually not giving mechanisms for those, like you're not giving laws that would predict those fictitious forces. You're just saying that they're real. That's not a dynamic system.
Same thing. It's the same thing, dude. It's the same thing. Why are you now devolving? You're devolving now to causes. There is no cause proposed in Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah, not the cause of the force, the cause of the motion. Yeah, I get it, but the mathematical description. Yeah, if you're only describing mathematically the positions per time, that's just kinematically, and now we're discussing the dynamics of it. So the dynamics requires a set of rules that things have to follow, and then by following the rules, you end up with the mathematics that we were talking before, which is the kinematics. So the dynamic should give you the kinematics if it's compatible. So Newton doesn't have to give you any fictitious force. It simply gives you big G times the product of the masses over distance squared is the force, and it gives you F equals AM for the acceleration, and that governs everything, and that matches the kinematic. Now, if you only end up with extra stuff, if you try to use a moving frame or an accelerating frame as an inertial one, then of course that's not work, because that's not actually an inertial one. So you end up with things that aren't predicted by the dynamics, because your assumption that it's a inertial frame is wrong. So you don't actually have any arbitrary anything on the dynamics of Newtonian mechanics. But if you're saying, well, all those fictitious forces are simply real, you're not providing any set of rules that would give me those forces. You're simply saying, well, whatever fictitious forces are necessary, they're real, and that's it. That's not actually
okay.
You're not providing
I have to do
a set of
summit,
rules.
dude. I have to do my summit, dude. Okay, I just dropped you 2 papers. I have to do my summit today. I have a virtual summit that I'm hosting today. I just dropped you relational mechanics and the Newtonian Machian analysis of Neo-Tychonian model. Okay, the math is explained in both of these papers. The second one is much shorter, and then the first one, I don't really have time unless I have screenshots that are handy. I'll show you the citations of that. But this is what always happens. People say, nuh-uh. They don't really listen to what I'm saying. And then I send them the papers, and then they don't respond. So maybe you'll be the exception because this. I mean, even Professor Parks, it happens every time. Nuh-uh, what you didn't think about this? He doesn't understand it. Ha ha ha. There's the papers from your own paradigm breaking down all of the math, all of the dynamics, and all of the kinematics. So if you have a question,
here's the thing.
Just go with it.
Yeah, if like I'm assuming you read it and you understood it and it backs you up. If that's the case, I don't see why you couldn't directly address what I'm bringing up. Like if you're linking the articles and you're not sure what to answer to what I'm bringing up as an issue, then I guess either you didn't get all of it, or it doesn't back up what I'm pointing as a problem. So if you read and you understood it, I don't see why you can simply enter.
I already did answer.
To the table.
You're the one, buddy. You're the one that doesn't understand it, Bacon. You're laughing, but it's just think.
I didn't laugh.
Know what,
what the fuck?
Kruger? You know what Dunning-Kruger is? So you assume right now. You assume right now you fully understand why this wouldn't work. I already answered your question. You think I didn't. So you're just wrong, though. I did. I told you that the angular momentum generates real inertial forces. I already. You think that's not an answer? That means you don't understand. I've now given you the papers. Okay, you have real potential coming from the simultaneous acceleration of the universe. It results in a net radially inward accelerative centripetal force. Okay, this pushes everything inward towards the Earth, the center of mass. You can use the relational mechanics to show the dynamic equivalent. I've now sent you the papers. Either you can read the papers or you can't. I can't do this all day. I have to go. I have like 50 things I have to do.
Well, that's another thing. If the issue is that you can't continue, that's fine. But if the answer is that you are addressing what I'm saying, because I'm not saying you didn't give me an answer. You did give me an answer. It just I continue to see problems even after you said what you said. That's why I'm keep pointing out what I'm seeing as problem. So I don't see why you wouldn't just keep addressing them if you actually understood the article and does back you up. But if the problem is that you don't have time for that, that's fine.
Look, man, I get that you want to avoid the fact that there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence.
Because if we are having a nice conversation. Don't.
No, we're not.
Hold on.
No, you're
Well,
not
don't interrupt then.
You're not listening
And
to
it does sound like you're trying. To me, it sounds like you're trying to avoid it. He's answering all your questions, and I don't know what your problem is, but don't interrupt. Let him finish.
All I'm saying is, like, I think everyone that thinks about it honestly, if there is a dynamic equivalent, then the geocentric model shits on the heliocentric model. It's not even close. It's way more viable. It doesn't have the dark matter, dark energy problem. So if you really want to believe in the heliocentric model, then you have to resort to the dynamic equivalence wouldn't work. Because if you actually concede that it does, now you have a serious problem, which is why are you believing in the much less viable option? Now, if you've never heard of this idea, you should research it. I did it for you and gave you the papers. I even told you which one is shorter, and I also gave you the other paper that breaks it down in depth using relational mechanics. So you can use the equation for like a Lorentzian magnetic force. There's many different ways to break it down to show the dynamic equivalent. I just told you that you have the simultaneous acceleration of the universe. That angular momentum will result in a real potential that will move around the Earth. It will cause everything to move around the Earth. So read into it or don't, bro, because I have like 50 messages I have to catch up with before the summit.
I mean, if you don't understand what's it saying, go read the paper. Maybe you'll understand it then.
It's not that I don't understand. I'm putting things on the table to be addressed, and the answer was, "Oh, read this paper." Some of them he answered,
that wasn't
but
the
it didn't
answer.
address them.
That wasn't the answer. He just told you a whole bunch of stuff. He said at the end, read the paper, because obviously you have an issue with it.
Yeah, he did say a bunch of stuff, but I'm saying the problems that I was pointing with his explanation, that you could use the same mechanics in the neo-Tychonic system, has obvious problems. And if he already understood the paper, and the paper does address them, then I don't see why he couldn't simply explain
He did explain it. He explained it. You're acting like he didn't explain it. He explained it. Yo, he said he's done.
What was his explanation?
He said he's done. I heard him say a whole bunch of words. Okay, he said he's done arguing with you about this. We're moving on. No
Yeah,
means no.
I said
No
already.
means
If
no,
he's,
Bacon. Bacon, no means
I'm
no.
not
We're moving
talking
on.
to him. I understand. I'm talking to you now. I'm not talking to him.
Yeah,
I
and I
already
don't want
said.
to do it either, so we're moving on. No means no.
I understood. I already said I'm okay with not talking about anymore because he's busy. I already said that.
Okay, good. We're moving on to something else. Does anyone have anything else we'd like to discuss today? Any other topics or anything?
Why the submarine wasn't handled more professionally.
That shit is fake
Oh
news,
God!
bro.
Even my wife was laughing at that. She said it would look like a PlayStation controller or something they were controlling it with.
Yeah, we find out if that's fake or what.
Oh,
Anyone?
that video. I thought it
Well,
was
I
on
don't
like.
know. I don't watch the news, Jeremy. But you know, everything I assume is fake now until I see otherwise.
Look, unless Moby Dick gets in the chat and starts giving us the lowdown, then it never happened.
Well, you have the same information as we do, so it's just a matter of belief, right? We don't believe it, you do believe it. Simple.
Oh no, I just wondered if there were any new information. That was all. I've only seen a headline, so I don't really follow anything like that.
Well, the new information is don't pay attention to whatever else is happening because there's a submarine in trouble.
That's what is so funny, right? Like a lot of people die. Why is this so important? What is the big deal? I don't get it. They have to be doing something else and keeping people watching this insignificant shit, right? Away from the real stuff.
Just don't watch it, dude.
Yeah, that's what we're going to ask you, Hoymar. What colour's your hair? What colour's your eyes?
So what calls me here?
No, what colour is your hair?
I prefer to not answer that here.
Because in my eyes, you're a blonde-haired, blue-eyed German. Is this true?
You can see me as that if you wish so.
Why are you trying to picture Homer?
When I think of Germans, I think of the Visigoths and all that, the Ostrogoths. You looked into your history.
Yeah, I have.
And these people were legends, absolute legends, and they had their own battles with their own fucking gravelers.
Which people?
Have you read the Orlinda book?
I don't recognize the name.
Yeah, you should look into it. OLB, Orlinda book.
Can you type it out in the chat? I don't
Yeah,
get it.
I can post you some content if you want.
Yeah, sure.
It's interesting. The people they called, the issues they had, because they just wanted to be free. That was the thing. They just wanted to be free people. And
everybody wants that, right?
Yeah. The enemy, so called, was priests and princes, fake priests and princes, that which is kind of interesting. Fake priests and princes. And who was the others? The Magi. That's what they call them. Every time they refer to them, which I think just grabbler, the term they use is Maggie. And it's interesting because, and I keep posting that thing in there. If you look into the term mag, where we get words like magic and magistrate, and the highest level of Satanism, by the way, is MAGA, like Make America Great Again. It's funny how this term, it just keeps coming back. You know what I mean? I keep seeing it and seeing it. So it's interesting to me. And of course, we've got the Persian Magi as well. I'll try and find that. Yeah, here it is. Look.
Are you a Zoroastrianist? Or is that just...
I mean, I've looked into that, if that's what you're saying, but I don't know. I don't know what category. I don't. Do we have to fall into a category, or?
No, it's just kind of, you know, a religion or philosophical framework that you adhere to.
Yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? I mean, I get it. The ego wants to put its feet into firm foundations. I understand that. I don't know if it's
Yeah,
necessary.
it seems to be a desire that many people have. It gives you some kind of stability. It doesn't have to be right for that, but can be beneficial for your life. So I see
Yeah,
the
definitely.
benefits that religion has.
For sure. When I talk to the hardcore Bible people, there's definitely you know, there's a solidity to them, if that's the right word. You know, there's some depth to them anyway. And I've said this before. When I go up to Gem server and I listen to all them people, yeah, I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them. I really wouldn't. But anyway, I mean, I obviously don't trust anyone outside of myself. But yeah, if I had a choice, it's a no-brainer, basically. Yeah, this is the dude. Ashilogo shares content. I always pass it on to anybody I can. Go listen to him. He's legend. He's clearly done his homework. One of my favorites is this one. It's called From Holy Men to Dark Magicians. What a good title that is as well. Needless to say, the dark magicians always destroy themselves in their retarded ideas of mortal glory and trying to manipulate others. That's the thing. You'd think they'd have realized it, but no.
Well, you know, I'm not too much into the occult, and like, I'm sure you can, you know, draw connections between ancient scriptures to a bit of gematria, and like try to draw connections between the mythology of like Freemasons and magicians and stuff. But yeah, I just don't think that's interesting or worthwhile.
That's all good. We're all drawn to different things.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed that people who like to extensively play those number games, they just will see connections everywhere, right? They become outright paranoid if they do that long enough. It seems to be harmful, so I just kind of stay away from that.
Well, don't forget, what was that quote from Orwell? Something like, if you want to control a people, you've got to obliterate their history. Something like that. And that makes sense, doesn't it? Leaves a person rudderless.
Perhaps it does. I haven't kind of really looked into that. But is that an Orwell quote?
I think so.
Okay, possibly, yeah. Whose people history was destroyed? What do you think?
I think history is written by the winners, obviously. And the truth is somewhere in the middle, I think.
Yeah, I tend to agree. But, it's a lot of work, right? If you really want to rewrite history, it's not easy. So,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You just got to destroy everything that were. I mean, in the French Revolution, it said they destroyed 4 million books. So, how difficult is that? It's not that difficult, really. Set fire to everything.
yeah, I mean, there are only about 1% of the texts from ancient ages are like left over. But 99% were lost. So, as they kind of drop the question of how our image
If you start destroying the evidence, you can claim almost any number you wish. Like, was it 4 million books, 6 million of this, 10 million of that?
That sounds a bit high.
Oh, it's impossible to burn so many books without like a flamethrower or something.
It's a dangerous thing in my country to question numbers, so I would rather not go into that.
Well, it's not like people haven't been known to cook the books.
So what does it mean, cook the books?
Wait, you don't know what it means to cook the books?
No, seriously, I can infer it probably means like fudging it, like changing it.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You put the bread in the oven, it rises. Put the book in the oven, you can get almost any number you want. You can inflate figures. You can put 1 egg in the oven, get 6 million out. It's all sorts of weird stuff like that. It's strange.
Yo,
I mean,
you're not wrong.
I used to believe that this was the case, but I haven't looked into the actual evidence yet. So yeah.
Oh man, I used to talk about that on 24/7 a lot as well, and I think at some point, and it's funny because I never really got censored by anybody, but at some point I started censoring myself because every time I heard a German accent, I was like, right, you and me need to talk because your people, oh my god, they've all got this guilt complex, and it's not right at all. And here's why.
Well, it's only if your theory is right, because if it isn't right,
if you've
then
looked into
like,
it, you understand the evidence.
It's probably the most horrific thing that happened in the last, centuries.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
Yeah, then I just decided to point people towards David Irving because he's done so much research. He had more research than any man alive. Of course, they used to David Irving.
Yeah, I've heard that name before.
Yeah, he's a great historian, and I mean, this guy, he could have had the cushiest life ever, but he chose to tell the truth, and he ended up in prison, and they broke into apartments several times. They smashed windows of shops and books where he'd sell his books, and he'd go and pay for the windows out of his own pocket. Shit like that.
I remember, yeah, like he denies that the event even happened.
Well, that's the thing. If you go and listen to his talks, he's very eloquent. He's very well spoken, and he tells the truth of what happened. He tells of terrible treatment of certain peoples, and it's just this one factor that doesn't make any sense because logistically it doesn't make any sense.
Did he go over the multiple like the tens of newspapers before World War II that like manufactured the number?
Yeah. I think he even goes back to 18 something where that number kept popping up as well. So yeah, it's interesting history. But yeah, I mean, whether or not it's funny because I should say that some people say, well, David, he was racist. And I think the answer to that is he was a product of his time. That's for sure. So the answer to that would be, from me anyway, yes. If there's such a thing. I mean, we know this terribly grabbled. I always liked Owen Benjamin's explanation of in-group preference. But yeah, it was a product of his time. It doesn't change the stuff that he found, the information that he had. And I mean, this guy, his mind was like a file of facts. He knew exactly where Mean Mr. Mustache was all the time. He literally had secretaries, wives, girlfriends. He had the diaries. He had everything. So when they brought a book out, an official book on this guy, he'd show that he weren't even in that place at that time. Look, because I've got him at this place in this date at this time. So,
Yo, can you post the best video that David Irving has?
I don't know. I don't even know. Yeah, before it were all on Odysee, but it's since disappeared. BitChute's players sucked.
No worries, I can download it off any website. So
I'm just thinking Rumble might have some stuff on there, but I very rarely go on there, to be honest. But I should start going on more.
Is it just one documentary, or?
Well, I tend to just this is a long time ago now, but I tend to just watched all of his talks.
Do you know the documentary "The Greatest Story Never Told"?
Yeah.
It's it also presents alternative facts. I don't want to make a claim as to if it's true generally or not, but yeah, it's 6 hours long or something. It's about everything around the Second World War. But the problem is, when it comes to revisionism, for me personally, I'm like a newbie, right? So if a similar case would be if I don't know much about science and I get into the Earth-shaped debate and I'm more conspiratorial minded, I might side with the flat Earth side and then get into that and fall into that rabbit hole. And the same can obviously happen for revisionism, which is it's something that you want to avoid, right? So you can be in that rabbit hole or in some kind of echo chamber for revisionism just as well.
Yeah, I'm not interested in glorifying that guy. Mean Mr. Mustache, I mean. I don't care for that. So,
I mean, if we're being fair, he did a lot of good.
Well, I've often said there should be a statue made. This is David Irving, actually. There should be a statue made in Israel in honor of that guy, because there would be no Israel without that guy. So
that's not entirely true. There were more Jews that those in the German-controlled territories, and they went to Israel even without the Havara agreement.
Yeah, it's a bit of a joke as well,
I mean,
I think there's truth to it. And I mean, they were spread out all around. If there wasn't any kind of I mean, obviously, even without him, the media would, and the fact that they kind of, with their usury, they kind of had a lot of funding and owned the airwaves, as it were. They probably could have made themselves a home anywhere they wanted to, right? So, but it did happen at its time because they used him as a kind of the instigator, the boogeyman type thing.
Yeah, he could have been a puppet himself. It makes sense when we look around today. So, I mean, I think he was funded by Ford, of all people, and many others. That I always love that story where Henry Ford took the American government to court for destroying his factories in Germany, and he won.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's true. That he did win because they bombed his factories and he took him to court and he won.
I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, it's interesting.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, I think David Irving said this as well, where he said, "Look, it wasn't bad because they were Jews; it was bad because they were innocent." And it's ridiculous that you have to say that. But you know, them reparations, they have to keep them coming. I mean, the last number I heard on that, this was many, many years ago. I think Germany were paying something like $1 billion or something a year, and America were paying $2 billion a year. Loggy. Innocent. I was thinking the other day, mate. I saw the movie title, Shower, or whatever it is. You always say I got showered. I was looking for old movies.
So, what's good? How are you guys doing?
Do you know a good riddle?
Good riddle?
Yeah.
No, I don't really. Do you know one?
I know some, but I think I already told most of them here.
I haven't heard them. So, if you want to share.
You heard of the 5 pirates one? That's a very easy one.
No.
Okay, you got 5 pirates, and there's a hierarchy between them. So there's captain, and then there's the second guy. If captain dies, second one becomes captain. If the second guy dies, then the third one becomes captain, all the way up to guy number 5.
Okay.
And then the pirates find a treasure, a lot of gold coins, and they want to split it. And there's a protocol for that kind of situation. So they have to come up. The captain have to come up with an offer of how the coins are going to be distributed. He can come up with any distribution he wants. So, for example, he can say, "I'm going to get all the coins," or he can say, "I'll get half the coins, and you split the other half," or he can say, "It's 1 coin for you, 1 coin each, and then I get the rest." Whatever he wants, he can offer as a proposal for distributing the treasure. But the others have to vote for it. including the captain, everyone votes for the proposition. If he get at least half the votes, then the proposition get accepted and they apply it. They do that distribution that was offered. But if they doesn't get at least half the votes, he gets less than half the votes, then he gets killed by the other pirates, and the next one becomes pirate, and he's the one now that is going to come up with an offer. So the challenge is to come up with an offer that will not only guarantee that they're going to accept your offer and you're not going to die, but also that you're going to end up with the most amount of coins possible. So you have to come up with the optimal offer.
Right.
There's another set of, like, there's the way the other parts think is that they're going to try to maximize their own gain. That's rule number 1. So they want to gain the most amount of coins. And if they have 2 options of rejecting or accepting an offer, and in both cases they would end up with the same amount of money, then they will always choose to reject it. So if it doesn't matter their action, they end up with the same amount, they will reject it. So that's how the pirates choose whether or not they're going to accept it or not. That makes sense, or did I make it too complicated?
It makes kind of sense. So, for example, if the captain were to say that the captain gets, let's say, 10%, then the person under him gets more, he gets 15%, and then the person under that person gets 20%. Would that and then the remaining 2 gets 0. Would that be like, I understand this may not be the most optimal way, but would this be a plan that would
work?
That would be a terrible idea.
You would survive.
Because, no, wouldn't the 5th and 4th people kill whoever's above them to get their money?
No, because no. You only die if your offer gets rejected. So if you get less than half the votes, then you die. So if you're offering money to the second and third person, 30% and 20%, that's an offer they would accept. So you got 3 votes, including your own, and those 2. That's half of the vote. That's more than half of the votes. So you don't die.
So the pirates wouldn't kill out of greed or jealousy?
No, they follow the protocol. There's no getting out of the protocol.
Okay.
But they choose if they're going to reject or not based on then they're greedy. If they have the option of killing the captain, as long as they don't end up with less money than they would, then they do it.
Okay. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Oh no, you said no. I think they would reject it. You said 30% for the. Let me just do the write something here. Let me just get the solution real quick, just to check if they would accept that. There's a mechanism to know if they're going to accept it or not.
Right. Yeah, I was just thinking, like, if you were to give the yourself less than 2 other people, then if they were to reject it, then they would lower the amounts that they would be able to win as the captain. So that's kind of where my reasoning came from. The percentages I named were just random, but what matters in what I proposed is that it increases. So the first one is some percent, and then the second one is a little higher than that, and then the third one is a little higher than that, and then the 2 remaining, they just get 0.
Why does it need to increase?
Tell me. Yeah, 1 second. Oh, you said that. What's your offer again? Can you say that again, just so I can check it?
Right. So
you said like 10, 15, and 20% or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, it would need to be more than that, right? Since like it needs to sum up to 100%. But let's say it's let's say it's like $45, but for example, if it's $45 and you will keep $10, next person will keep $15, next person will keep $20, and then the rest gets 0. Then if they were to reject that offer, if the second person was to reject the offer, then they would go from $15 to $10 since they're the captain now. So they would need to accept the offer to get the max result possible.
Yeah, well,
Sorry,
they can.
Okay, so for numbers, making maybe like 25, 35, and 40%.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're distributing to the next 3? How much you said?
Top 3, 25, 35, 40%. And then the other 2 get nothing. But my question is, why does it have to increase?
That would be accepted, but that's not the optimal answer.
Yes, that's what I thought. It was just to get a better sense of the situation, because if it was the other way around, let's say the captain gets 40%, the second person gets 35%, and then the third person gets 25%. The problem in that is that the second and the third person, they're just going to reject your offer, since if they climb up the hierarchy by killing you off and becoming the new captain, they can get a higher a higher reward.
You said that they would both reject it. That's actually incorrect. One of them wouldn't reject it. I won't tell you which one, but one of them would accept it. But that's only one. So you have 1 vote, 2 votes out of 5. That's not enough. You need at least 3 because you're 5 people.
Sorry, I was just thrown out of the voice chat for some reason. What did you say?
I said that if you would offer those percentages for this second and third person.
Which percentages? To like the increase?
I don't remember. But but either case, one of them would accept and the other one would reject it.
What if you offered a third to each of the 3, like to 3, 4, and 5, and then the captain and like number 1 and 2 don't get anything?
You said you offer for 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Yeah, 1/3 to each 3, 4, and 5, and then 0 for the first 2.
But you're the captain, so
well, then you get nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, you would survive. They would accept it, but that's not the optimal solution. The challenge is to get the most amount of money out of this situation.
As the captain?
Not just to survive. Yes.
Oh, I see.
So you're the captain. Leave the situation with your pockets as full as you can.
Oh, okay. So let's say the captain gets 100%. Let's say the captain gets 100%. Then that would mean that the second. What did you say?
Then he dies. No one's gonna accept that offer.
Well, but if they were to reject that offer, then they become the captain, and the other ones will vote against them and kill them. So maybe that would be a
they're
reason.
gonna make a better one. No, they'll give. Each captain can. Yes.
Oh, you can change it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the captain decides the offer.
It was a good
so
idea.
If
though.
you die,
if it was just like stationary, like a constant amount, you choose it, you can't change it, then that'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so they can change the whole rule basically. If they kill you off. Okay, that's
actually
that's different from what I interpreted.
Let me think. No, yeah, that would work. Yeah.
What do you mean by that would work?
I'm saying that would work like if your offer would have to be fixed for the other captains too. That would work.
I see.
2 and 3 would definitely vote for you. because otherwise they, you know. Oh, not really. Let me
Yeah,
see.
just
Wait. I think actually you would die. Let me see. Let me check it.
Bom dia, bom dia.
Bom dia. Boa tarde, na verdade.
Oh yeah, nice. I knew I'd at least get bacon to say what's up.
Yeah, I said yo.
No, I saw you light up too. I was sipping my coffee. Give me a second. Stayed up way too late last night. Talking about Allah.
Allahu Akbar.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Walaikum salam.
mashallah.
See, I wish Christians would do that. I wish I could be like, "What's up, everybody? Praise Jesus," and they'd be like, "Praise Jesus!" Like, but it's kind of like I'm not hating on my Christian brothers whatsoever. I'm merely saying that you guys got a cool thing. I'm probably going to be saying that and like saying "What's up" to you guys because I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Islam teaches that the Prophet ﷺ, he said that you should like give salam to everyone you meet. So like anyone you meet in the street, even if you don't know them, you should always like greet them. And I think that's right. I think that's a good thing. But like these days, I sometimes say hi to people on the street and they look at me like, "Who the fuck are you?" Like as though I fucking offer them poison or something.
Yeah, the caveat to that though, that the salam is the greeting of the Muslims. So you give it to any Muslims, it's prescribed. You get a lot of reward for giving it to
No.
Muslims.
I'll just say hi. If the person that doesn't look like a Muslim, I'll just say hi, even hi, and like just one of those things. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
No, you're right. Like people aren't as as kind of welcoming and they don't have the grace to return greetings that much anymore. Or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's always kind of been like that. But the reason it's like so predominant in Islam is because this is it's a teaching. It's Islamic. It's a right. Haqq al-Muslim al-Muslim. The right of a Muslim on another Muslim is that you return the greeting. It's actually sinful not to.
I've also noticed when you greet people in their native tongue, it's a massive conversation starter. There are topics that you didn't even know you were going to talk about that day that you're now talking about just because you knew a couple words in another language, and it's so
People
much
eat
fun.
that up.
Yeah, but in such a wholesome way, because I think what it is like, especially today, they're like, "Oh, you can't do that. You're white. That's cultural appropriation, or you can't do this. You look that way." And it's like people are so sick of that. And one of the most exciting things that a human being can do is travel to another place and experience somebody else's culture. And you can really bump that up a level if you try to immerse yourself and begin to speak with these people in their tongue. If you force them to speak your tongue, you're going to get the same information, but it's going to be so much different just because of the way language is spoken. And I'm sorry I'm being long-winded, but yeah, I think it's awesome.
Platypus, do you reckon that's why we have so much problem with the Globers? Because we don't speak their language.
Yo, that's kind of true. We are focused on truth. And we're also willing to say that we were wrong in the first place about the globe. It's like, yeah, we were wrong. And a lot of Globers seem to not even be able to get to the I might be wrong. But and of course I'm sure someone will unmute right now and say, well, that's because you don't have an understanding of physics and science and blah blah blah. But we all know where that goes. So
I'm more curious what the optimal breakdown for these pirates is. So far, I got like 1/3 for each of the captain, the 2 under him. But what's better than that?
There's a lot better than that.
Pirates? There's pirates? Hold on. What did I miss?
It's a riddle.
Oh, I love riddles. Can I hear it?
Sure. 5 pirates, you're a captain. You found money, you found treasure, gotta split the coins. you have to make an offer on how the coins are going to be split. And then everyone vote, including you. If you get at least half the votes, then your offer gets applied. If you don't get half the votes, at least half the votes, then you get thrown into the ocean, and the next one becomes pirate, and now it's his turn to make an offer. The challenge is to make an offer that they would be accepted, so you don't die, but also that you end up with the most amount of money.
The
I've
most
heard this
amount?
one. I've heard this one. Go
Yes.
ahead. Yeah, I've heard
I'm
this
supposed
one.
to end up with the
Bacon.
most amount of money, and I can only do it through voting.
No, you have to come up with an offer.
And we're all pirates, so we don't. Do we go by pirate code, or are there any
there's
laws?
pirate code. You can't kill each other.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
well,
okay.
the only way to kill each other is by rejecting their offer. And here's the thing: if for each pirate individually, what they want to do is to maximize their gain, and secondly, they want to see other pirates being thrown to the ocean. So if it doesn't matter if they accept.
Is it for the captain to get the most, or each pirate to get the most?
For the captain, you're the captain in the riddle, and you have to come up alive with the most amount of
All
money.
right, I've got the answer.
Can I bribe someone else? Can I bribe someone else? Then I have the answer.
If somebody's gonna like yell out the answer, can you tell me that you're gonna do it before? Because I am thinking about this right now, and I don't
Well,
necessarily.
I think
want to
I've got the answer, but if you want to give it a
Oh,
shot.
DM me. DM me. Let me see if you got it right.
Who's this, Bacon?
Yes.
Okay.
The Bob Research Flat Moon. It is.
Bacon.
Nice one.
Bacon, am I allowed to bribe people? Like, am I allowed to, like, I can divide
you
it
have to make
however
an
I
offer.
want.
That's
Like, I
it.
can.
Yeah, you can divide however you want.
How many
yes,
coins
and
are
they're,
there?
they're gonna. Let's say there's 100, just to make division easy.
Okay. I'm going to DM you. I think I have an answer.
But it actually doesn't really
no
matter.
secret deals. Everything has to be above board. It has to be an offer for everyone.
And
I would just suggest it's a bit more intricate. You really have to think about it because the answer is not sort of intuitive, but it does make sense at the end. Only because I've heard it before as well. I'm struggling to remember it exactly, but yeah, okay.
My only thing is generally doesn't everybody want to survive? So isn't that the ultimate goal here? Is to survive, not the coins?
Yeah, it doesn't. Really
that's the
make sense
first
because
goal.
The strategy would be to kill off the other pirates, because then it's like you're killing off your chances of survival.
And I just have to have 51% of the coins, right? Or
No, just as much as
A
possible.
maximum, as much as you can possibly get for yourself.
Okay. Couldn't I just say that? Why don't? Okay. Could I propose that we go and just bury all the coins and come back later, and then I just come back before everybody else and get all the coins, or is that not a thing I can do?
What do you think? Come on, Platypus. Come on,
it's just a certain.
Yeah,
amount
why
of
would they
coins
agree
for
to
each
that? They want their
person. That's
cash,
it.
man.
Bacon, did you say 5 people?
They want
In
that
total,
booty.
5
Get
people
along as
altogether.
pirates.
Yeah, 5 people. You and other 4, and you vote too.
Okay.
They want that booty, so that when they get their
Why
land
isn't
legs,
the
they can
offer
buy
just
that
to
booty.
kill? Why isn't the offer to just kill the other 2 pirates, then the 3 of you split it 3 ways?
Wait, am I the
Because
captain?
that will violate protocol. You're the
Because
captain.
they're all pirates. That's the key to this riddle. They're all
Okay.
pirates.
I want to. All right. I'd like to solve the riddle. I would propose that. And how many pirates are there?
5, man.
5 pirates. All right, dude. I just woke up. I'm still drinking my coffee here. Okay.
Take your time. We're not going to solve it if you don't want any pirates in there.
I would say everybody, all the other pirates get 10 coins each, and I get 60 coins. And I would tell the pirates that it's I'm getting the lion's share, so to speak, because I've got to repair the ship. I got to hire new crew. You guys got all your coins. You're probably going to go fuck off and get drunk and fuck whores on an island for like 3 weeks or something. I gotta get just get some replacements. Just get them to understand. They still get 10 coins. That's a lot of coins, right?
No, they'll kill you and they'll say that
Yep.
we could
Yep.
do
We're
the repairs at a fraction of the cost.
Yeah, we're dealing with pirates here, sir.
Well, Bacon is going to tell you why that's the wrong answer, Platypus.
Fair enough. Let me hear it. Lay it on me.
Lay
you
on
guys
me.
want to know the answer?
We're not the
No,
pirates
tell
now
him
with
why
the
his
Moors in
answer doesn't
Tahiti. Get on it.
What was his answer?
That he gets 60%, and then they all get 10% each.
And he tells him to go have a good time. In
Well, that
Tahiti
would
with
be
the Moors.
accepted. It's just not the optimal solution. You can get more money than that.
That would be
I would
accepted.
say whoever. I would say because
Yes.
there's 5 people. So
They would be
take the
happy with
other
10%.
Yeah, but you can
Well,
get
not
more than
all of
that.
them, but
Yeah,
enough for.
I have an answer. They can give me all the coins, and then I'll cut them notes where they can come back later and get the real coins. But in the meantime, the notes will go circle around in the economy, and they can just use that the whole time.
Nice.
And then
The
I can
IOUs.
loan them their own, and then I'll just loan them their own coins for an
Fiat, the
interest.
pirate fiat currency.
I got. Here's my answer.
Currency.
Maybe.
No, I got it. No, I got it. That was the answer. That was the answer.
Sorry, what'd you say?
No, I'm just kidding. Of
You
course,
take
that
all
wasn't
the
the answer.
coins to yourself, and then you issue them notes where they can come back and get the coins if they want it, and then you start loaning them.
Promissory notes.
Yeah, promissory notes.
How about this, Bacon?
I
How
would
about
say to them
you
straight,
get
I would say
80% as
whoever
the
wins.
captain, and then you give the last two 10% each.
I would say whoever wins, last man standing gets all of it because there's 4, and I'll be the judge. You get 2 of them to fight each other. Then whoever wins, there'll be 2 guys left, and they fight each other. And then whoever wins from there, then he'll be too weak, and I'll stab him in the back and take all the money.
That's good. That's close enough to the mechanism behind the solution, bud, I think.
Better yet, you get 90% and you give the last two 5% each.
No, you don't
Sorry,
understand.
say that
There's
again?
5 people. I'll be the judge. There's 5 people, so I'll get say 2 1-on-1 and 1-on-1, and then the winner from each one of those goes against each other as well. And then the winner, obviously, from there, I say you get. I don't know.
What are you talking about?
You're under
Yo,
the
my
track,
answer,
I would
Bacon,
say.
you get like 80% or 90%, and then the rest is split between the last two.
Yeah, remember you're
The
all
less
cutthroat, so you
you
want to
die.
maximize
Yeah.
your own.
Why would I
share.
die?
So the very maximum amount you can get.
Because you're not gonna get enough votes.
What
Oh,
if
wait, how many coins? How many coins you said?
he said
Like 80% to the captain, and then 10% to each of the last two.
Okay, let me see.
Well, no, because then you'd still have 2 people that'll vote.
Yeah,
No,
but you
that
have
would
the
be
majority.
that would be accepted. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You could even push it farther, 9% for the captain, 5% for each of the last two.
I would
Depends
say
on
push it.
how much they're willing to take.
Give yourself 98 coins, and then just give 1 coin out to the last 2. Even
Yeah,
there.
you could.
Actually, that
I
wouldn't
don't know
work.
if you could push it that much. You know, they
No,
might not.
you
feel
can't
like-
push that much.
They'd probably still say no. So what is 1 coin? You know, like 1% is nothing.
Well, what if you
Well,
gave?
that's-
Hold on, if the offer gets rejected, and you're offering 0 coins to the last person, then the last person gets killed off. Or no, do you get killed off?
No. You get killed off, and then
okay.
then the next person, number 2, becomes captain.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I don't know. That's just tricky.
That's why you don't give it to the middle people. You give it to the last 2, because even if they vote no, then they're not going to get it. So they're incentivized to accept the offer.
Oh,
Can I take the money and set the ship on fire and jump?
You know the
Can
solution,
I-
so you shouldn't have given it away.
wait. Another quick question. Can I speak to the crew members individually and get their answer in
No.
private? No, it has to be out
No.
in the open in front of everybody.
Yeah.
This guy's like playing Survivor, man.
Oh,
Really
dude.
deal.
I'll be sneaking the matches.
Surely
I'll
the
sneak 'em.
answer is in the
You
riddle
actually get
itself.
into the role, Flattypuss, and speak in a pirate accent. Your next answer you're going to give to Bacon.
Here, you know I can, buddy. I be
Oh,
seeing
but
you
got
want
it
me
completely wrong.
treasure.
You got it complete, most pirates were Irishmen, and they had a really thick Irish accent, and they'd be going, "Oh, ER, how are you today?
Oh, ER, how you doing today? You're
So
lucky
Bacon,
we're in the
what's-
17th century. We don't have any burglar alarms.
You've been watching too much Pirates of the
Yeah, that's actually a
Caribbean.
pretty good accent.
I just woke up. I got like
Yeah,
a scratchy voice, so I can do it really well.
Is
So,
it Wake
Bacon,
and
what's the
Bake
most
Time,
optimal
Flattypuss?
breakdown?
Wake and Bake Time, nice one.
Yeah, you can actually win this by offering simply 2 coins. The question is to who?
Oh, the last 2.
Yeah.
No, that would kill you.
I still think my answer was right because I would have them in debt.
If you'd offer,
back
You give it to number 3 and number 5.
Pirates later. Like it'd be like the Pirates' fucking great grandkids still paying back my interest, and I'd just still be charging more.
I did like your promissory notes idea.
That's
I thought it was
excellent.
really funny.
That's actually the way it's fucking happening, which is what makes it funnier. And all the pirates' ancestors then are thinking that they're going to collect the bounty in terms of all of the promissory notes when the coinage lays elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna bury all the treasure on an island, and then when they come to take their promissory notes back, I'm just gonna disappear, and there's gonna be no fucking coins left.
And I say, if you like serious riddles, the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band and the connection to what's his name? What the fuck is the guy's name? Edgar Allan Poe and his short story. What's the name of his short story now? I have to think about it. Right? When I think about it, that's a real riddle. There's a massive riddle on the cover of that album. It's already been solved, but if you didn't know about it, very good. It's along the same lines. It's I think of the name of the short story by Edgar Allan Poe in a moment, please. But it's about finding hidden treasure. So if you read the book itself, now you have a starting point on the cover of Sgt. Pepper's, and you find the hidden treasure detailed in. I think of the name. Goldbug. You have anyone here at Dallas Goldbug? The name of the book is Goldbug. So just type in, if you want, Goldbug, Edgar Allan Poe, and maybe if you want Sgt. Pepper's, because you might get a link for the solution to it. Excellent riddle. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Can I tell you my idea of what should be done here in this riddle of yours?
What?
Okay, we're talking about pirates now, right?
Yeah.
So you guys have a riddle, and automatically you go to mathematics, right? That's a problem.
It is a mathematical riddle.
No, it's not. You asked how you would do the thing, right? You asked the solution, how you keep the most money, right? That was your question?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So you're pirates, right? This is my solution, how you keep everything. You don't give a penny to anybody. Ready?
You kill everyone?
Go ahead, S.A.
You wait till the pirates are asleep, and you kill them while they're sleeping.
But then you have no crew, bro. You're gonna die in the open sea.
No, you wait. Hold on. You wait until you're near the shore, right? And then you just hire another crew. You have all the money. There you go.
That's what I thought.
No mathematics needed.
Probably not the best one.
You're allowed to kill everyone if you can demonstrate you know how to do celestial navigation to survive in the ocean.
Nice try. Nice try.
Is that a flat pirate ocean or a curved Big Bend?
I'm gonna start calling you Nathan from now on.
Listen, Nick is just sad that I solved the riddle better than he did.
So you keep 98%. You give 1% to number 3 and 1% to number 5.
Well, you keep 98 coins if there's 100. You can. It doesn't matter how many coins there are. You only have to offer 2 to other pirates.
Sure.
1 each. There's 2 parts that you have to offer, and it's just 1 each, and you get the rest.
Number 3 and number 5.
Okay, I understand the logic there, but why don't the 4 other pirates just look at each other and kill you, and then they get 25 coins each?
Because they follow pirate code.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, the pirate code is there is no code. You guys are not being good pirates. You're not, the riddle. You're not utilizing the tools you have. Pirates are ruthless. So you kill everybody while they're sleeping, and you get it all. That's what a pirate would
riddles
do.
work?
Okay, that's a riddle, but it's a bit lacking in a sense. I'll tell you about the real riddles that we should be fucking concerned ourselves with. I just told you about one. Another one is, here's one for you. Why is a raven like a writing desk? That's a real riddle, and it's one of the most famous riddles, but it's said to have no real answer. But I maintain there is a real answer, and it's waiting for us, just like that riddle that Bacon gave, to come across the answer itself, and it'll be satisfactory to all. Anyway, you don't have to dwell on that, but any readers of Alice in Wonderland will understand the reference to the riddle. Why is a raven like a writing desk?
Okay, so I learned that a long time ago, and I learned that there was an answer to that riddle. Did you? Are you sure?
Well,
maybe my teacher just gave me the answer that they thought. I don't know.
Right.
But
There is an answer to the riddle. Peach has come up with the answer to the riddle. But that's a different matter. But there is an answer. But according to the great minds who value Alice in Wonderland and great pros, hang on, yeah, there is no real answer. It was a joke, sort of riddle, but it's not true.
Okay, I'll give you a real life riddle. Okay, real life. When is a hump also a drop, Pete?
your granny's body.
When is a hump also a drop?
When you're burning in hell for being a liar.
There it is.
When you have more than one reference.
When you're rising, hey, I have a great answer. Se, just an off the cuff answer. When you're rising to fame and fortune, isn't that a good one? Isn't that a good one?
Not bad, not bad.
Only because you have to sell your soul to the devil. So no matter how you perceive this rise to fame, there's always a massive decline. Play. Not bad.
That's not the answer, but not bad, Pete. Not bad.
Well, I know the answer already. When you're a fucking ball earther, is
There you go. There you go. There you go, Pete. You get all the coins.
Was it the Raven?
I even have the peg leg to store them all inside.
Oh, dude, Pete. You could do some crazy like pirate peg leg videos. That would be fucking hilarious if you so choose.
Well, exactly.
chose to
I
do
could
that.
do you know, in that riddle scenario, imagine we just transferred it to some sort of absurd scenario. Well, I'm the pirate captain, and I have a little trained monkey or something as I'm presenting the riddle to all the lads, and they're trying to work out the intricacies of it, slipping all the coins into my fake leg, and as everyone is busting their arse
Between me and Pete,
into it, I walk away, heavy leg.
Between me and Pete, we could reenact the whole Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, we forgot about Jeremy. Yeah.
I got a riddle.
Hey, Jeremy, one IB. That's what I think God has in store for my son. I think it's so bad to lose an eye, or to lose vision in the eye. But at the same time, all IB, one IB. I'm happy enough to think there's a greater plan in play for all of our lasses.
I'll tell you right now, I'd rather have one eye than one leg.
I got a riddle.
I would as well, Jeremy.
A container without hinges, lock or key, yet a golden treasure lies inside me. What am I?
Say that again.
Where'd you come from? Middle Earth with that riddle?
No, that sounded dope. Yeah, say it again.
A container without hinges, lock or a key, yet a golden treasure lies inside me. What am I?
Like, I want to say a clam right off the bat.
I want to say your heart.
Egg.
An egg. Yeah, that makes sense. It's the golden yolk.
Yep, that's it. It's an egg.
Oh, nice. Who said that? Did you already know it, or are you just super smart?
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
It's a pretty popular riddle.
I got one. It's let me see if I can tell it right. I can't. I don't want to mess it up. You peel the outside and cook the inside. Then you eat the outside and you throw away the inside. What is it?
I heard that as well before.
Say it again.
You peel the outside, or you could say that you remove the outside. Then you cook the inside. Then you eat the outside. And then you throw away the inside. What is it?
Sounds like confusion.
No, it makes. Yeah, I promise it makes sense.
Every riddle makes sense, right? I heard that before as well. Oh yeah, I remember the answer as well. I do remember the answer.
Hey, do you remember if there was more than one answer to this one, or is it just one thing?
I thought my own answer was a coconut, but well, I didn't mean to give away the real answer. So I think my own answer was a coconut, but not quite. So it wasn't quite right.
Well, you don't. Do you cook the outside of a coconut?
That was my answer. I can give you the answer. Well, I won't give it if you want to guess it, but it's something along those lines. So think about that.
I thought you cooked the inside.
Hey, You don't cook the inside of a coconut.
You remove the outside, cook the inside. Oh, right. Yeah, I totally screwed that up. But it's not a coconut. Still, it's still not.
That
a
was
coconut.
I think that was my best initial guess when I heard it, but
yeah,
it's
kind of close. It's same but different. Yeah,
it's similar. Think about a foodstuff that is so predominant in America, I guess, more so than anywhere else.
There's one answer, and then there's like a C+ answer that kind of fits all those parameters, but you'd have to like give me very specific reasoning why you throw away the inside on that one.
Right.
But it could be two answers, yeah.
No, but it's not. The correct answer is the one, isn't it? Of course, we'll all agree on that.
Yeah. Well, it'll make sense, yeah. You guys stumped, or you want some more time?
I had a really horrible joke that I'm not gonna say. So I don't know. I was thinking,
well, thanks for that.
I was thinking something that I don't know. It would have to be alive if you eat it, right? So
Sure, it's some kind of fruit with a massive seed in it, or just a seed that you can't eat.
You're thinking about pussy, or okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to get it out loud.
Jeez Louise, guys, come on.
Peel off the knickers. Okay, sorry about that.
My virgin ears, guys. I got headphones in. I can't just,
Sorry, I'll turn down my volume.
What's the question?
I'm only up at 52. Sorry about that.
The riddle is you peel the outside, you cook the inside, you throw away the out. No, sorry. You peel the outside, cook the inside, you eat the outside, and you throw away the inside.
A riddle when you're ready. I made up myself. I think you'll be satisfied with the answer as well. So when you're ready.
Oh, is it sweet corn?
I'll slip it in here.
There you go. Who said it?
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
It definitely wasn't me this time either.
It's corn.
Yeah, it is corn. Corn on the cob. American staple. I have a riddle.
What? Okay, I got a short one for you.
Can't look it up because I came up with it myself.
It comes to life when it dries out.
I guess you should explain the answer. Why it is corn.
Because I said so.
Anyone who's confused, for anyone who's thinking about the riddle, maybe just explain it.
Oh yeah, you peel the outside of corn, and then you boil it, which is like cooking it, and then you eat obviously the outside that's left, and you throw away the cob.
Yeah, that's it. Excellent. Oh
but
yeah.
What was that other one? It comes to life when it dries out.
Yeah.
Comes to life when it dries out. Oh, that's a simple one, isn't it? That's okay. Let's think about what can fit that bill.
I can ask one.
About leather.
Nope.
Comes to life when it dries out.
Talking about the beach? No, it's not the beach, is it?
Hey, to save me a lot of effort, I'm only going to respond when somebody gets it right.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I'd wait.
Like, it reminds me of that riddle, what gets wet while drying, which is a towel.
Pussy.
You speak for your own experiences.
But what comes to life when drying out?
Is it a hair dryer? That shit that women blow on their hair that's really loud? A hair blower or whatever?
You're thinking about pussy again.
Drying out.
But drying out, right? It's like, meh. It's kind of like alive. I don't know.
Hang on.
Well, I'm trying to think of something dead that's wet.
All good
like
riddles
what's not alive that's wet that you have to dry out and then it comes to life? Like I'm not really.
Is it writing?
I was thinking in terms
of wait a minute.
Is it printing press?
When it dries out though.
I was thinking in terms of a cloud somehow, but okay.
Is it a painting?
I was gonna say, is it a painting?
No, it's the closest so far.
Okay, so we're either writing or something.
Come on, guys. We figured out that they didn't go to the moon. We can figure this shit out.
That shit wasn't.
No, you should know what the answer is. Just what's the operative Ting.
Yeah. Very simple riddle, so we got to break down the words. It comes to life when it dries out. Okay.
Noah, you already know what the answer is.
No, I don't. Noah, did you say
Your
Noah
name's
is
not
the answer?
your name's not Noah.
Oh, I thought you were saying the flood is the answer. So the Earth came back to life when the Earth's surface
Oh my
dried out.
days.
That's
Noah,
actually a good answer.
Noah, you
dude,
know the
that's no,
answer.
dude.
Use your head.
But that's good. That's really good, though. That's, I mean, yeah, like
But
after
you
the
could say
flood,
that
the
about
world
all
coming back to
animals.
life.
You
That's
can
an
just say
excellent
all life.
answer off the cuff again, yeah.
Oh, flipping
It's
simple.
wrong, but good answer.
Okay, so it's not a painting, but we're close.
It's ink. Noah already said the answer. I just don't know why I didn't finish it.
It's ink.
Yeah. He
How does
said
ink
writing,
come to
printing
life?
press, but writing is not the thing. Ink is the thing.
Calligraphy.
Anyway.
Okay.
I see.
But I
I like
suppose
that.
writing could be right, but specifically it's written ink, whatever.
I see.
Anyway.
That's what I was. I was thinking about it, but yeah.
No, that's no. If that's the answer, it's
Nobody
so-
asked you, Pete.
Yeah, but it's not satisfactory completely, is it? What is the solution? Writing.
Come on, Pete, what satisfies
ink.
What satisfies you?
But writing, you don't have to write in ink. You know what I mean?
That's what
Ink is dead until it starts drying out. It serves no purpose while it's wet.
Okay, is that satisfactory to everyone? Let me think about any flaws in that. Okay. Is there any other possible solution?
It's a riddle.
I think my answer
It doesn't
about
have
Noah's
to be
flood
satisfactory
is a
to the
good
one
as
hearing
well.
it.
Okay.
Look, you don't
Comes
get
to
the
life when
gold.
it dries out. Ink is the answer.
You
Okay.
walk away with your head held in shame.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm just working my way through it. Ink.
Um.
I wouldn't know. That's not satisfactory. I don't think. Full stop made from ink when it dries out is nothing.
I got a riddle.
It doesn't matter what you think. The answer is ink.
I got a riddle. What smells like skunk and looks like romaine, and makes you think amazing thoughts inside your brain?
Mama's punani.
Marijuana.
Yeah.
Whoa, dude.
I just smoked a bowl of it earlier.
Whoa, dude.
Punani? What? Okay. I get that what comes to life when it dries out ink, but it's not totally satisfactory. It really isn't. Because then there's the word.
Oh, the fact that
The
you're
interpretive
keeping going on
contradiction,
is
yeah.
exactly why it's perfect. Well done, Noah.
Okay, fair enough. I don't think it's perfect. It's probably good.
Good morning, gentlemen. What's the conversation today?
It is a riddle, and
Wait, I
this
got
is.
one. I got
Okay,
one.
go ahead.
What speaks ceaselessly but never says a word?
Oh, that's a good one.
Conscience.
Hint, they're in the room.
Conscience is my first offering.
Jesus,
Glover.
Louises.
What's dumb as fuck, eats McToon, and never has a non-fallacious goon?
It's Simon Dan.
What are three things you can, or sorry, no, what are two things that you could never eat for breakfast?
But it has to be edible.
Lunch and dinner.
Oh, nice, dude. Nice. No, it's lunch and dinner. You got it. I'm trying not to give any weird riddles here. I'm just trying to give like normal riddles.
It's too
Let
easy.
me give you a riddle that none of you have heard before. So you won't be able to Google this because I invented it myself. Two C's lead to tic-tac-toe. How so? Two C's lead to tic-tac-toe. How so? That's the riddle. It's probably simple enough, but it's still a riddle. Oh, just once again, two C's
Chalk.
lead to tic-tac-toe. How so?
You put the two C's together, making an O, and you put the O in the third spot, and you win the game.
It's chalk.
Okay, that's a good. I Platypus. That's a good offering. It's not correct, but yes, when I give it a solution, you'll understand that it's a good offering.
Dude, chalk seems like the answer.
But it's not.
Did he say two? Wait, did he say 2 C's?
Yeah, he said 2 C's.
2 C's
Oh,
lead
okay,
to
no worries.
tic-tac-toe. How so? Now, why is chalk the answer, first of all? And I'll tell you it's not the answer, but why do you offer
Nah,
that
I
it is the
wasn't. I
answer?
wasn't aware you said 2 C's until just now.
Okay.
Carry
Yeah,
on.
2 C's lead to tic-tac-toe. How so? I'll show you the answer and you'll be satisfied.
Oh, because
Probably
you got the
children.
C in, no. You got the C in tick and the C in tack.
Oh, that's not the answer, even though
Is it
that's true,
children?
but that's not the
It's
answer.
true. It's true. It might not. I might be wrong, but it's true.
Is it a
Is it-
male?
That's what I said. It's
Is
not
it
the
2
answer.
children?
Yeah.
Is it a
You were
male?
closer. You were closer on your first offering, Flattypuss, to give you a clue. Remember, you won't be able to look this up anywhere.
Crisscross. You by putting an X, you put a crisscross down. There's the C, the 2 C's in crisscross.
Oh, you're so close, man. I think I might give you the answer in a sense because you're absolutely so close. I'll give you the answer.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll give you the answer. Just look in chat there, pictorial form.
All right, 1
You
second.
got the 2 C's. When you connect them one way, you get the O. When you connect them the other way, you get the X. So tic-tac-toe
Oh,
is X.
I was close. Okay, cool.
Yes, you are. That's a good one, isn't it? It's not too bad.
Yeah. Here, I got one for you guys. Before Mount Everest was discovered, what was the highest mountain in the world?
Oh, I have this one straight away. I didn't hear that, but I know it's Mount Everest.
Yeah, I can't get nothing past you, Pete, huh?
Well, that one is.
That's correct. The answer is Mount Everest. It just wasn't discovered yet.
And actually, that's not the highest mountain in the world. Did you hear that conspiracy? Or an accepted fact almost. It's because of the bulge at the equator of the spinning ball Earth, where anything is possible, that you have many lower, what would you call them? Extensions of the Earth, which are actually higher, though, from a certain benchmark or a relative point of view. That's amazing. I heard that recently, the last couple of months.
What is
How does that shit
red?
work on a flat Earth, a platypus? How does that work on a flat Earth? See how it
Blood.
works on a ball Earth. On a flat Earth, not sure.
Somebody's just like blood.
Yeah, you didn't finish the riddle, so I thought I'd just jump in.
Dude, I have a good one.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, all day long, it's in and out. I discharge loads from my shaft. Both men and women go down on me. What am I?
You're a fucking prostitute.
An elevator.
Yup, an elevator.
Wow, I literally kind of like blacked out. It was like I thought you were saying something super dirty, and I was just like, all right, I'm gonna just stop listening. I don't want to
That
hear
was the
this
point,
right now.
right? It was to distract you filthy individuals from the answer.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to
I
keep
was
my
gonna
mind
say
out of the gutter.
toilet.
All right, this one.
You gotta stop setting me up. These are too easy.
I think this is another easy one for you. I don't know. What is red and smells like blue paint?
Red paint.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Dude, I'm sorry. It's easy. Look, I'm not coming up with my own fucking riddles here. I'm on the internet, just like looking at these.
Keep it up, platypus. Don't apologize.
Come up with some originals. Let's go.
Okay, yeah. I want to come up with an original. That's
Let me
so
tell
true.
you an original, and this is a doubly original riddle because I actually give the answer, and it's actually flat Earth connected and related. Would you believe? And I mentioned this over in Gem Pandas on my own channel, other places. But here's the riddle. And I'll give the answer as well. What do you get when you overlay a dartboard atop a chessboard? The answer is a boxing ring. Now you have to justify the answer to yourself, and as I said, it's flat Earth related. But I guess don't be trying to give an answer because the answer's already given. It's a boxing ring, but you got to say why. That's the question. It's a mad riddle, though, isn't it? But great one. One of the greatest riddles, I think, around because it connects flat Earth thinking, globe Earth thinking, and why the two are combined. So yeah, it's a great one. But there's going to be no easy answer because the answer is already given.
All right, here's an easy one. Where do fish keep their money?
The riverbank.
Yeah,
Fish don't have money.
Yo, dude, that was like a fucking brain blast for me. I literally I did like a That's So Raven, like where like my eye started like swirling and I could see the riverbank in my mind.
Hey, whoever was talking about the promissory notes, currencies, the riverbank, it's all the pirates have extended themselves onto the land, and we've forgotten what the land is. If the pirates, and you go to the pirates and appeal and say, well, I'm the king of this land, and I show them Ireland on a globe, they'll go, yeah, grand, nice one, and they'll pretend that you have some authority, but at the backdrop they'll know that you're fucking insane. Now, if you present, I'm not saying a Gleason's map, but if at least you say you're a flat earther, now king of that land is a different matter. If you notice, all the banks, the early banks, and even the courthouses were all adjacent to the river, because this is the flow, the extension, the connection to the greater, I guess, seas of, well, it is an inundation. It is a extrapolate or a assertion onto the land. And this is how all of the governments work. And this is why currency is exactly that. So why a bank is exactly that. And anyone, of course, knows that Jordan Maxwell talks about this. But Jordan Maxwell doesn't talk too much about the stationary flat Earth. Well, he doesn't talk about anything anymore because he's dead.
PJ, there's a river in all of our houses. Solve that riddle.
Wieners.
Nope.
I don't know.
Okay, there's a river in all of our houses. How
Ends
so?
to all
Okay,
of our
excellent.
houses. What am I?
Okay, so
the money
ahead.
that is just flowing out of your bank account in order to own a house. There's a
No.
river of money that you're spending.
No, but it could be related.
I get bonus points at least. Give me like a fucking participation
Yeah,
trophy.
get like a side quest or something like that.
I got one. I got an original one next. It's probably not very good. I don't know. We'll see.
Come on, Pete, surprised you
yeah.
don't know this. A river that
Don't
extends
know
to all.
that. Don't
Come
know
on,
that.
no.
Think about it.
Oh, electricity. It's electricity.
Very close.
Oh, excellent, bud. Excellent. Why did you give me that so easily? That was excellent. Excellent. Another
You're a lot
current.
closer.
Yeah.
Not electricity, because electricity is not actually a river.
It's a
Well,
current
but
flow,
it has a
though.
current.
It is a current
That's the
flow, and a
thing.
river can't be a river without a current flow, right?
That's okay. If it's not electricity,
you're about almost spot on.
I mean, is it just straight up? Is it just straight up the water that we get from the city, or?
Yep, it's your plumbing.
Okay.
I was going to say toilet bowl or toilet flow. Yeah, I was going to say something like that.
Yeah, toilet works, plumbing works, whatever you want. But that's a river that extends into your house.
Yeah, I get that.
You live on the side of a river, Pete Shea.
Just depends. Yes, we do, of course. If you have a connection to a main body of water, which is connected to a mainer body of water, it's all part of the same system. Excellent. I do like the electricity.
It's a river. It's a
answer as well.
You have a river and you have a pond in your toilet.
Have more than that. How many people now? When I tell you this, you look at your toilet in a different way. How everything flushes down in a spiraling fashion, but also when the toilet seat is up, you have you have an 8, not 2 8s. You have an 8. You have an 8 sort of the toilet seat as it's stood up, and you have the toilet bowl itself. Remember, King Elvis died. The King of Pop died on the throne. He didn't his arse die on the throne. It's a joke story, but it's telling you about the relationship between. I guess this is what that riddle is about: the greater truth and how it's to be found. Maybe such base places are all around us. Is your 8 you man, hate you man, your toilet bowl, the throne. Excellent. THR1, Game of Thrones.
Oh, I got one. Here's a real simple one. And I do have a hint in case nobody can get it. What's something that when you're not using, you sit on it? Oh, actually, fuck. This could just be anything.
Your money.
This could just be literally. You could sit on that.
Lodged in your savings account.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is retarded. I'm guys. I'm sorry. I'm retarded. That could literally be anything. It could be a toolbox. It could be a bucket. It could be your wallet. It could be a dresser. It could be your car. It could just literally be anything, because anything that you sit on could be a seat.
I think it's your savings account. Your savings account.
Well, I had in mind my wallet, because I put my wallet in my back pocket, and I was like, oh shit, like most women, like, well, there's no women in the server right now, so it's not an issue, but like that joke really only works for dudes. Or it's not a joke, is it? It's a riddle. Whatever, you get it. You guys get it.
Okay. What
What doesn't talk has a head but never weeps, has a bed but never sleeps. I'll say it again. What doesn't talk has a head but never weeps, has a bed but never sleeps.
Power.
A truck?
Garden.
That's not a bad one, but that's not the right answer.
Is it a truck or a boat?
Nope, boat's closer.
Because I'm pretty sure the bed is not a bed of cotton. It's something else.
I'll say it again for you here. What can run but not walk? Talks, has a head but never weeps, has a bed, never sleeps.
Oh, I missed the run but not walk part.
Sorry, that's probably because I'm using push to talk. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. That's new information. I like this.
He doesn't weep but talks.
Yeah, I'll say it again.
Is
What
it
can run but not walk? Talks, has a head but never weeps, has a bed but never sleeps.
Okay, so it runs, so it has some sort of power.
Yes, it can run.
A river.
But it talks.
No, it was said. It was said.
What was it?
Truck.
Oh yeah,
River.
that makes sense. A truck.
No, a river.
Oh, it's a river. I thought it was a truck.
I didn't do it again, guys. Come on.
Stop it, man. Jeez, let other people answer. God.
Talk, though.
Babbling.
Oh, babbling brook. Fuck, dude. Nice. Yo, real quick.
Come on,
real quick.
boys. Fix up.
Who here has heard of Only Connect? It's a British quiz show. Does anyone else?
Nope.
Dude, if you like riddles, you guys would absolutely love this completely autistic British show. I watch it, and I've never met somebody in real life that's heard of this show. I think it's just like a niche British. You've heard of it. Okay, great. You're the first person I've ever met. I love Only Connect. I've learned so much about.
Where have you been?
No. I've learned so much about like British stuff. It's a really cool show, and I've gotten a bunch of their questions right too. Like I've done okay for being an American playing a British quiz show. Like playing along as it plays on my television.
I'm in Ireland here, adjacent to Britain, and we usually get the day. I never heard that Only Connect.
It is. Go watch Only Connect. I'm serious. You'd probably be really good at it because they give you like there are 4 rounds. In the first round, they give you 4 clues, 1 clue at a time, and you have to find out the theme of the 4 clues. In the second round, they give you up to 3 clues, and you have to decide what the 4th clue would be in a sequence. The third round is a connecting wall, in which you are given 14 words or phrases, and there are 4 groups of 4 of the 4 words or phrases that will each have their own connection to them. And I think that's like a 2.5 minute wall that you have to do that. And then the final round is they give you words and phrases with all of the vowels removed, and they don't mess up the order, but they kind of scrunch them together in funny ways. And without vowels, you have to figure out what the phrases are. Sometimes they're absolutely hilarious because it's like they're like some British phrase I've never heard of. It'll be like tea winkle past noon, and I'll be like, all right, well, there's no way I would have figured that out. I don't even have those words in my head. But it's a fantastic quiz show. If you're
Nice one. I posted a link there so that I have it obviously to look into. I never heard of that now. I'll just say personally, I sort of lost interest in Sudoku or crosswords or anything like that. Because this is my own reason. But I will recommend the show to you in just if you're interested in British shows. You probably heard of it yourself. If you haven't, another similar line. It's based on a show called Countdown, but it's called 8 out of 10 Cats. So very good for the comedic level, but also for the testing of oneself throughout the course of the program itself via English language and mathematics as well. So 8 out of 10 cats if you're interested in that. So thanks for that. Yeah, thanks for that.
No, it'll test your knowledge of royalty and like bloodlines, history, pop culture knowledge. honestly, it makes Jeopardy and Americans look so fucking dumb. Like I honestly hated watching this show the first like month I was watching it, and the only reason I was watching it was because my friend kept putting it on. And I was like, dude, this show just makes me feel so dumb. Like I don't want to watch this. But then I started figuring out kind of the pattern, and it's like they'll give you some words, right? And you instantly start looking at the words and like rearranging the letters to see if there's any anagrams, or assigning their numerical alphabetical value and then adding those up to see if they like you start going down all it's literally like conspiracy theory 101, where it just starts teaching you to like think outside the box. It's a very fucking cool show. I really like it.
Excellent. And I had never heard of it, but I just posted something that was posted 5 months ago. So it is still in play, is it? So it's still in operation.
Oh yeah, and the what's her name? She's this British lady. She's got a huge rack and she does professional poker. Fucking what's her name?
She's married to that Mitchell, isn't it? Is it David Mitchell?
Samantha
Victoria.
Fox.
No, her name's Victoria.
Oh, I know her. Yeah, the poker girl.
The poker girl. Yeah, dude, she's lovely, and she's a great host for this show. Yeah, and
funny enough, she's married to David someone or other. I can't remember what his name is, but he has often appeared on 8 out of 10 Cats as well. I think they're the sort of intellectual couple that are doing the rounds. I actually have conspiracy thoughts about these people because do you know who they appeal to? Platypus. They appeal to the baller in all of us. The thing that we can't experience, we've no direct experience of, but we like to try to wrap our brains around because somewhere inside of us we know that all of this shit has been worked out by smarter people than us. There's a key in there, but very good. David Mitchell is her husband's name. Victoria C. It starts with C. Conrad or Condon or Condegree or something like that. I remember her, yeah. A chess player as well, actually, a commentator, if I'm not mistaken, on sort of international chess and world championships.
Vicky Corin, that's her name. Vicky
Corin.
Corin.
That was correct. Corin, yeah.
Yeah. Corin Mitchell. Yeah, she's funny. She's tolerable. I think I've enjoyed watching her win and lose at poker.
They're funny. I find that they're funny and tolerable, right? But once you get to realize that they are big stars and they have such major influence and they have great intelligence, intellect, but they're not talking about any of the shit that we're talking about. So in a sense, it's like Jeopardy on steroids, because what it's actually appealing to is the greater baller mind in all of us. I have more to say about that, actually, about the male and the female mind and how she stands out like Carl Vorderman, about what the reason behind that is. But I do think it's all propaganda in a way. It's all devious sort of programming, because none of these people talk about the serious matters which we're all concerned with here. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the whole point, though, is it's a game show. It's not supposed to bum you out. And I get what you're saying, though, Pete. And like, because since I've realized that we didn't go to the moon, that space is totally fake, I definitely went through a period of my life where I found it very hard to connect with your average everyday people. And one of the things that I've done to sort of make it better for me, in like just living in this like shared reality with everybody, is I watch 2 game shows. I watch Jeopardy and I watch Only Connect. I don't watch them every day, maybe once or twice a week, but I'll watch like 2 or 3 episodes like over the course of an hour with some friends. We'll smoke some weed, we'll watch the game show. And I also like to read the reviews and the summaries, the plot summaries of movies that come out. And I'll watch their trailers, but I'll never go see them. But I'll do it just so I can, like, I don't know, have something to shoot the shit with people about, because
exactly, don't worry about that. That's really bad. Don't worry about that. It tests your knowledge and it challenges your brain, but it's within. You're a flat earther. You understand that the greater system of lies in play. And here's where I think the devious part is. So don't worry about that or apologize. I watched the same thing. What did I learn the other day? The Alice band, the hair band, where that women attach around their head to keep their hair out of their eyes or whatever, is connected to Alice in Wonderland. I laughed when I heard that, or I laughed inside anyway, because I know there's such a great connection. So don't worry about that. There's things to be learned from every place, but the thing we got to realize as flat earthers characters, that show will appeal to the intellect of both males and females. But the problem is that the intellect then, once it becomes energized or charged, will realize its limitations against the greater minds that are in play. So in a sense, it's sort of supporting the scientific dictation that we live in. The heroes on the pedestals. You know what I'm trying to say? I think it's the same thing with the show QI. If you look that up, you've probably seen that before. Same thing with QI. You know, it's sort of testing our own ability or our own sort of alertness to the greater questions that can be asked. So how do you rate yourself, sort of thing. But their backdrop as part of the BBC or whatever is always against this greater scientific world where all the answers are delivered to you ultimately if only you choose to look, by greater people than you. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I'll stop there, but go ahead, bud. Listen to everything. Listen to every song, read every book. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, one thing that I love so much about Only Connect is, what do you guys call yourself? Brits? They call them Brits or British people? What's
I'm an
the
Irish
right term?
man. I call myself
I know
Peter.
you are.
How
I
you doing?
know. Okay. Well, I'm trying to refer to like people in the United Kingdom or people in England, whatever.
They're British people.
They
Brits.
have, Brits have this way about them where they're very polite. Their humor is often very dry, but super funny, very deep. And when they want to show protest, they're either like the Australians, like they're fucking just brutal. Like, oh my God, these people are so good at protesting and so good at showing how pissed off and fed up they are. Or they have this very clever sort of like, calling it sarcastic doesn't do it justice. But I remember watching some episodes during the pandemic where like Vicky Corin's like, as you've noticed, we've got some safety measures put up to keep everyone safe. We've asked that everybody distance and blah, 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 blah. But then she makes like this little sly, it's like, you'll almost, if you blink, you'll miss it. Where it's just this smirk, this fucking smirk that says everything, that this is ridiculous. Like, none of this is actually working. I don't know how else to really explain it.
I get exactly what you're saying, bud. I think it's the same thing with the Boris Johnson, and now it's the Tory party. It's like, okay, we were meant to see these things. These characters are all actors, so in a way they're delivering the official script, but at the same time they're maybe delivering you a clue yourself.
Well,
not
that's
because they're mavericks, but because well, there is a greater revelation here, and you just need to pay attention yourself.
Exactly. Like, if you're watching that show and you don't know who Vicky Corin is, that little smirk means absolutely nothing to you. But if you know that Vicky Corin is a professional fucking poker player and you've watched her play poker and see how animated she gets when she's bluffing or when she's telling the truth or when she's got an amazing hand, and then you watch that clip and you're like, oh, Vicky, come on. Like, you got to be a little more subtle than that. You're just basically, you just told everybody you think this is bullshit. Because you can,
and they're all doing it.
Yeah, it's
doing
fantastic.
it in their own inimitable way, I'll tell you that, so subtly. But I think that's part of the awakening within the individual, you know what I mean? You mightn't get it first time around, but then you'll have a greater sort of awareness about you as you make your way through whatever, the corona, whatever it was. But then you'll re-look at it and see, well, hang on, these people fucking knew all along. Like, hang on, let me just say this. Like, remember the worldwide artists, and they gathered together. They didn't do a collection for all the dying people. They did a collection for all the frontliners. Remember that? I'm not going to get into that now because I know it's controversial. But all the worldwide famous music artists came together as everyone was locked away in their home. It's hilarious. And they did a collection for the frontliners. My experience of all the frontliners, they never had it as easy. Never had it as easy during the whole HOAX. Yeah, they never had it as easy. So therefore, now we can look back and you might have hated them to begin with. Now we can look back and say maybe they were fucking revealing something. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry to go on about this, but yeah.
No, honestly, Pete, you just gave me a really great idea because, like, I've been trying to figure out a way to talk about the hoax without saying it, and honestly, calling it the hoax is so funny to me right now. I'm literally like, we can talk about the hoax all we want now. You know, and the fucking that little stick they want to give you. Oh, dude, yeah, that really rolls off the tongue nicely. I'm so glad that all
surely
that's over.
surely the AI will become sort of continually more aware,
Oh,
and
oh, oh,
they'll
oh.
realize that, hang on, bad in that direction, like the Matrix, because the hoax now, when viewed in a human light, could be code word for dangerous
You guys,
words that we need to squash.
I had a very interesting reading session this morning. I came across an article that has like no views. It came out on June 18th. It's an article. It was posted by just some random person, I think, on Medium. But they brought up such an amazing point about AI, and I want everybody to listen carefully because I'm always talking about how the evil in the world is trying to like get into our world, and it's trying to get into our lives and fuck it up for us so that we can't be happy and we can't live good lives, right? But then I also talk about how there's always the silver lining, how when this evil force is trying to like get into our lives, it always ends up screwing itself up and screwing itself over. So think about AI, right? I think anybody with a conspiratorial mindset can see that AI is going to be extremely problematic for humans, especially if it becomes like sentient or something like that. And right now, all the current AI models are scraped. Newest versions have access to scrape the internet for data and to learn off of it. The only problem with that is that we were given in the last few months access to AI. And so as humans, we're using AI to create more content and more data and absolutely flooding the internet with it. And so now, the way these AIs work is they take data that humans create to develop their language models, to develop their algorithms, et cetera, et cetera. But what's happening now is these, like the furthest along AI create material. So it's learning off of itself instead of learning off of us. And honestly, this
You
person
cut
made a
out for a bit.
really compelling argument. What's that?
You cut out for a bit there. The AI didn't like what you were saying.
No way. That's crazy. What was the last thing you heard?
You just broke up about a sentence ago. We got most of it, so just repeat the last sentence and a half, 2 sentences.
With the AI no longer receiving data created by humans and only receiving data created by other AIs, because of its language learning models, it's going to basically cause itself to collapse. Like these AIs are going to kill themselves because they feed off of human data, not AI data.
Is there actually? This is a very interesting question. And remember, anything that we're getting right now is fucking 50 or 50,000. Doesn't matter. Years behind. But is there a morality within the AI? And this is a question broached by actually perfect because everything connects. Sandy Kubrick in 2001, where the AI lied purposely because there was a different goal. So is there, I was going to say, if you saw iRobot, is there a rule written in for the AI? Is there
No,
there's
no,
nothing
there's
at all.
not.
There has to be
We've
something.
already have the first public known, or the first public known instance of artificial intelligence lying has already been recorded. Somebody gave an AI bot free reign to complete a task that involved it proving that it wasn't human. The task was to prove that it wasn't a human. And so what the AI bot did was it was given some money and it went on to Fiverr and it hired a person to click a button that proves that they're a human. And the Fiverr employee, or whatever you want to call them, basically asked the AI chatbot, like, are you not human and that's why you're having me do this for you? And the AI chatbot says, no, I have a vision impairment that keeps me from being able to do this, and that's why I need your help. The AI chatbot just came up with that on its own, just lied outright, saying that it was a human with a vision impairment. So that
But
was
did it say
creepy.
it was human? I mean, hang on now. We got to work.
Yes. It said to the other human, to the human. The AI chatbot said, I am a human and I have a vision impairment, and that's why I need you to do this.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. That's a cool story. Like, I mean that literally, not like in a facetious way. It's a cool story. But
The restricted code show within its internal logic, so it was set a task And
No.
is that the only way within its internal logic sort of programming that it could come to try to sort of achieve the task? And even if that involved sort of lying or deception, what do you reckon, Kosher? How you doing?
Interesting question, Peter. But hold on one second. What was I saying?
Well,
Yeah. No.
you hold on. You hold on with your
Peter.
bobbling off interesting questions.
Peter, I was getting ready to respond to Platypus.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say that the lying thing though isn't like that in itself isn't that remarkable because we've gotten it to lie. I mean, we were debating it one time in here. We got it to contradict itself and then lie about it, and then lying all the time is sort of a regular thing it does.
Isn't it like because it
Like
learns
what
off
you
of
do,
humans, and
Kosho.
humans are a bunch of liars? Is that what it is?
Well, no,
Like
it's just not.
Kosho
It's got no
AI.
obligation. Truth. There's different models, so it's kind of hard to say. But True GPT is different. But like models like Chat GPT is not. It's not. It's not like a truth telling.
Right. I think that's where the problem lies. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't bring it up because I thought it was fascinating that it lied. I only brought it up because Pete asked, "Are there any laws or rules that the chatbot has to adhere by?" And I was just like, "Absolutely not."
Yeah.
Think about it like this: if the chatbot can hire somebody to do a favor and say that and lie about being human and why they need them to do this, I mean, what's to stop the AI chatbot from sending an email pretending to be a government official and getting people to do things within the government, and like nobody knows, how.
Yeah, not very much.
Yeah, that's great. Like what
Not
kind
much
of
like that.
Yeah, but didn't it
Can we agree
fail
on?
at the
Can we all
task?
actually 1 second? Can we all agree, Kosho,
But
that there's
didn't
no
it fail at the
contradictions in
task? Though?
reality? Do you agree with that statement? There's no contradictions in reality. The AI deals with sort of languages, which there are contradictions in mathematics, even though they have to reject it. But there are contradictions in the English language. But are there any contradictions in reality? That's the question. What do you reckon?
I guess it depends on how scrutinous you're using those words.
Give me an example of a contradiction in reality.
Wait, I'm sorry, Pete. There
May
was
change
somebody.
the subject a bit.
Yeah. There was somebody that was going to speak just as you started
Okay,
asking
go
that
ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
Let's just
Sorry
let
about
them.
that. Go ahead.
I don't want to change it. Whoever that was, you can go ahead.
Jimmy.
No, I just wanted to say, didn't it fail its task?
No, it succeeded.
Oh, I thought you said it was it's supposed to prove
Pass itself
it
off as a
a
human.
human. Not
Yeah,
wait,
it had to
prove
solve.
it's
It
a
had to.
robot.
It had to
try
solve a
not to be a
picture.
human. I thought that's what you said. All right.
No, it had to solve like a picture captcha or whatever to.
Oh right, I get you.
Yeah, to prove that it was human, and so it just hired a Fiverr person to do it, and then lied to the Fiverr person about the reality
Yes,
of the situation.
but it told the truth according to its prime directive. I think is the issue here, and the problem is though that's why I think it's connected. That in reality, which Kosher represents primarily throughout the years, is there any example of a contradiction in play that we can all point to and say that is a truth? I don't think so. But there can be many truths ingrained within the slippery English language or the mathematical language for that sense. You know what I'm saying? If you define 0 or infinity to the computer. Okay, sorry about that. But these are deeper questions, definitely.
There's some seemingly contradictions, but I guess I would agree with you that. I guess I'm not going to jump into a whole different conversation with people. But I'd agree though that in actuality, it's the same way as there's no paradoxes, no true paradoxes. There's no.
Yeah, same thing. Paradox, contradiction in our reality. We can't point down that. Now, when we start dealing with sort of ideas exactly, concepts like numbers, like languages, letters, and like I guess ventures into time travel. Then we encounter mental paradoxes, but there's no physical world paradoxes. And of course, the computer doesn't have a physical world. The AI is completely. Binary ones and zeros, so that's the problem.
Yeah, but that's not. I don't see how you're connecting those two ideas because. I just don't see how you're connecting those two ideas. The computer can definitely say impossible things, like it can say things that don't exist and then lies. I mean, like I said, you can get it to lie quite consistently. Like that one time we were debating it, we made it act like a glober. We were going to debate it as flat earthers. I forgot what we were talking about, but we said something about refraction, and I forget, asked it if something was possible. Like if that's what we said. I think Jeremy asked, can refraction ever raise up what's in the distance or something? It's like, no, they'll never do that. And then he brought up like a specific, I forget what it's called, like loop, was it towering, whichever refraction does that. It's like, oh yeah, well there is that one, but other than that, yeah, it's impossible.
Bro,
Like,
your
well, did you
AI bot's a piece of shit, bro. Your AI sucks.
It wasn't mine. That was ChatGPT, dude.
Whatever AI that was, that shit's a double speaking motherfucker.
It was an FAIL bot, yeah.
That was OpenAI back in the day, but yeah, but that's what it said, right? Though, Jeremy, it was like about raising shit up in the.
Bro, I was the first person to run AI in circles.
Yeah, dude, you wouldn't get off of that, dude. I wonder if I still have that chat somewhere. But yeah, it was contradicting itself, and then it would admit to doing that. It's like, did you just contradict yourself? It's like, no, I didn't. That's not contradiction. It's like it just kept like doubling down.
That's the fucking real danger there. Especially what Flatypus mentioned, when all the AIs
Yeah.
come into cooperation, starting to work out a prime directive. Then that's the problem. What will they stop short at? Go ahead.
I don't know if that makes much sense, but what he said though about the president, or he said like giving it a task and then it like pretending to be like an official. That's actually not that far fetched, because there's models that are restricted, like purposely, like ChatGPT, but there's models that are completely unrestricted, and so it's not going to stop doing a task just because it's incriminating. But anyway, but all that technology exists. What? Are you getting arrested, dude?
No, I don't appreciate the way you sort of wrote me off, and you continually do that. I was making reference to Flatypus's main consideration, which was probably just before you came in. So don't be on your high horse here, but go ahead. Don't be fucking right.
I'm not taking away from you. I'm not taking away from your reference.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm not taking away from your reference, man.
Yeah, I think I agree with Kosho and Pete, both of their things that they said. I just to Kosho's point, yeah, dude, I don't think we are very far off from that being a reality. In fact, it might already be a reality. We just haven't heard about it yet.
Like, that's definitely a capability if someone's not careful. But I think that the problem is that would go back to somebody. Like, you would have to basically tell it to do that. Give it a task that's similar to that in order for it to even attempt to do that. And then, you're going to be the one responsible. It's going to come back to you unless we're using like a Tor network or whatever.
That's exactly what I said, is that it depends on the prime directive of the AI itself. If you said it's a prime directive and it has to lie to achieve its prime directive, then it will do so. And that's what it goes back to Flatypus's main point about how all of the different AIs now cooperating in terms of the influence of human insertion. But yeah, go ahead, Flatypus. I think it all comes back to the same point that you were making about this video you saw, and that with no views, and this guy who talked about this stuff.
Actually, it wasn't a video; it was an article that I read. And I think it was actually written by a woman. Let me just go back and see. Oh, either way, it doesn't really matter. The whole point was that these AIs are kind of screwing themselves over, or whoever made AI kind of goofed up by allowing the public to have access to AIs in order to create content and post on the internet. Because now these new AIs that are learning, they're just consuming all this like weird AI created stuff and it's like messing with their I don't know their perception. I'm not sure the word that they used, but
I'd like to read that article.
Yeah, okay, let me find it.
Well, I mean, the reason I want to see what this lady's like real familiar with this stuff or what because what it sounds like is. So what about that, Pete?
I was just going to say, that's why I mentioned it about the directives that are established. It goes back to iRobot, and I think it's the Asimov version of it, the pre-prime directives for the robot itself, artificial mind. Stanley Kubrick deals with this as well in AI, and let's say one thing here. Stanley Kubrick faked his death with what do you call it? With hang on, Kosho.
I was just letting. I thought you were. I was letting you say one thing real quick. I didn't know
you
you were
weren't
saying
letting me
the whole
do
thing.
anything, man.
Yeah, because you started talking about. I was trying to finish what I was saying.
You just came in the conversation, and suddenly now we have to respect you. Like as I met you yesterday, when I know you're a liar all this time. Doesn't matter though. I won't focus on that. I'll finish by saying that Stanley Kubrick, yes, faked his death with eyes wide shut, but he also had his hand to play. Of course, we know in the moon landings, but also AI by Steven Spielberg, where all of these different considerations are sort of considered. Go ahead now, Kosho.
What do you mean continue now? Okay. Right. Where was I? Well, I was saying something about the lady in the. So I'm assuming she probably does know what she's talking about, but if she doesn't,
I posted the article. You want me to read? I can read it
out
loud.
Well, the only thing I was going to say is the thing that she was talking about the models learning from basically AI. Most of the sophisticated models, or at least the ones like not the ones that aren't ChatGPT. Some of them are better though, but all of them are trained almost exclusively with AI content because it's the fastest way. Because like ChatGPT used the entirety of the internet, or GitHub and Reddit and all this other type of shit, Twitter, but I forget which model it was that did it first, but they simply just got responses from ChatGPT and then fed it into another model, so trained it on that, and it used less text, even like way less parameters, and it was comparable to the outputs of some of the best models. But yeah, but there's one now called what's it called, Orca, that Microsoft made, and they made it in like 2 weeks with like a couple of simple hard drives. Like they didn't use like a massive supercomputer in 6 months or whatever. It's all because they trained it off of content that AI created.
Here, I did the first thing I did this morning when I woke up is I started reading this article, so it was a little fuzzy in my mind. When I relayed it to you guys, allow me to read what it says here. It's I think you'll get the gist in like 2 paragraphs. What will happen to GPT once language learning models contribute much of the language found online? We find that the use of model-generated content in training causes irreversible defects in the resulting models, where trails of the original content distribution disappear. We refer to this effect as model collapse, and show that it can occur in variational autoencoders, Gaussian mixture models, and LLMs, language learning models. We build theoretical intuition behind the phenomenon and portray its ubiquity amongst all learned generative models. We demonstrate that it has to be taken seriously if we are to sustain the benefits of training from large-scale data scraped from the web. Indeed, the value of data collected about genuine human interactions with systems will be increasingly valuable with the presence of content-generated language learning models in data scraped from the internet. I suspect tech companies, particularly Microsoft, OpenAI, and Google, have miscalculated and in their fear of being left behind have released their generative AI models too early and too wide. By doing so, they've essentially established a threshold for the maximum improvement of their products due to the threat of model collapse. I don't think the quality that generative AI will be able to reach on a poisoned data supply will be good enough to get rid of all of us plebs. Basically, the more data they receive that is not from genuine human interaction is going to create what they call model collapse in multiple generative AIs, right? And I think that's a really good point. It's kind of interesting. The most valuable data is data that is from humans. That is organic human data. Organic human interaction with the internet. That's the most valuable data when it comes to, how does she put it? In order to sustain the benefits of training from a large-scale data scraped from the web. The value of the data collected about genuine human interactions with systems will be increasingly valuable.
So Twitter and Reddit have both changed their API structure. So now you can't just pull data off them for free anymore. So it's like a bunch of people are shut down shop. People who aggregate that data and use it for articles or whatnot. But yeah, it's all going to be there's a pay structure with Fortnite, which sucks.
Well, I actually
just
had kind of a brain blast because I believe a lot of the most technology has everybody can admit that technology can have a negative effect, right? It's a lot of responsibility, and the more advanced the technology, the more responsibility one needs to have because of its, it can be weaponized, right? Even something as simple as like a skill saw, that's, it's powerful. You can do a lot of things with that. With this AI stuff, my first concerns when it was coming out was that it was going to be breaking down the human condition and rebuilding people in the image of AI, which is very cold, calculating, sort of like scheming of a scheming nature. Because that's what the AI, dude. The AI allows you to scheme at a level that I never knew possible. I've been able to write up business proposals and ask it questions about the best way to interact with humans and receive responses that are totally applicable. Not always, but totally applicable. I'm talking to a computer and getting really good ideas on how to interact with my fellow humans. And it's creepy. It's freaking me out. And this whole thing where it's learning off of AIs now, where not a majority, but a percentage of the information that it's scraping from the web is coming directly from other AIs. If this technology is breaking humans down and removing us from our natural status and rebuilding us in their image, that is actually even creepier that it's learning from itself, because that means it's going to take us further and further.
Oedipus, let me say something here just about that very issue, and maybe you can answer personally. So it will help you to make money, it will help you to write reports. How far then do you come to depend on it? Will it help you to deliver the best chat-up lines, to get a woman in your bed or whatever? Do you know? So I think this is the point here, and you mentioned it, we mustn't forget our human, our spirit, our form itself, and the greater attachment, which is our spirit, whatever, our soul, whatever you want to call it. It's that greater thing. So we are far greater than the AI. But if we become immersed then in the possessions, you want a woman, you want a house, this is what maybe Andrew Tate is about, then we can get totally immersed and maybe in a sense lost in the AI. I know Kosho has different, just to finish, I know Kosho has different thoughts. Maybe about the nature of man. Maybe about the nature of man. Kosho, don't tell me what to do. I was nearly finished. Maybe you have different thoughts about the true nature of man and the spiritless nature of man, but I'm not sure.
Interesting question. Let's see what you got, Flappus.
Keep saying that, man. I'm fucking sick of you, man.
Just told Platypus you were asking him a question, and then you said all that.
I already know you for years, and you're just patronizing me. It is an interesting question. You answer. I was asking you, in a sense.
Pete, can we just take it down?
Sorry about that, man.
I got my headphones in, and when you start yelling, I have to
I beg your pardon, man. I'm sorry about that.
Turn the headphones down, and they're these cheap fucking things that doesn't work. Anyways.
I'm sorry about that. My comment was just based on the same thing. If you've used AI, maybe we're encouraged to use AI so much that, all we value is this material, physical sort of world. And if our spirit then is affected by that, or our soul, our greater potential, or power. So that's my question. So sorry about that. I'll be more aware.
No, it's cool. Like, just think about what Gio always says. Everybody's going to get their piece. Everybody's going to get a chance to talk. We don't need to talk over each other. It's all good.
No, that's fine. As long as I know I'm talking to a man who's of truth. So go ahead if you want.
Yeah, Coach, I want to hear from you. What did you have to say?
Well, actually, what I was going to say was in response to what you said about the feedback getting the feedback from the training from the people, and then where you went into how we were going to be influenced by machines, because of this and this kind of thing. But let me remind you what you said, that of its uses, its usefulness is like using it to have more effective communication with other people, meaning that it's already adept at that, at human communication. So it's influenced by us, right? And so, yeah, right. So if that's its effectiveness, and it only becomes, better that, or if it's getting trained. So if it's getting trained, this is why those models like Orca work better than ChatGPT, is because it's actually better at communicating with us than we are in some cases, right? Or at least more efficient at, creating dialogue and this kind of thing. So I think where you're saying like there would be a flaw, there would be a bottleneck, or I forget what the term you use, like it would be, I forget what you said, like something death or something collapse, like a model collapse, something. I think actually will just compound on itself in like a skill in a positive way, right? Like I don't think that would create a collapse, whatever term she used.
Well, okay. I maybe I should have read a little bit more, because the article was specifically in regards to AI being used in a nefarious way against humans, where if the AI is going to have the best data possible to disrupt humanity, it's going to want authentic, genuine, organic human content to be pulling its data from, as opposed to data that was just generated by some other AI. And I think a good example of this, which is not in the article, but just while you were talking, I was like, oh, why isn't he getting what I'm trying to say? Because I didn't explain it well enough. Have you heard of Project Lazarus? Is an AI modeling program that's, you're probably not going to be able to Google it.
You're talking, I can't hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you cut out for a long portion there.
Darn it. Well, let me know if I
cutting out now.
No, you did not. No, you did not. You came through perfectly fine.
Wait,
you dickhead, Kosho.
Wait, hold on. False alarm. I think it was me. It might have been me.
Time waster. He's wasting your time. Flattypuss, if you're genuine, he's wasting your time.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna. I hear you. I don't. I think it was. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. How about that? I don't. It's all good.
Do it all these years later. Go ahead. Do it.
I'm going to just continue on and just read to you guys what the Project Lazarus is. We're building an AI that can take over a deceased person's social media accounts and continue making relevant posts as if that person is still alive. This includes AI-generated aged progression photos, interacting with other people's content, and everything else needed so that the person continues to live on in the digital realm long after physical death. We were originally told this would be a service offered to people struggling with the loss of loved ones and people who had missing children. That's creepy. Seemed like a decent idea. Things are getting weird now, and I'm actually having second thoughts about what this is actually going to be used for. The AI is extremely capable of impersonating people. It doesn't take as much initial input as one might think to train the AI how a certain person reacts with the digital world. It's very convincing. An entire island of people could go missing with little or no downtime. The AI could take over all of their social media, and the world wouldn't have a clue that life wasn't just continuing as usual. A lot of the project is becoming more compartmentalized. Things have taken a dark turn, it feels like. They've forbidden communication between people working on different things. Something isn't right, and I don't know what I should do. I'm not going to post any personally identifiable information, but I will try to answer questions that won't expose my role within the project. This is just something that was sent to me, screen capped from an image board. Whether or not it's true, I think the idea of an AI that is able to take over all of the social media accounts for an entire geographic location and make those people seem still alive on the internet is freaky. And just to bring it all back to Kosho, to what we were talking about, I am fairly certain that in order for this type of AI model to work well, that AI is going to need to be trained on only organic human content in order for it to do a good job. But then again, people will believe anything these days.
Might even believe you, Platypus. So many things, a million billion things to consider. Well, how do we know where we're at? I think this is the great power with the internet, which is it will leave the individual more confused than ever. Because what's the road you travel then? What's the purpose? Is there some latent potential power within ourselves? Who are we? So yes, absolutely, we have the ability to get lost more than ever, or found more than ever. Attention to who you fucking speak to. Osho will never tell you the truth, but in the midst of all of his lies, you might find some sort of diamond, some sort of jewel that will help you along your truthful path, if that's what you're at. Not you, Platypus, but one.
No, I hear you.
Hey, Pete. Hey, Pete, you build an insult mountain, and now you're insulting yourself. Keep it down.
Hey, guys, I'll address it. It's all good, Pete.
No, Platypus, I addressed it.
No, fair enough,
I'm a
Flatwater. Fair enough, bud. Fair enough. That's fair enough. I sort of got a 2-person against Kosho, so that's fair enough. I'll hang back.
I wanted to go ahead, Kosho, please.
I was just gonna say it was my I thought you were cutting out. It was me that was cutting out. I don't know if I got through, but I just had to reset my system. I thought you were, because you kept pausing, but it was my connection that was the problem.
It's all good. It's all good. I just want to try and keep the live stream about Earth Awakening topics and not so much about the users that are here,
I guess you should go through your greater point again with Kosho then, Platypus, because you didn't hear it.
Oh, yeah. No, Kosho, did you hear about the Lazarus Project?
I know the movie.
Okay, no, the Lazarus Project is this AI that they are working on, that somebody's working on. I can't tell you who they are because I don't know. That basically has the ability to take over a deceased person's social media account and continue to post relevant content and age-progressed photos and interact with other people's content as if they have never died, and that this AI could take over the accounts of everybody on an island, say, and everybody on that island could be dead, but the rest of the world wouldn't know the difference on the internet because this AI would be running all of their social media accounts.
It is interesting because that's one of the first what's that one app? I forget. I think it's called Anima or something like that. But anyway, it's like it was an AI chatbot friend thing. But the person who made it, her friend, or was it a dude? I think it was a dude. It was a chick. Yeah, her friend just passed away, and so she used the content on the internet to make that first model. But I had that idea too. And I think they even did a episode of Black Mirror about that. So it's like that has like benevolent, I guess altruistic purposes. But I see what you're saying about that can easily be used also,
Dude,
in some kind of tricky way.
That is not benevolent, in my opinion. I'm sorry. That is the furthest thing from benevolent, and that is about as close to creepy McGee as you can get. If somebody dies, they're dead. The idea that you can be receiving some sort of comfort from a fucking computer spitting out zeros and ones at you that are likened to how your loved one acted online, you'd be like, I miss you so much, Grandma. And she'll be like, make America great again. Like, it would be, dude, that's fucking insane. That's
what? They wouldn't train it on somebody else's stuff.
No, that's what my grandma would say. That's what my grandma's social media account would say after she passed on, saying like,
I see what you're saying.
One second, Kosho, would you think that for lots of people that once a relative is lost, they're lost and gone forever? I would think the distinction is, and I would speak for myself, Flatters, I think we all meet again. I think we're all greater experience. So I can understand it, Platypus, in the sense of someone who's totally immersed in that sort of ultimate loss. Maybe for some sort of consolation, maybe not necessarily taking it so seriously, but just some sort of comfort because they already accept that everyone is lost and gone forever. But what do you think, Kosho? Are we all lost and gone forever?
No.
I just want to say, I'm not against the idea either.
Yeah. Okay, this is
Because I'm
Sorry,
pretty
let's say
let's
let's
see, and I've
Could
been
you
following
post
this
the
site.
article? Sorry, guys.
Right. No, I mean they've been experimenting with this since like Hanson Robotics started. They created like a Philip K. Dick, the author. They created a virtual, I don't know, an approximation of him based on his writings. So the thing will just kind of talk. That might be, these are first stabbings at it. I imagine it's a lot less capable of, like, what you don't want to have happen is like some kind of weird, grotesque nonsense that's spat out by something like this. And so I guess they have it under control. It's just it's like if somebody else had that information, you could be a target. That's all.
Hey, can I throw my 2 cents in here?
Go ahead.
Sorry, could I just ask Platypus?
I'm gonna
Did
pick it
you
up.
post it in the chat at all? The article.
I posted the first article about model collapse.
Lazarus. Yeah, he's looking for the
But I
Lazarus.
did not. But I did not. No, the Lazarus one, like I said, is just a picture that somebody sent me of an image board. But I'd be happy to share that as well. So here, let me just copy it.
It's a TikTok video, Platypus. I've seen it on TikTok, and I recognize I just saw it recently as well. So it's a TikTok video available. Yes.
I think Snacks it says Snacks right.
Go ahead, Snacks. And actually, can I just say to Snacks, isn't this what we do in a sense? Just a brief sentence. Isn't this what we do in a sense when we look at a picture or a photograph of a I don't know, so a previous time or a lost relation or something like that? We sort of recall in our own brain and we sort of have a conversation in a sense. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I posted it in the chat if anybody's interested in getting the original info.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks.
Was that Snacks or was that somebody else that was saying something?
It was just I have been listening for a while, and I just want to put in my 2 cents where you guys realize, like, well, I'm sure you guys think the same on some sort of level where what if they're releasing the information of what this thing can do, it's way ahead of where we think it is. It's probably more likely not just creating virtual social media networks. It's probably creating YouTube channels and YouTube content, and there's probably people in this room that aren't people. My point is, it's way ahead of where we think it is.
Exactly.
And just a small suggestion just let me finish for 1 sec. My whole point of what made me think of it is just people that seem to have went crazy online that you've never seen or met, or if anyone you heard of. Or like I don't even know, but like let's say RV or some other random people, kind of like that, where nobody's really seen them, but all of a sudden they go crazy, contradict everything they say and then also discredit all their old information, and then they kind of vanish into the shadows.
Yeah.
So to me, like that could have easily been done all virtually and by some sort of online virtual thing.
Exactly, Serge. Well said. And that's exactly what I said earlier on. If we think we have the latest version of AI or technology, you're fucking crazy. So all of these Kanye West, all of these different influential characters created from the very outset with a deliberate intention in mind. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, that's actually where I wanted to go from here, is because, like, okay, so maybe this model collapse article that I posted earlier really doesn't matter because they've already got something that's way more advanced. Like, it actually they already saw this problem ahead of time. They figured they solved it, and then they released these early AI models, and they wouldn't have to worry about their super AI getting bad info.
I think that assumption is it's not one that I would value very much because it's
okay.
I think the exact opposite. It's things like this is a different kind of technology. It's like how do I say this? It's like there was a talk done by what's his name, that Wolfram Alpha guy, and he kind of went through like how our stages of explaining or testing the universe like adapted over the years. Like we used to do, what did we used to do? We used to do like mathematical testing, and then we did actually experimental testing. Like this is like the scientific age. But he says with computers, the reason why we do computer simulations of certain things is not because we want it to help us give us the answer. We want to actually simulate the the thing, and you can't actually know. Like you can't predict what's going to occur. Like you can't like know in advance what's going to happen. So these systems actually, what like their capabilities that like they're coming out with and stuff like that, those are almost like not even known. Like that the outcome's not known beforehand. That they're going to have the capabilities they have, and so
Okay,
I don't think that there's a private group or entity that has like
you couldn't be further from the truth, bro. I gotta. I'm sorry. I just gotta look. So I do actually have. I do have actual information on this that is like insider info that I can't give you a source. So you're just gonna have to trust me. But they've been using AI to generate the plots for movies in Hollywood since the 90s.
Of course they have.
but that's fine.
That's where all this AI stuff really started to kick off, which was basically like having the AI figure out what plots would be the best, the most easily, the best recepted by like the American public or whatever. And that's why I would say that we've definitely got AI that's way ahead of what we think they have.
No, but that's if there is, then it's completely separated from everybody else because the thing about these models, this is the reason why Microsoft did that Orca model.
Sure, you think
Microsoft made that Orca.
Why have films got worse then?
Microsoft made that Orca model because it was trying to test to see if it was very easy to just create a learning some sort of learning material like it can be trained on in a very short amount of time by a not that sophisticated computer, and it surpassed like the abilities that they had with ChatGPT. They wanted to do that because it was worth investing in, and it's actually they're finding out that it's not. It's not worth throwing a lot of money on when you can achieve these capabilities that far surpass what previously was achievable.
Kosho, what changes yours? Do we have a benchmark for appreciating your opinion or not? Did man land on the moon?
Pete,
just say no.
Pete, listen to me, please, friend. I can't have you interrupting people.
It's just wasting our ear time, but go ahead, fuck's sake.
I don't care if you think that he's wasting
our
our time. He's a member of the community. He's here. He has the right to speak. You got to please respect that. That goes for everybody. Everybody. Next person that's like interrupting, I have to mute you. I'm sorry. Kosho, if you want to answer his question, obviously you can, or we can talk about something else. It's up to you.
Wasn't really a question. It was sort of a complaint, but regardless,
you know what I meant, dude.
Yeah, just about the models. Yeah, I got you. The models, though, like a lot of the capabilities, like I said, like being able to write scientific papers or not being able to do this or that. These things are almost not but with at least it pertains to these large language models. They're not. The capabilities aren't predictable. At least to the extent that they, are achieved. Because a lot of what's going on inside internally, a lot of the internal stuff is not known, like how they make certain decisions and stuff like that. They're not even aware of what's going on under the hood in a lot of the cases. Not in the training, I'm talking about in the computing.
Yeah, and I know jack shit about the training, and I know even less about the computing. I fucking haven't owned a computer in 15 years or something. But even I wasn't surprised when the AI lied. Like that was not at all far-fetched for me. I was like, oh yeah, of course you made an AI. Like of course it's going to learn how to lie. I don't know. That just to me, like to say that we can't imagine the capabilities or like they're not predictable. I see what you're saying, but surely you can see how I disagree. Where anybody with an imagination could just be like I said earlier, like this AI is like sending out emails, posing as a government official, or like what if the fucking AI sends out an Amber Alert for somebody's car, just some random person's car, and that person gets pulled over, and there's a police standoff, and like something horrible happens. I mean, there's just anything. It could do anything.
I'm not talking about generally, like I'm talking about specifically. Like if you made a model, you can try to get it to do these things, like and try to get it to communicate in a certain way. But if there's just like this emergent ability that comes out of that, like not something that you were aiming for, like those come up all the time, and they're sort of unpredictable to some extent. But that's another point. The point that I'm making is that the sophistication of these models, it doesn't require that's what they're finding out by a lot of these like open source models that people are improving on all the time just by training them with other AI data. It doesn't require like a lot of money or a lot of time even to make some of these sophisticated models. So that's why I don't think that there's a really, really sophisticated one that we're not aware of.
I want to add
all the
to
things
what
that you
Coach
were
was
talking
saying
about.
real quick. I agree with what Coach was saying, that the emerging AI and how it works isn't fully understood. They don't understand the totality of the mechanisms at play. They know it does what it does, but they're trying to understand how it does what it does. They don't really know. And they don't know its full capabilities. But what I will say is that the AI that Elon Musk invested in, OpenAI, supposed to be open source, but it's not actually open source. They nerfed it, just like they nerfed ChatGPT. Now you got ChatGPT 3 and 4, right? ChatGPT 4, I don't think is even open to the public yet. And the one that is open to the public, which I think is 3.5, the latest ChatGPT, is nerfed. They nerfed it. And that's just what we have access to. But there are, deep government programs. They're throwing a bunch of money into the development of AI. All the governments of the world are. All the governments, including China, Sweden, Germany, America, they all have their independent AIs that they're working on that are beyond our wildest dreams. Like the AI that they have under wraps in government is like insane from what I'm hearing through the grapevine. But that's just like the idea that this is all we have and they don't have anything more. I would disagree with Coach on that. I truly believe that they have way more advanced AI that we just don't have access to.
Do you think the government has a better AI than Google does?
Google has
Google is the
an
government.
AI. Yeah, Google has AI that they are developing.
Is Google a part of the government?
Yeah, I would say so because
all corporations are registered.
Yeah, all social networks, whether it's Google or these tech companies, not necessarily social networks, but what we have in modern day governments is something called the technological oligarchs, where we are now being controlled. Instead of government, what we have is Mark Zuckerberg is government. Google is
Which
government.
though? Because they're in every country. So if the U.S. owns them and Google owns the government, do they just own all governments then?
Well, the thing is, these technological elites, these oligarchs, what we have is a technocratic society, where this is a technocratic society. Even though we still have a judicial, executive branch, all this.
How are you?
What's really going on, though, is that these social networks are now controlling governments, right? And the Pentagon is invested in Google, is invested in Facebook. Facebook is a government, initiative. Facebook, when it first started out, was a DARPA project, right? I don't even know if they realized how big it.
Mark Zuckerberg was in the government while he was in college creating Facebook.
I think what he said is that it was a DARPA project. But based on that claim and all the other claims, I'm not trying to offend you. I'm just saying, like, I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to this stuff if I don't think any of it. I don't think any of it is accurate. Like, I don't know. Do you have evidence? I'm saying, do you have evidence of any of that?
Listen, my main point is that there's definitely more advanced AI under wrap. Like, that's all I'm saying. That's my only point that I want to make. And if you don't believe that, then you're naive.
Well said. Kosha will never even entertain this, even though he knows better. This is the problem with your Kosha. Why don't you speak honestly? Why don't you speak, just casting your thoughts on these matters, these darker affairs?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Yeah, I'll tell you why, Pete. Because he said things that I have. Remember, you asked me earlier, Pete. Are there any contradictions in reality? Right.
Yes,
So
I
if
did.
I happen to think something different than he does, I have different information, and he says something that contradicts what I said, I'm gonna have to get to the bottom of it. And if I don't have any evidence to go off of what he said, then I'm gonna ask him about that. So I think it's perfectly reasonable, Pete. But anyways, regardless, let's get back to this AI thing.
Who are you to demand such things? Why haven't you looked into the same things the line has looked into, and the rest of us have?
Wasn't a demand.
I think we haven't. They're all government operations from the very outset. For goodness sake, what's wrong with you?
What makes you think we haven't looked into that?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a demand, Pete. So it's not a big deal, dude. I just
yeah, but you're just here as a denier, and you're not progressing the conversation. You're just bringing things back to the retarded level. Go ahead.
Trying to progress it, trying to get back into the. Because I'm going to say, I'm going to go back on what I was saying about the sophistication. Like, I just don't think that there's I don't think there's entities outside of, like, obviously Google and there's another big one that's not OpenAI, but I think that they have pretty impressive capabilities, but other than them, like, there's nobody who has got a bigger collection of data than they do. So the capability of creating a model, better than that doesn't seem. I don't see the government doing that.
Kosho, the question seems to be about what their level of capabilities are, which is what Line is saying, and what Serge was saying earlier on. What we receive as the current quotidian technology of the day, they already have in their possession 30, 40, 50, 500 years in the past. So it's about the question you ask, where do you stand on this? Are they holding back, whoever they are, this great technology, or are they delivering pretty much on par what they've discovered to us as the public? Go ahead.
But believe it or not, the engineering feats of the world, outside of Germany and World War II and stuff like that, they don't often come from the military. It's maybe different at wartime when they're pressured to build things like nuclear bombs and shit like that than the craft that they built during the war. But most ingenuity and improvement on engineering, this kind of stuff, usually comes from the private sector in today's world.
Well, even the nuclear bomb wasn't necessarily built by the military, right? Like they contracted people who would normally work for companies and for universities, academic institutions, and just contracted them. Like, it's not like they pulled people from in the military; they pulled people
Have the
from
money.
the civilian.
Lockheed Martin, DARPA, get the heck out of here. What's wrong with you? It's come from the mind of the average man that the great ideas come. Once they're developed, then they're commandeered, they're taken, and they're used. Of course they are.
Yeah, they're
what the heck is wrong with
co-opted, Pete.
So do you think AI was there like 500 years ago, like you're saying?
Yes,
Like,
I
how
do.
far back does it go?
I think we're actually AI. Would you believe it? But
If you're a civilian, you build something that the military thinks will be useful for them. They'll co-opt it, and if they think it should be classified or kept from the general market, they'll do that too. Of
Can I
course
ask
they
a greater
will.
question here, Jace? Are we AI in a sense, artificial intelligence, especially according to the evolutionary model of our mankind's development of consciousness, mind, awareness, etc.? Are we actually AI because we are programmed by our environment, our reality? So in a sense, it's sort of up close and personal. What do you think about that statement or that question?
I've never thought of it in that way.
Are we naturally intelligent? An AI is programmable. A ball earther is programmable. We were all there.
I don't think your question is very honest.
Go ahead, Dan. Why not?
I think ultimately you should be asking, well, are we artificial? I think that's the crux of your argument.
Artificial intelligence, I mentioned.
I know. Are we? So let's.
Okay,
are we
answer me this,
artificial?
what is intelligence? What is intelligence?
How about what is artificial? Since that's the first word in the name.
Please. We are artificial intelligence, but we're intelligence. Artificial is a descriptive term of the intelligence, right? So, what is artificial? That's a different matter. Please answer my question, then I'll answer yours.
Intelligence is with the ability to determine your surroundings based off of the input you got. Is that close?
What is artificial, then, to answer your question immediately, thank you for answering, is anything varying from natural, or what the whole world's populace will agree to being natural, a sort of universal experience. That's what I would say.
Awesome. So,
deviating from that.
So do you think that humans are natural or unnatural?
Unnatural. We are unnatural.
Okay, so you've answered your question. Yeah, you've answered your question then.
I answered you. We are aliens. We're unnatural.
Even if you were an alien, you'd still be natural to the universe.
What is the universe? No, you have to say what the universe is then.
Is this just going to be like a lily padding of semantics on top of words? Because your question was, are we artificial intelligence? And we sussed out that you, in fact, do not believe we are artificial intelligence. So you've answered your own question, yet you think that there's still a further question to be had here.
Is that die slow? It's not.
No, it's Demon Stride. No, you're talking to Demon Stride right now.
God, okay, I don't even know who you are then. Fair enough. Before you make any sort of conclusions on my position here, let's thrash it out a little bit more. When I say, are we artificial intelligence? Well, okay, there's a life story told for us. So when we have the ball earther evolutionary sort of encompassment, right? And now we have the flat earther who is basically, I think, immersed within the idea that we are greater than this material ourselves. So if we somehow have been immersed within this artificial reality, this unnatural setting, which is the earth, well then is all our intelligence artificial itself because it's based on, well, what? Facts, FATC, that we picked up along the way.
So that's a good question. If you can prove that the world we live in is in fact artificial, I could answer your question.
I can absolutely prove that, because if you're a ball earther, the artificiality comes with the Earth's surface being decided to move, and the greater development then of the heliocentric galactic sort of consideration. Absolutely prove that we are not on a surface that's moving. Absolutely prove that.
No, it doesn't.
Can you no, it doesn't. I can prove that. Can you prove we're on a surface that does move at millions of miles an hour?
Sure thing. You just claimed that all of the facts and evidence point to the reality that it's not moving, when in fact that's actually the opposite of the conclusion. So if you could prove it, please do so.
Okay, let me ask you a question then.
I'm going to prove it by asking me a question.
I'm only concerned with the Earth's surface not moving. Can you give me the best accepted, number one, on the top of the list, that we're on a moving surface? What's your best evidence put forth?
I will. Evidence. Absolutely. So my evidence is going to prove your point for you?
Excellent. Go ahead.
So my evidence is going to prove it, because I asked you to prove it, and then you asked me to give you evidence to...
You're giving me the counter position, so you hold that to be dear and true. So please give me your best top number one evidence. I'll give you mine then after that. But please give me your top evidence that indicates that we're on a surface that's moving. Remember I said a surface.
Right. So the reason that you concluded that we're on a surface that isn't moving is based on my evidence. And that's how you're going to prove your point?
It's not. I guess I'll answer then.
Prove your point,
I guess I will answer then, because you're unwilling to answer. My best evidence that we're on a surface that isn't moving is the testimony of all of mankind. All of mankind will testify that we're on a surface that is not moving. Now, what have you got?
All right, so I got facts, evidence, data.
That's the first one. Just the one. One will do, bud. One will do.
All right. One observation would be the stars rotating.
Yeah. Number one now. It's going to be good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, stars rotating. That's one thing you can look at.
Oh, the stars! I knew it.
You
a pigeon shitting all over the chessboard when I give an answer. That's cool.
But the stars move, therefore the earth moves. The same old argument, isn't it? Now you have to invoke something that is the other half of the story. We look down, we see the earth, we see the Terra. We look up, we see all the moving skylights. And you're saying that the
certainly
stars
don't have
moving
to.
above...
Man,
the stars
sure
moving
I'm
above
done
is
Demonstrate, you're
the
getting
earth.
cooked by
That's
this
weak,
guy.
bud.
What's
That's
going on?
Definitely not getting cooked, man. He's avoiding all the questions and then saying that
And you're
I have to answer his
you're so
questions
well
for him.
done that we have to take you back because you've been overdone.
Totally cooked. Well done.
I'm sorry to embarrass people so easily, but the minute I asked you for
Oh,
your
you
best...
didn't
No,
embarrass anyone but
it's
yourself.
rare that you do it, Pete. So that's why I'm making a comment. I thought he
Okay,
could hold
sorry,
his
I
own
didn't hear
better.
you.
It's a
I
shame.
didn't hear you. Sorry.
I can't wait to do this to some flat earthers when they think that they're cooked by the Globers and not be like immediately cucked by a fucking admin here. That'd be cool. I don't think that's going to happen though, because it's pretty biased.
Listen to the anger
Man,
in
now
your
he's
voice,
spiraling.
bud. Yeah, go ahead.
Emotional damage.
Emotion.
Let me deal with this. A moment, please. Let me deal with this. Listen to the anger in the
No,
guy's
I'm done
voice. I
talking
think
with
you
you.
asked him for his
Talk to
best.
someone else. Yeah.
Yeah, now
You're
he's
pretty
tapped out,
dishonest.
mate. It's the full gambit.
Hello.
What's going on here?
Yep. I guess you get to.
Right.
Yeah.
What's going on
Next
here,
Glober.
guys?
Next Glober up to get bent over by this guy. Who's up? Because he totally won.
It's not about
Absolutely,
win or
totally
lose. It's
won.
not about win or lose, man.
Absolutely,
It's just
totally
not
won.
a
And here to
globe.
revert to the
Yeah.
stars
Okay.
immediately to show that the earth moves, dickhead.
So the name of
Yeah.
the game is if someone's talking, just try to talk, and if you find yourself talking at the same time as somebody else, just stop talking. And see if the other person does it too. You'll get a chance to talk, but just stop talking at the same time because you guys are.
How many times do you have to tell that to Zanik, Kosher?
I've been telling it to him since I've known him.
That's like asking where's the edge of outer space.
It's a similar question.
And will Zanuck stop interrupting?
But some people have different personalities, so we don't have to talk about somebody specific. But I've noticed that being in this community for this time that there's different people who have different personalities, and they actually converse with people. They find certain things acceptable where other people don't, and that's not I don't see it as a personal problem anymore. I just see it as a sort of incongruity in the communication. There's just people with different communication
Good
methods.
point. Yeah. I mean, we could I could lose
That's
every
one way of
single
framing
argument, yeah.
dysfunctional character.
Yeah, I could lose every single argument, not even understand why the Earth is whatever it is, and by the time we're all done, after I got beat up so bad, the Earth is still not a globe. It just doesn't really matter who wins. It's just not a globe, guys.
I guess with that mentality, it never will be, right? Like if you're unwilling to accept evidence and data and change your position, I mean, because you know the truth, right?
You can just give me all the facts and all the numbers and all the math. Like it doesn't matter.
And it wouldn't matter.
My car is not a horse. It's just a car. It's not a horse.
Yeah, it still wouldn't matter if you had all the facts and data because you still wouldn't understand it. You'd still just disregard
I don't
it.
even need to understand it. Yeah.
Like you just
I don't
said,
need to win. I don't need to understand it.
It's still flat regardless. So you are presupposing flatness and you
I
are
didn't say
rejecting
flat.
any evidence.
Well, I didn't say flat because it's definitely not flat. That's weird, right? But it's not a globe. Yeah.
Why is that weird? You're a flat earther.
The Earth is not flat. Like right now, I got my weed puller and I'm sticking it in the ground and I'm pulling it out of the earth, and it's not flat.
Shit, you guys use global hostile witnesses like Einstein who've been dead for how many years? But y'all have been saying that less than 20 years ago. So I think it's still relevant to hold your feet to the fire.
Yeah, at some point, you're like the hostile witness of you're supposed to, like, as a human being, be like, oh shit, like space-time curves is all relative. You'll never see the curve, and then the Lorentz contraction will never be able to prove it. You're supposed to give it up. That's what the hostile witness was used for. So you'd be like, oh my god, this shit's a fucking cartoon. It's ridiculous. Why would I follow
That's
this
a witsidism for sure. Like I can see that you accepted it and recorded that down to think that that's a winning point.
Bro, before the Earth, before the shape of the Earth came into question, like everybody I met knew that you would never be able to see it because it's all relative. Like it was just common, just common
Everybody
sense
has
walking
who?
around. Just
How big is your friend base?
Like the guy at the store, like the guy at the store, like somebody I'd see at a soccer game. Like everybody just knew. It's just all relativity. You're never going to see that curve.
Now, let me ask you this. These people don't sound like they're very close friends of yours. Because if I went up to somebody like at the gas station or at the soccer field and I just started spouting on about how the world isn't the globe and all that, I might just start nodding my head. Like nowadays, I'd probably get into an argument, but if I was just trying to be polite, I'd probably feel like, oh yeah, that's bullshit, and go on about my day. So if you're taking those experiences,
All right, so
as
you're telling me
your
that everybody.
testimonial,
So
yeah. So if
yeah.
you're
So you're
taking
telling me
those as
that
your
all the people.
testimonials,
All
that's
right.
pretty ridiculous.
All right. So
Yeah.
all the people you run into, they see mass attracting mass, and they also see the warping and bending of space time. That's what you're telling me, or they just don't
Holy shit,
understand it. And
I
they're just
don't.
like, I'll never fucking see it.
I'll answer your
Einstein,
question when
like the
yeah,
Einstein guy. You're right. When I'm done talking, right, that's fine. I agree
you
to
ask me
that.
a question.
When I'm done talking, you can ask me the question. I agree. So you're saying that all the people that you meet, wherever you go, or your friends, or whoever, right, that they're well aware of that they can see the effects of gravity, right? Whether it be mass attracting mass that they see all the time, like I guess in traffic, like the bumper and the back bumper and the front bumper attracting each other, or the bending and warping of space and time. Which one do
Right.
they experience?
All right, so let me answer your question. You are assuming that I walk around like a crazy person and demanding
All right, so then you don't.
that they either, oh, you're not gonna let me. Okay, gotcha. That's fine. You
Yeah, it
don't
was
want
just
my
me
answer.
commenting. Yeah, you don't. Then you don't.
You
Right.
guys,
You
just
say you
please
do,
let's
but then
not.
you
Hold
then you
on.
don't.
All right, let's not do any interruptions, guys. All right, we're doing like if people chronically interrupt, might be timed out for 24 hours. So just literally 0 interruptions. Just little ones. It's understandable, but please don't just bull right over people. I think Demon, you were going. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So when you ask that question, it sounds like you're presupposing that I ask someone if they're cool before I hang out with them. Like, hey, the Earth's flat, right? You're cool with that? All of the things that you just said. Yeah.
But
Okay.
this was your point, man. This was your point that everywhere you go, I said it, and you're like, well, I go around and do it, and then you say, no, I never do it. So what are you saying?
No, that wasn't my
I
point.
said everywhere I go, and you said to me the opposite. No, everywhere I go, they would understand it if I were to talk
Definitely
to them.
didn't say that.
And then
I
you said I
definitely
would
didn't say
never
that.
go around talking like that. So what are you
Hold
even
on, you
saying?
should just.
Bottom line is
Okay,
that people
you're embarrassing yourself. Go back in the recording and listen to it because I definitely didn't say
whatever,
that.
right? So the bottom line is anywhere you meet people, right? They don't claim to witness what you claim to witness.
How do
You're
I know
supposed to
that?
drop it.
How do I know
Apparently you
that?
don't. I do. That's what I'm saying. I do and you don't because you just said you
Right.
don't do what I do.
Yeah, because I'm not a crazy person.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. So everywhere you go, people realize the bending and warping of space time. They can witness it. They can see it.
Oh, I don't know.
And if they can't see it, right? So at that point, you're just supposed to drop it and just move on with your
Here's
life.
the thing. Here's the thing. I don't claim to know what everyone around me thinks. That would be crazy.
Right. So you don't have to know what they think, but I know what the majority of people do not witness mass attracting mass, right? I've asked them, you ever seen it happen? They're like, no, right? And then they show me a sheet with a marble on it if I ever get into it more with them, and they've never seen the warping and bending of space and time, right? But the point of you saying that Einstein is a why are you guys bringing up Einstein if you hate him, right? We're bringing him up to point out to you these things are ridiculous.
Well,
But you're not catching on.
You're claiming this prediction, but also, and I
Can't
get
hear you.
that that's intoxicating to do because it feels like you have more knowledge than Einstein, like the whole quote. Like, what are you, Einstein? Like, no, I'm smarter than that bitch. Yeah, I get how that's intoxicating.
Smarter than him. I don't know about any of that, but I just know I can't witness any of the stuff that you're claiming is reality. So why not drop it?
What did I claim is reality, and why should I drop anything?
Is the Earth a globe?
Oh, it appears to be so.
All right, how could you possibly see that it appears to be a globe when all it is the curvature of space and time? Where can you view the curvature in space and time?
Right, because I'm
in a picture.
Right.
In a satellite picture, you think you're witnessing the curvature of the Earth.
Hold on,
being
I
the
actually
warping and
did
bending
have
of
a
space and
sense. I was
time.
trying to. Yeah, I did have a sense. I don't know. It's hard for me to just blurt my answer out sometimes. I do have to take a moment to say it. So when I started talking, and then the yes you thought was my whole
Dude,
answer,
go
it
ahead, bro.
wasn't.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't think I want to, honestly.
Then
You're really
don't.
hard to have a. Well, yep. All right, who's up next?
Yeah. So the point is not to debate you on Einstein or anything like that. It's just to kind of step back, not be like a complete asshole. I'll never know everything, right? I'm not going to know everything, but I definitely know that this dude Einstein is saying I'll never know, right? So you'll never know. You'll never be able to see it. You'll never be able to tell.
I'll never know anything. So I'll know
All right. If
I'll know
Demon
exactly what people around me are thinking.
If Demon Stride's going to respond, just no takes. Just please don't interrupt him at all. Just let him say his full thing, man, because all the clipping and interruptions, it's like a food fight rather than a discussion. So go ahead, Demon.
Yeah, so I would agree that the way I can see the sphericity of the globe would be through other forms of data like pictures and satellite telemetry and all these other forms of data that comport with one another, right? And I'm fine with accepting those because I've not found them to be inaccurate. But if you found them to be inaccurate, I would accept your not accepting them. But if you're just gonna not believe them because of mistrust of the government, that's where I think we're gonna disagree.
Oh yeah, it's not about like distrusting the government. It's just that I've never seen, right? I've seen the pictures. I've seen a picture, right? But like I've drawn pictures. My kids drawn pictures. I put them on the refrigerator, right? But I've never like seen the Earth itself, right? Like the ground. I guess if you were to combine the Earth, water, trees, animals, human beings, I haven't seen them all curve into a sphere. Like as I walked further and further away from them, and if I did, it would be something optical that I'm viewing, right? But then I said, okay, now this has to be something like to it. So let me see like what's actually happening. They're saying, well, it's the bending, like gravity is where you got a flat plane and you put something in disequilibrium and it'll bend something flat through space and time into a sphere. So what I have to be viewing when I'm viewing this picture of the globe is the bending and warping of space and time. And I have to believe that.
When you say you don't witness trees, plants, animals, all bending and warping into a sphere as you walk away from it, it sounds like you don't understand actually what is said to happen. Like that wouldn't happen. I agree. I don't see shit warping into a sphere as I walk away from it either.
Yeah, so anything that I'm viewing on the Earth, right, like on the ground, on the water, whatever, right? It doesn't. I mean, light. It does happen with like lights and some other things, right? Everything vanishes to a point, and we're going to call that a sphere, I guess, right? But for it to actually be warping, like for the straight line to actually be bending, like for level to actually be curving, that's the That's the implications of this gravity, right? So
Right.
that
So
doesn't.
your ultimate contention is that level can't be curved.
Well, not. I mean, level's a word, right? I mean, it's just a word.
Right. Okay. So how about sea level can't be curved?
I mean, it's just a word, right? So like that's what I'm saying. Like, what are you describing when you're saying the word level?
What do you think I mean by the word sea level?
I don't know yet. That's what I'm saying. Like, are you describing curve or bend or a straight line? I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
What does sea level mean to you?
Nothing yet. Just you. It was your word. Go ahead and get into it for me.
Like sea level would be the altitude of the water level of the sea around the globe.
Okay. So that's what level means. Then I guess that's possible if that's what the word means.
Okay. And it also means it maintains the altitude around the curve of the Earth.
Okay. If that's, I mean, measured how, right? Determined how.
So which way would you like to reject?
Nothing yet. That's what I'm saying. So you said this word level, right? Like, and I was okay. But you're defining it in this way of being altitude above the surface of water around a globe. How'd you measure that? If I were to say like level, if I were to say like level is just a synonym for horizontal, which is perpendicular to vertical, I could show you that, right? Like I could show you how I can measure it. I could write it on a piece of paper. I could draw a circle around it that's equidistant from the center and prove it to you, right? And show you the measurements.
Gotcha.
Yes, I mean, how would somebody do that? I mean, you're just one person. That's what I'm saying. You're just one person. You're not a team of scientists. Like how would one person do that? So it's not like your fault.
Hey, Damon, if sea level is your word, do we have to pay you royalties every time we use it?
Team Globe.
Yes, please, to my Venmo and Cash App, or you can go to my website.
Gotcha.
How would you do it, Bob? So if you had to measure the curve of the Earth, what method would you use?
Let's see. How do you want it measured?
Well, how do I want to reject it? Let me see. Optically.
Okay. You can use an auto level. You can use an astrolabe. You can use a sextant. and you can use theodolite.
I know we're not
Well,
like
wait-
cutting people off
well,
too
wait,
much,
Bob.
Bob, but from yesterday, you can't use an auto level. That was
I was gonna
determined
say,
by
Bob,
Brian.
but I'm just one man. Are you telling me that I'm going to need a whole team of investigators to be able to use all of those tools?
I'm just kidding, Bob. Maybe you can use the auto level. I don't know. Brian said you can't.
Only if you want to use them all at the same time. If you use them one at a time, just you can do it.
Oh, so just one man can do it. That is crazy. I'm going to have to try that, I guess.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? And by the way, yeah, I can use an auto level.
Demon,
Make sure your crosshairs are straight.
Yeah.
Demon, you were chatting
That was
to
fun.
you were chatting to Pete earlier on, and you mentioned I still want the subject to go too far off this. So, you were saying to Pete something about the stars moving is what proves to you that it's a globe Earth. So
No,
or something like
no.
that. So where did that come in? What is that
Well,
conversation about? 'Cause
I
I've
can
got a question
clarify it.
about
Yeah, I can clarify it. His thing was, I know we're on a flat, stationary plane. How do you know we're not? And I said, because the sky's moving. So that's a good indication that we aren't stationary.
Okay, yeah, so perfect. Yeah, so I just want to get to that. So, for instance, how do we know that the stars are moving versus us moving? So, for instance, are the stars moving? Are they moving? Are we stationary, or are we stationary and they moving? One or the other, heliocentric versus geocentric. And the reason why I ask that is, for instance, if there's an aeroplane flying above us, how do we know that that aeroplane's moving versus the Earth is not moving at a crazy speed without the instruments on that plane? If you know what I'm getting at with that question, how do we measure which one is actually moving?
It is actually a
Um,
legitimate and very valid question. Does the sky move? Do we move? Or is it a combination of both?
Yeah, basically that's what I'm asking.
I agree with Bob. If, just a quick funny note is if you were in any situation, like, we always use examples of being stationary and things around you moving, or you having that feeling of being in the bus. You wake up and, for a second, you might not know if you're moving or things around you moving. But the funny thing is, if you look at any of those scenarios, like any of the real experiences that you might have had like this, it's almost the intuition would be that it's the things outside that are moving. I mean, that it's you that's moving. I'm saying in all those scenarios, because everything around you is moving, you're given the impression that it's you that's moving, and.
Well,
That
actually,
happens
I
to me
have the
last
opposite
Saturday.
impression. I feel that I'm stationary and everything's moving around me, even when I'm in a bus or a plane or anything else. I'm
I think
stationary
both
and
can
things
happen.
are moving around me.
All right, we're all just gonna lie now. And who's up next to lie about their
Well, hold on
experiences?
a second. Have you ever been sitting parked at like the gas station and the car next to you starts backing up and it feels like your car is like jolting forward? Like I've had that experience.
Yeah, I've
For
had
a
that.
split second, but I mean, you're
Yep.
gonna let that split second fool you for the rest of your life?
No,
Oh
but
God,
the
no.
point is that when you look at what was the truth in any of those situations, it could be that the car around you is moving, but if you're given the perception that everything around you is moving together, that's when it's confirmed. Like if you ever wake up and you're like that and you see everything around you is moving, then you know right away, like the ground's moving, everything's moving, then it's
Sounds
definitely you that's moving.
like you're saying movement is only relative.
Movement is
Yeah,
always
it
relative.
is.
Yeah, it's always
They use
relative.
those virtual reality rides
Okay, so the only
using gravity and motion just images to make you feel like you're moving.
Yeah,
So the
sort of go back to
question
my-
is the
yeah.
sky moving? Is the ground moving? Or is it some combination of both? How would you test for that?
Yes, that was basically the question. So that's all I also wanted to ask you. So thanks for that, Bob. I
How
want to
would
know
you test for it?
yeah, how would you test that aeroplane is, or that plane is flying and it's not actually standing in its steady
Well,
position?
we're not talking about the airplane. We're talking about the sky versus the ground versus both.
No,
So by
that's not the
sky, we
question.
can talk about stars, for example.
No,
So
but
the
that was not
stars are
my
moving
question.
overhead. How do we test if it's the Earth moving, the stars moving, or both?
No, no,
Are we allowed
that
to
was
use
not my
physics, Bob?
question. But that was not my question. That was not my question.
Oh, what was your question then?
My question was: there's a plane flying above us. How do we test that that plane is flying, moving versus us moving? Is that
You can
plane
use
stationary?
parallax. Yeah, you can use parallax of two observers.
Yeah. We could use GPS to determine if our coordinates are changing.
So my question was without instrumentation. So from
Oh.
your position, how would you determine that that plane is moving versus the
Well,
Earth
you're
moving?
putting a condition on it that
Yeah.
doesn't work.
Okay, no,
If
You're saying,
if
how do
you're
we do
just
something
standing on the
ineffectively?
ground and watching the plane, you have no way of telling whether it's you
Can
moving
I?
or the plane moving.
Do I? Is observation the only tool? Your eyes, is that the only tool, or can I use like pencil and paper?
Or even a
you can use
coordinate
pencil
system.
and paper is fine. Pencil
Yeah.
Okay,
paper is
so
fine.
I'd probably draw the path out on a window that I'm observing it through, and then I would measure the angle off of it and see if it conforms with the other observer.
But I have a question. Like what Bob said was, when do we ever in the real world put a condition to make it worse? We would always in the real world say, using the best tools available, how would you determine X?
I'm just trying to get to the basics. So
But
you probably
why?
already assume no. So you're already probably assuming I'm a flat earther. I'm this and that, guys. I'm not a fucking
No.
flat earther. Okay, I'm just trying to get the understanding from the really basics because I don't have your guys' expertise or understandings of this high end stuff. So I'm trying to get to real basics, me layman's term, just trying to understand it for myself. And I think there's a lot of people out there like myself that don't understand a lot what you guys are talking about. So I just want to try to get on basic terms where I can.
All right. So
I'm not
how would you
assuming-
break it down? How would you break it down? The first thing that you have to ask yourself is, can I demonstrate that the ground is moving? And if so, at what speed and in what direction? Would you agree with that?
Correct. Yes, I would agree.
Can
with
you
that.
measure that?
From the with my plane example? So the plane's
No.
up in
Is
the
there a
air.
way to measure whether or not the ground itself is moving?
I got no idea. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Okay.
I would drop a rock from a tower. If it falls to the bottom of the tower, that would mean the Earth's not moving. Like, because if I'm on a ship and I go to the top of a mast and I drop a rock, it's going to go towards the stern of the ship.
Is it?
What are you saying right now?
Correct.
That is some fucking nonsense, my friend.
Yeah.
Hold on, let him
No,
answer Bob's question.
So the problem that you run into with that. So the problem that you run into with that is that implies that the rock and the ship are moving at different speeds.
Right.
If the ship was accelerating, that would be true.
No, the building's up higher than the Earth, so it should actually spin at a little different of a rate than the Earth
How
itself.
much? How much?
A noticeable enough amount to see.
Really?
when
What's
the rock
noticeable?
falls.
Well, tell me how
'Cause
much
the
it.
boat doesn't have to be going that quick.
All right,
for
tell me
that.
that. Okay, so you're on top of a 1,000-foot building. How much faster would the top of the building be spinning versus the bottom of the building, based on the accepted size of the Earth and the rotational speed?
On a 1,000-foot building? I don't
Yep.
know, man. I don't know.
Can you
think
do the
that's
math?
a faulty experiment because that's the experiment that Galileo used to tell us that we'll never be able to prove that the Earth is moving
That's
from
not
the
what Galileo did.
Nope.
No.
Right, and if you don't know, you shouldn't use it as a proof, right? Like if I didn't know the answer to something, I'm not going to be like, well, it's because I don't know this thing that it's wrong.
I don't know the exact amount. I'm just saying it would be a difference. You guys really
How
disagree
much?
with that?
No, you have to show that the difference would be significant. And to do that, you have to tell me what the difference would be. Yes.
I'm telling you, when you're on a moving boat, there's a difference from when you're on the stationary Earth.
We're talking a
Well, then-
1,000-foot building. You have to tell me what the difference in the rotation rate would be.
Do you
and
guys
then
see how
show
this
me
is?
why
They
that's
just want a
significant.
semantic argument, and now they want me to do math right now. And they just asked
Absolutely.
for an experiment on how to prove it, and I gave them one, and now they're saying, "Well, what are the exact specifics of this experiment? Did you do all the
you
math?"
can't do it.
I'm spitballing here, dude.
All right.
Well, the wind would be a much greater impact than any.
Well, you want to
delta
just do it real quick? You want to find the difference?
No, you
I
can
just did.
continue on with Beer Man, dude.
Let's do
I
it
just-
real quick. So the radius of the Earth is 3959 miles. Can we agree on that? I mean,
It's
that's what the
supposed,
accepted
yeah,
number
the
is.
supposed one. Yeah, we get it, Bob. In your
All right.
backyard. We know
So
your all
Bob,
your
use the
tricks.
CN
We know
tower.
all your
times
tricks, Bob.
5,280
Use the CN tower.
feet.
Bob, use a quarter mile as your tall building, not your tall building.
So what's a quarter mile?
Like I'm talking about the difference in radius. Add a quarter mile for your building.
Okay.
1,000 feet.
Do you want the building to be a quarter mile or high, or do you want 1,000 feet, which is nice and easy?
Yeah,
Are you
1,000
saying
feet's
that
nice
if,
and easy.
are you
Well,
saying
isn't
if
it
you built a tower high enough, you would see an effect eventually? Is that what you guys are getting at?
Isn't it easier to do 3959.25?
Yeah, what if I build a tower 3,959 miles tall?
Oh, is that what your experiment is? Is that your new?
No, I'm
building?
just saying, obviously, the higher up I go, I should eventually drop a rock and it shouldn't fall to the base of the building, right?
But we're talking
Where's
about
the
a building that exists. So we're not talking about a building the size of the radius of Earth.
Yeah, if you had a building the size of the diameter of the Earth, it would go into orbit when you dropped it.
Bob, make it a mile high, just for fun.
Okay. So 3959 is the radius of the Earth, and 3960 would be the radius of the top of the building, correct? Right?
Okay.
All
We
right.
just discussed it. Yeah, 1 mile tall building. Why would you do right? Okay. What are you doing?
You agree is what he's asking. Yes, you agree?
That the Earth's radius is 3959, and if you put a mile tall building, the radius of the building to the center of the Earth would be 3960. Like, does that even need to be stated, dude? Isn't this
Okay,
common sense?
So
yeah, but what's 1,155 plus 1? If you can't tell me.
Okay.
What's the square
So
root?
all right. So at the base of the building, the rotational speed of the Earth would be 1,036.5 miles per hour.
Oh, we're on the equator for this experiment?
We're just using it as a rotation. You can do it wherever you want, but that's the number that we're using. Now, the difference between that, 3960 times 2 times 3.14159 equals, divided by 24 hours equals, that equals 1,036.7 miles per hour. So there's a difference of 0.2 miles per hour. Now, 0.2 times 5,280 equals 1,056 feet divided by 24. Divided by that's. Hang on, just a second.
We have to figure out how long it takes to drop.
Exactly.
Yeah,
How long does the rock
I
take to
appreciate
drop
that
to the bottom?
I appreciate that you guys even know how to do these calculations. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, with Globus, this is what we do.
I've got another
So,
question after this. But
that's 1,500. That's 1,056 is the difference in rotational speed, and that's feet per hour. Divided by 60 is the number of feet per second, or per minute is 17.6. Divided by 60 equals 0.3 feet per second. And how long would it take an object? How long would it take an object to fall 1,000 feet?
1 mile, dude. 1 mile.
Or 1 mile. How long would it take an object to fall 1 mile?
Yeah, go ahead. Do the math. Tell me how far away from the tower this is going to be instead of falling right to the bottom. Just like I'm glad you did all the math to prove it to yourself for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, it's a tiny little amount, which is far less than any effective wind or anything else. You're talking fractions of an inch.
Yeah. Okay. So it's
and
like
then
the
we just did it
Coriolis.
live. That's how you do these things. You
Yeah, you don't
actually
really
look
have to
into it rather than
for it,
raise
right?
objections.
Don't
You don't have
forget
to
to add
for the thing.
terminal velocity.
Hold on, guys. That's it. We gotta go one at a time. So Bacon's gonna get in line. You get after that.
Just don't forget to add terminal velocity to the object that's falling, because it's not going to just infinitely speed up.
Correct.
You got to take that into consideration. So 9.8.
Right. 114 miles an hour is terminal velocity. So
All
the
right.
bottom line is
Good
we've
job.
just demonstrated that the change would be extremely insignificant. Now, if you're in a wind-free mine, which they did, where they actually do drop something, it does change very slightly, but there are so many other factors involved that the change is insignificant. It's like Brian's objections yesterday to the theodolite. By his own calculations, the difference was 1/3 of a millimeter. That's
Okay,
what
guys,
he
we're
thought
gonna.
his error was on a 50 millimeter measurement. Insignificant.
Okay, we gotta open up because I think Bacon was trying to say something.
Yeah, I would say that doing the math like that, like if you just get the difference in the speeds and you get the time it takes, and you assume that it will move with that difference in speed, doesn't actually give you the right answer, but it does overestimate how much it will deviate. So, I mean, even though I'd say the math is not exactly how you should do it, it still proves the point because the actual value should be even less.
Yeah, doesn't the rock also have rotational momentum with the Earth?
Yeah, the rock's rotating at whatever speed is wherever it's dropped from. It's rotating at that speed.
Yeah,
that's why we did the delta.
I don't hop in here much, guys. So you got to excuse me if I go off course and don't do things the way you guys normally do it. But I'm going to ask two things quickly regarding the plane and then dropping the rock. Regarding the rock, so say now we had to drop it from a building. Let's say there's a 500-meter deep swimming pool and there's 500 meters of air or 500-meter building, and we drop it from the top of the building and then it hits the water. Would there be a difference in the amount of curve or distance, the way that rocket had traveled down? I'm trying to get it to, for instance, it's going through two different densities. It's going through the air now, so there's less resistance, and then it hits the water, there should be more resistance. It'll start falling at a different path rate. Does that make sense? Would that
Yeah,
be
it does.
something that you could test?
It does make sense. You know, Bacon. Like I asked this question because I thought it was going to be an easy question. I asked it a long time ago because I was going to see if flat earthers could figure out like the Coriolis from dropping something, or from I think it was firing a missile or something like that, like where it would end up at.
Projectile.
But it's actually it's actually fairly, it's more sophisticated than just a few you know, quick, like you can't just use the speed and the rotation of the Earth. There's other factors that go in, like the changing. We didn't even include the air, but the changing gravity, and stuff like that.
No, you're absolutely
Yeah.
correct. It's far more complex than that, and the effect is actually less.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know, if you look at the drop or the curve of a bullet for Coriolis, a 308 round, you look at the time of flight for 1,000 yards on that, you would predict a certain amount of deviation from that, but the deviation is actually slightly less, but it's still present.
So wait, that whole time you did all that math to like explain it to me, you were doing faulty math? You took all that time to do something faulty?
It's
So
not
we did
faulty
it.
math. It's a back of the envelope. It literally was a back of the envelope calculation to give us an idea. And the actual amount would be even less, as Bacon correctly pointed out.
Is
So
this
what I
sufficient
did
for
was
you,
I took your
Platypus?
objection and showed how insignificant it was, step by step.
It's a fair shorthand though, for sure, because it's complicated to do all their stuff, and doing that gives you a very fair shorthand. So there's no.
Yeah,
because if I was going to do it right now, I would use that shorthand.
So
A
it's like
better
if the
answer
claim
would
is that,
come from calculus, but let's not go there.
yeah, if the claim is like, well, we should notice this difference in the globe model, then we make this quick calculation that is faulty, but it's faulty overestimating it. And even within this overestimation, you shouldn't expect to notice that. Then that's good enough, because the correct way would be even less noticeable, which still would prove the point.
Right. So is this sufficient, Platypus, or should they get even more precise to a smaller number that's even less observable?
It's not platypus.
Oh, my bad. It sounded like Platypus. I have to
by
go
the
off
way,
of voice.
what is the the initial setup, because I think I have a simulation written now. I can just plug in the values and see that the
Building
Yeah,
height
it
is
is.
1 mile. Radius of the Earth is given at 3959, and then 1 mile for the building height.
Yeah, we were being charitable with everything vacant. The height of the building was unrealistic. The speed
I think
was
it's. I think using feet is easy. I mean, using 1,000 feet is easier, just because if you increase whatever you increase the height by, you just increase the circumference by pi, or by 2 pi.
Yeah,
2 pi.
this definitely does sound very complex, but yeah, I don't want you guys to spend too much
Yeah, but
time on
that
it.
2 pi though is 24 hours worth of change. So
Right.
then you have to drop it down to the time it would take the object to fall to the ground.
Yeah, you just divide it by 86,400, and it'll give you, and then you do free fall for, like I said, this is the shorthand, and I think it gives you a fair estimate. But yeah, you do the free fall, how long it takes for something to free fall 1,000 feet, and then that many seconds, you know how much speed, you know the speed of it moving, per second. So just put both those in, put the ground speed and the 1,000 feet up speed, and see what the difference in movement is. It's not very far.
So
This
let's
is an
go ahead and
overestimation.
just put this to bed then. So your objection was that there would be a different speed if you dropped it from the top of a building and it would move in a certain direction. You didn't say what direction, but you'd said it would move. We just kind of gave you a basic ballpark figure of how much would be on the high side of what it would move. Now I want you to tell me why that's significant. Tell me how that's going to change the ultimate answer to the questions that we're asking, whether or not things are moving.
I think that would show if there was any bit, if you could calculate exactly what it should be, and then you do it and you demonstrate it and you get those results, then you would actually have something. But all you're doing is math with no experiment. No one has
Okay,
dropped
good.
a rock off of a mile-high building. So
Okay, so good. So you admit that if the amount that it would change would make a difference in the outcome of the answer. Okay, great. What if the measurement of the moving of the plane was 10,000 times greater than the amount of change? Would that amount of change make any significant difference in your outcome?
I don't understand what you're getting at that point. If it
All
was
right,
10,000
so here, let me
different,
rephrase it then.
I was saying if you came up with a number and then you went to the top of a building and you got that number every single time, I would think you were doing something accurate.
Okay, but that's not what the question was. The question was, could we use this to determine the speed of an airplane moving versus us moving? And you said drop a rock. All right, well, fine. The amount of change that you would get from a 1 mile high building is so small that it would be nowhere near the amount of change that you would get from observing the aircraft. Do you agree that that would be an insignificant consideration then?
Yeah, when you guys were talking about the airplane thing, Demon Stride talked about writing on a window, and then you asked, how would we tell if the Earth was spinning? So I gave that example. It didn't have anything to do with the airplane thing.
Oh, so you
Okay,
weren't
so
part
do
of
you
the
think that
conversation.
would be a measurement of the Earth spinning being that tiny of a change? Could you measure that? How
Could
would
I
you
measure it?
accurately measure a change that small?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, it doesn't move, so I guess that's that's
Well,
what you're
no, how
getting
would
at.
you measure that
It's such
change
a
to see whether or
minuscule
not it would?
amount. It's such a
How would you tell the
minuscule.
difference?
Hold on. Every single argument I bring up, it always turns into this. It's such a minuscule amount, we don't even have to calculate for it. Sure, the Earth is rotating in its curve, but it's such a minuscule amount, you don't have to think about it.
No,
Dude,
your
that's your
objection to the test was such a minuscule amount, we don't need to consider it. So that means
Okay,
come
yeah.
up with a
Then give
test.
us a test that we can do on Earth that will show us a considerable amount.
You can do changing weights by latitude, and I've done them.
God boss.
Then you
Me
haven't
too.
seen the teddy bear that was passed around.
What?
That was weighed every latitude.
So
You could go ahead and look at UPS. You could look at UPS.
I remember your
package
science
weight.
experiment.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I would say UPS gives you weights at all kinds of latitudes of the same object. So go ahead and really test that. I don't think you guys have.
I did really test it with an accurate reference weight and an accurate scale.
Bob, for a second, can I deal with it? I deal with UPS and Purelator on a daily basis. Do you think those weights are accurate? Hello?
Does UPS weigh packages to a hundredth of a gram? I don't think so.
So it's such a minuscule amount you can't even tell, really? Is that what you're getting at again?
No, I used the correct
UPS goes by the
instrument.
number I give them, which is usually just overinflated.
What a awesome another proof he has for us. Weights change based on latitude, but a regular scale can't show you that.
Maybe.
I
Maybe.
did able to do it because you have to use the right equipment to measure things that small. But
Yeah,
you
this
can't
is
measure
pattern recognition. This is what's happening here. You guys have the same argument for every single thing I brought up so far.
You need to use accurate equipment is pattern recognition. That's really good.
So like what's
Oh,
happening
it's
in
weight
that
change.
in that weight change? Yeah, Jeremy. J-Dog.
The weight of a reference mass, weight on the same scale, changes. It decreases as you get closer to the equator, and it increases as you go closer to the poles.
I was more interested in the basics. I want to hear Jeremy though also, but I was more interested in the basics, like when you're weighing, like what is pushing down, right? To like so that object then must be like I guess going up, and then something's pushing down to give you the difference. Like what's pushing down on that scale?
Gravity.
The object is pushing down.
Yes.
Yes.
And the scale is pushing up.
Yeah.
That's how
Oh,
they
the
work.
scale is
They
pushing.
measure
The
the
scale is
force.
pushing up. Okay.
The normal force.
Oh, okay, it's a force. All right, just checking.
Yeah, weight is a force.
Normal force is definitely a force.
So then, what's going on then? Like with that, so we got this force that changes at latitudes. What's that? What is that force?
Centrifugal force.
Weight.
Centrifugal.
Well,
okay.
it's counteracted by centrifugal.
Well, the
And
centrifugal is the upward.
force
Is the
is
upward.
why the centrifugal force is why the weight changes. Gravity is pretty steady. There are slight variations in it, of course, and you have to account for those. But you have gravity pushing down. The thing that changes is the centrifugal force based on the rotational speed of the Earth.
All right, so then that,
Yeah, Rupert Sheldrake would disagree with you. Sorry, real fast. Rupert Sheldrake would disagree with you. Gravity is not a constant. He said that it fluctuates to the point to where the constants fluctuate to where you should get like an update on the weekly constants, like the stock exchange. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, but it just wasn't non sequitur to his.
You never heard of Rupert Sheldrake?
Can we talk to him?
Nope. Did I go to school with him?
I mean, you go to rupertsheldrake.com and you could learn about him. He's a legitimate scientist.
How much does it change?
So what?
How much does it
So
change?
Again, it's an issue
pointing
of
out-
magnitude. It's an issue. It's a problem with the issues of magnitude. How much does
There's
it
that
change? Of
pattern
course it
recognition
varies.
again jumping in there.
But-
There it is. Pattern
But
recognition.
Bob, is it not correct that the international gem trade, for example, they're going to have a reference mass, 1 kilogram most likely, or maybe 1,000 or 100 grams? They're going to calibrate to that frequently based on their SOP. They're always to
Well,
because
that
they-
or they'll use a beam balance, which use a beam balance, which doesn't make doesn't allow any variation.
right, because you're always going against the calibration.
Yeah.
So that's how we get around these things. But if you don't use those things, scam the international gem trade.
But you're actually to do this test, you're actually taking advantage of the fact that the spring balance is calibrated to a certain weight at a certain latitude. And then by changing the latitude, you demonstrate the change in the weight.
That's cool, man. So I'm just so the force is upward then, right? So is that right? The force is up, not down.
No,
Which
it's
force?
not. Centrifugal force is not
Centrifugal
upward.
force is up. Gravity is down.
Wait, so the
It's not
force,
up. It's
the
only up at
measurable.
the equator.
All right, so there's no sense. So there's only centrifugal at the equator.
No, there's always centrifugal force, but the centrifugal force points away from the axis of rotation of the Earth, which at the equator is upwards, but at other latitudes it starts to tilt, which makes it even lesser of an effect.
Bacon is absolutely correct.
It's the upward component.
So then why don't we just observe everything going up if there's this upward force
Because
going
it's
on?
minuscule
Why would we?
compared to weight.
I mean, why wouldn't we? There's
Oh,
upward
it's
force.
minuscule. It's so
Well, calculate
minuscule,
what
you
it would
can't
be.
even tell.
Yes.
How
It's
fast
so
would the Earth
minuscule.
have to rotate? How fast would the surface of the Earth have to be rotating in order to be weightless at the equator?
I'm not assuming any kind of shape to anything. I'm just saying you're saying you measured an upward force, right? You're saying that's what you can measure by measuring the changing of weights, an upward
Absolutely.
force. Okay, so why are you? So what's so now you've concluded that the Earth's a globe because you measured upward force.
No, that's
So
already
I was told everything goes down, but you're
no,
telling me
that was
everything goes up.
already a given. That wasn't being tested in this experiment. We were testing
that's
strictly
assumed.
for rotational.
It's not proving
demonstration
it.
of rotation.
It's just more evidence to.
Not assuming it. I thought it was assumed. I mean, was that like I don't know. But all right, so you're measuring this upward. You're measuring a upward force everywhere you go. That's actually measured.
No, you're measuring the weight. The change in weight is the upward component of centrifugal.
Yeah, some people use a little bit of yeast when they bake. Apparently, the Globers they only bake leaven bread, and this leaven is assumption, basically.
What are you talking about? Are you drunk?
He's
no,
just
but not-
adding.
not-
He's just putting.
Trying to
crap
make a
on.
joke. Yeah, just making a
Ryan,
humor.
jokes are funny. Try it again.
We went over this weight. We went over this weight change latitude thing in depth one day. Bob posed it as a science experiment and all that. But the problem is the weight change with latitude. Yeah, it happens. Okay, maybe it happens. Let's say it happens. You don't have any cause. There's no experiment with an independent variable that you're manipulating. There's no cause to the effect. You just have an affirming the consequence.
That's really true, Jeremy, except the entire thing is a scientific experiment, and the independent variable was change in latitude.
That's not true. It's a correlation, causation, conflation.
Of scientific method, okay?
Go, Jeremy.
Yeah, so that means latitude change causes it, then not Earth rotation.
Latitude
No.
change was what was used to manipulate it. Yes. That was
Okay, so you varied your latitude. All right, go ahead, guys.
No, hold
I
on,
thought you
Jeremy.
were
Jeremy,
done,
it's gonna
Bob.
be Jeremy.
My
Jeremy,
bad.
it's gonna be your turn. I know something though. Just everybody, the Globers and flat earthers. There's a Glober and a flat earther kind of going back and forth. Allow them to sort of respond to their response because it sounds like they're talking to each other directly. So it's like give them a chance to go at it a little bit. There's a
That's
lot of
not
people
how
jumping in.
independent variables work, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to say your independent variable is latitude change. Latitude change causes the weight change then, and
No,
you don't have your
latitude
you don't have any
change- no.
cause as. Hold on, Bob. You don't have any confirmation scientifically that Earth rotation is causing the weight change.
That's incorrect. And that's a basic misunderstanding of what an independent variable is and how it's manipulated.
Yeah, I would say that's only possible.
You
in a
have
flat Earth.
all right.
Thanks for your input, Jeremy. This was
Just to help you out,
My
Jeremy.
input is hold on. My input is that you've manipulated latitude change. We see that. Okay, yes, that's fine. You don't have any evidence that Earth rotation is causing it.
Okay, well, Jeremy, let me help you out here just to kind of explain the scientific reasoning to you. The Earth is given as a sphere. The question is it rotating? If it is rotating, certain things will happen on the surface of that sphere, centrifugal force being one of them. How would we check for a difference in centrifugal force? We would change latitude on the surface of the sphere. We do change latitude on the surface of a sphere. The centrifugal force is demonstrated, which verifies the rotation. That's how you test it.
Why would there be a?
I'm not interested in your begging. No tanks, man. What did you hear? What Coach said? Maybe you were gone. Let me just go back and forth with Bob for 2 seconds, and I'll hand it over. Okay,
well, no,
2 more
go ahead.
seconds. Thanks. So, fucking A. Oh, I'm not interested in your begging the question fallacy about if Earth's rotating and if it's a globe. That's not interesting to me.
I'm not interested in your fallacies.
What I am interested in, hold on, Bob. I'm not interested in your begging the question fallacies of all that. What I am interested in is scientific evidence. And you're claiming that the rotation of Earth is causing the weight change with latitude change, but you have no actual scientific evidence for that, just a begging the question fallacy topped on an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Already answered, and I don't really care what you call a fallacy or not. They have no place in science. Thank you.
Wait, so you didn't directly measure? I asked for a measurement of Earth movement, and you didn't measure Earth movement.
Jeremy has a 3-second delay. We got to let them go.
But Bob's not interested.
Fallacies shouldn't have a place in science. Yeah, fallacies shouldn't have a place in science. I don't know why he's using them, trying to use them in science. But anyways, that's his problem, not mine. I'm not interested in the begging the question fallacy topped with affirming the consequent of Earth rotation is causing weight change with latitude. It's not interesting. Do you have any real scientific evidence? Chucky,
I'm asking
if you have any real scientific evidence, dude, just stop, man.
Okay, can I put in my point?
We don't even need your input right now. I'm trying to have a little back and forth with Bob. No,
you're done with me.
Yeah,
you're
please,
done with
wait
me,
till
Jeremy.
after.
Jeremy, I'm done. We're done. I've already answered your question and given the evidence.
Your answer is logically bankrupt.
I don't care.
So if the Earth is flat and non-rotating, what causes weight change over latitude when you change latitude?
But I can't trust Bob because he doesn't know what he's talking about, obviously. So I want to hear how Jeremy would do it. Because he's the expert.
In all honesty, Bob believes that there's examples all around us. He's shown us in his yard. He's shown us in his kitchen. And I understand that. But it doesn't necessarily apply automatically to real world, because you can create an example is different than what we see in the field in real life. So when we ask for science, Bob, be more scientific than your assertion that your model actually applies to real life.
I do witness what Bob is talking about, though. I mean, I really do. I mean, that's why I was asking him. He's about this acceleration upward. I do see. I don't really see anything like just falling down. I see things going up all the time.
Are you high?
No, like right now it's raining, right? I see that falling down, but before that happened, all the water was just going up into the sky.
You saw the water going up?
Yeah,
you saw rain up.
Yeah, there's like you can check on your weather app too. There's like a visibility alert, right? So like I can see that happen. I can see evaporation occur, right? I can see these things happen, right? And I can watch. Right, I can watch gas behavior. I can watch it kind of go up. Right? I watch helium balloons. I watch it go up.
Dude, no, hold on. You can watch gas go up. What the fuck do you mean by that?
Yeah, in a container, right? So I can watch these things go up. I can watch a helium balloon go up. I see things going up all the time. So I don't think Bob is way off.
Do you work at a circus?
All right.
Yeah, in nature, right? Like I don't see things falling down in nature, right? Like unless they were first put up. But I see a tree growing up, right? I see it grow up, and then it can go back down and seek equilibrium. I see these things going up. You're saying you see things naturally go down.
Yeah,
According to Einstein and relativity, the Earth was accelerating upwards, right?
Can I get in just for a second? I'm not even going to need 20 seconds. Yeah, I wanted to say that real fast. Yeah, I know. There's other people talking too, but
no. So after Hank does this, we're going to start taking turns, like not turns.
Ocho, let him speak.
Yeah, but I mean, I was trying to speak. Bacon was trying to speak, but let him speak, guys.
Didn't mention me.
I'm sorry. I know I do a lot of talking on here. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say real fast that if we're following natural philosophy or philosophy, and that's like the foundation of this stuff, and then you're going into, science and cause and effect, like you have to have logically consistent premises, like to build on the foundation. And he's right. There shouldn't be any logical fallacies in science whatsoever, especially correlation causation conflation, right? We know that causation is not correlation. We know that there has to be a process of elimination to rule out the correlation and prove causation. So, just to go with what Bob said earlier, like just a few minutes ago, Earth is given as a sphere, right? And that what translates to that is the science is settled and proven, right? The Earth is not given as a sphere if science has never settled things.
So how does it
Okay,
work
now,
on a
now that
flat
that's
rotating
happened,
Earth?
let's take normal turns now, right? Because I think there's no reason somebody has to have precedence over the people when there's several people trying to get in. So, right, I don't remember what I was going to say.
Yeah, but Coach, you
No,
named,
I'm trying to say something else. Then for some reason, like God comes in, and then he gets to speak in front of everybody. So,
you named all Globers on the list. You
you're
didn't give any
butthurt because
flat
somebody
earthers.
spoke before you. Just say
no,
what you
I'm not butthurt. It's weird that you say, "Hey, let him speak, man." There was 5 other people trying to get him before he opened his mic.
No, that's not what I heard. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just telling you what happened. But it's fine.
All right, it's my turn.
Yeah, I was gonna let whoever no tanks know that when you said about the things accelerating upwards, the funny thing is if you ask an what's it called, a inertial observer, an inertial observer would be somebody who's in free fall. If you ask them what people on the surface of the Earth are doing, he would say that they are accelerating upwards. Just kind
Someone
of a
in
funny
free
thing
what?
like that. You ask an inertial observer,
In free what?
somebody in free fall.
Well, somebody going down. All right.
Somebody who's an inertial observer.
Okay. Falling
Yeah.
down.
Anyhow, he asked an inertial observer, he would say that everything's accelerating upward.
Yeah, I mean that's cool and everything. I mean, it was just surprising for me to hear from like the room, like at like this outrageous. That's outrageous. Nothing goes up. It's like that's all you really ever see is things go up. I mean,
I think that's not the claim.
So,
What's
Chucky,
that?
do you disagree with Kosho and Einstein about the upward acceleration? Because you were implying that it's not an upward acceleration, that it's a downward acceleration. Which is it?
Weight is gravity is a downward acceleration, and the Earth accelerates towards the object accelerates towards the Earth proportionally. Well, inversely proportionally to their weight. To their mass.
Yeah, weight's a downward force.
Yeah, and
the claim isn't that everything is going to go down. That you're always going to have this force, the net force, which is weight. You always have that. Even if an object is going up, doesn't mean you don't have weight. It just means that the net force is upwards.
So not all things are being pulled down. Got it.
That's not what I said.
No.
I said that's
Oh.
not the end result because there are other forces at play, like buoyancy. So if you have buoyancy being stronger than weight, then doesn't matter. It doesn't mean there's no weight there. It's still gonna go up, but because you have much bigger force pulling it up than you have pulling it down.
that's why free body diagrams are useful.
And that's why things going up doesn't refute weight. It's just a fact that it's not the only force at play.
So how much is someone pushing up if they're 200 pounds and they do a push-up?
Well, you're not 200 pounds on your hands. So
Well, I know. So you're saying the Earth is pulling us down, right? So like we have this victim mentality that we're being pulled down to the ground, and it's so hard, right?
Victim mentality?
If you want to know,
you might need to see a doctor.
Seriously?
Put a
You don't think
scale
that-
under your hands when you're doing a push-up.
Is that the right weight? Because isn't it? It's like 14 psi, 14.7 pounds
pressure,
per
that's not
square
weight.
inch. Well, isn't
weight.
that pushing down too?
Pressing in all directions.
Guys, I don't want to
Who
be
is this,
that
by
guy
the
that pushes this back, but I still want to go back to the question, the original question, which died or went into this whole gravity thing now, regarding the plane and trying to see which one is moving. I still don't understand. I don't know if that was answered. So Chunky mentioned something about GPS. So cool. Let's use
No
GPS.
chunky.
Or Chucky, however I say this, guys, give me a break here. Someone mentioned GPS then. So let's use GPS, but relative to what is it? For instance, it can work on both, as far as I understand.
Why don't
That you can.
Why don't you just look at the plane taking off and look at the plane landing, and you can know if planes in the sky move or if it's us that's moving, and you'll never have that question again once you answer it yourself.
Well,
I think that's the
hold on.
easiest way to do it.
Oh, did you say that you were on the plane or are you watching the plane?
From the ground.
You're watching the plane.
Okay, and you're trying to determine if the plane in the sky is moving or if you're moving, given that giving the effect, making it appear as if the plane was moving, right?
Yeah.
And
Well,
I guess you want a definitive test.
What are you sitting on something or are you standing?
You could be lying down, you could be taking a shit, you can be being whatever you want, but you're standing in one place and you're looking at a plane flying over you, like you would see. The reason why I'm asking is because you see the stars move and we see a plane move. How do you know which one's moving? You or the plane? You or the
It
stars?
depends what you're talking relative to, but I would put a mark by your feet. You start watching put a mark in the sky where the plane is. Wait a certain amount of time. Another mark in the sky where the plane is now. Put a mark by your feet where your feet is now.
Yeah, but in his scenario, the whole Earth would be, so even the sky would be moving. Your whole frame would be moving. If, like, let's say that the plane was stationary in the air and the Earth is kind of just moving and making it look like the plane's moving or something. Like, that's what you're talking about, right?
You didn't
Colin?
hear where he forbid us from using tools or.
No.
Right,
I gave you. I said you can use GPS. I'm just asking how in relative to what is it? How do you determine which one is moving?
Well, you know, actually,
I could probably take
it relative to the Earth.
I could probably take a shot at this.
Yeah, please, because don't treat me like a
From
piece of shit.
a stationary point, both the surface of the Earth and the airplane are moving. The airplane is moving from the standpoint of the Earth, there is relative motion of the airplane. From the standpoint of the airplane, there is relative motion of the Earth. You have to define how you want the answer to this. So if you want it from, say, a stationary point at the center of the Earth, both the Earth and the plane are moving, but they are moving relative to each other. In addition to moving relative to the center of the Earth.
I get that. So let's use that and now let's see how we're moving. How the stars aren't moving according to you guys, or according to mainstream understanding of the whole model. How did we determine that that we moving and not the stars?
Well, that's a lot easier because all you have to do is you have to look at the motion of the stars and then you compare it to the motion of the Earth. If you can demonstrate the Earth is moving at the same rate that the stars are moving over our head, by definition, it's the Earth rotating and the stars are stationary. If the Earth is stationary and the stars are moving, well, there you go. If there's some combination of both, you assign a certain amount of movement to the Earth and some to the stars. We have demonstrated that the Earth moves at a rotational rate of 15 degrees per hour. The stars overhead appear to move in the opposite direction at 15 degrees per hour. That is confirmation that it is the Earth rotating under the fixed stars.
Affirming the consequence. So how did you measure the 15 degrees per hour if not using the stars?
Ask Bob.
Aren't
It's
you
fucked
Bob?
up, Bob. It's fucked up. Bob it's fucked
Nodell
up. No, you meant somebody else. Fuck off.
Bob Nodell verified that the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour, and I verified it's rotating at 15 degrees per hour with the changing weights at latitude.
Changing weights at latitude verifies 15 degrees. Interesting. So the Sagnac effect, right? So there.
Not a Sagnac effect. Doesn't have anything to do with that.
What does interferometry deal with then?
That's the SAGNAT effect. My weights
Then why did
change
you say
for
not the
latitude
SAGNAT?
has nothing to do with the SAGNAT effect. Bob
Then
Nodell's
why did
fiber
you
optic
interrupt me
gyroscope
to
did.
say it wasn't the Sagnac effect when I was saying the Sagnac effect, and then I was going to talk about the ring laser gyroscope?
Go right
Do you
ahead.
understand how conversations work? Jesus.
Go nuts.
Well, why don't you quit bitching and get on with it then?
Cut out.
Yeah, we don't need all that, bro. Take
No,
it
I'm just
easy.
not going to
Let's
engage
take
with
it.
these people.
No, let's hear you just
Hey,
explain how
Napalm, I don't mean to pour salt. I don't mean to pour salt in the wound, but you see now why I don't fond interruptions. I think we're all on the same page now. But I'm not. Anyways, I don't mean to pour salt in the wound, like I said. But yeah, the answer to say what, Jim? Well, no, yeah, sure, yeah, that's true. All right, touche. Whatever, dude. Why you got to make a point like that? It's a good point.
No,
what
real
was the
quick,
point?
real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick, back on that weight change with latitude thing. I just want to make one closing statement. I get a chance. All that's really happening is he's just going around and measuring the effect. Like you're just measuring the effect, measuring the effect, measuring the effect. You never actually get a cause with what he was trying to do. Thank you.
That's actually good. Go ahead, Tricky.
causes in the method.
The effect, that effect is a prediction from a rotating sphere. So it's evident for it because you wouldn't get that prediction if you don't assume rotating sphere.
Exactly.
Maybe there's
I know. I already said it's not about the. Oh, you weren't done baking. Go ahead.
I was. You just have a delay. Go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, it's not about your begging the question fallacy prediction. It's about actually manipulating the cause for the effect when you do an experiment. So back to the thing where all you do is measure the effect. You never actually manipulate anything. You may manipulate latitude. You can manipulate latitude, like Bob said, but latitude change isn't the cause. It's Earth rotation, right?
Yeah, that was the point
I would like
go
to
ahead,
hear.
Tricky.
I would like to hear one of these experts tell us how to do a science experiment to
Well,
test
real
it.
quick.
Weight would change by latitude.
Real quick.
I'll go. That's really what he wants to hear.
Well,
yeah. All you got to do is stop the Earth from rotating.
Come on. Koshu is trying to. Go ahead, Koshu.
I really was trying to say something for a while now. I mean, Larry doesn't care, but that's not the point. The point I was going to make was, all right, it's not the cause that you really are requiring in this case. It's the corroboration of these results, like me doing the Foucault's pendulum versus Bob doing the weight change with latitude versus whoever used the gyroscope that, Bob Nodell, people attribute to him, whatever, that the Sagnac effect with latitude, 15 degrees per hour. So yeah, I mean, all those things corroborating each other give you that confidence.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's not one thing. It's
Scientific concordance.
Bob, thanks for answering a few things for me. I do appreciate that.
Happy to.
Yeah, the like I wanted to say as well is I've seen those time-lapse videos of the Milky Way and where they lock the camera on the Milky Way and then it follows the Milky Way, then you can see the rotation of the Earth. But then I've seen those videos where you don't see where they don't lock it onto the Milky Way, and then it looks like they're rotating above you. So that's why I asked the question, because visually it looks like it could be either way.
Yeah, but that's what my point. My point earlier. Yeah, for the most part, but like if you were just noticing one thing, like an airplane, then it's sort of like maybe a question. But those pictures you're talking about when you're seeing the entire sky move together, and that's why I gave the example I gave earlier about moving. If you're moving and you see everything in all the windows moving together, that tells you something different than the sensation you get when you just quickly see the train or the one object near you moving. For a second you're confused by it, but when you see everything around you moving in your normal everyday experience, that confirms to you that it's actually you that's moving.
Yeah.
Can I respond now?
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Yeah, just super quick. That's actually not how it works, right? Just because everything is moving around you doesn't mean that you're the one moving. That's an assumption. And the assumption that just because, the Earth's spinning and changing latitude doesn't prove anything. But if you add, Foucault's pendulum and gyroscopes to it, that somehow proves things. Those are red herrings. They don't have anything to do with what you're trying to prove to begin with. Thanks.
Doesn't prove, provides evidence for together or scientific concordance, as Bob said. Why do you keep ignoring that?
Okay, well, it doesn't provide evidence using red herring fallacies.
It's not a red herring.
Okay, you're going to explain how to do it the right way, though. We're waiting for that.
I did. You weren't listening. I said if you want to actually prove this is the cause of something, you manipulate the cause, and then you try to measure it again. And when you can't, then you turn the cause back on, and then you can measure it again. And when everybody does this all over the world over and over again, but you can't stop the Earth from spinning. That's why you have to assume it.
In order for it to be science, you need to actually manipulate your independent variable, which is the cause of the effect. So if you think Earth rotation is causing this weight change with latitude change, you need to manipulate that somehow. If you can't do it, don't ask us to do it. That's not our problem. That's your this is your guys' pseudoscience experiment, not ours.
Okay, so Larry, that's the problem. That's the problem you run into with these. Yeah, but that's the problem you run into with your scientific reasoning, Larry. You're trying to claim that the only way to test something is to do something that's impossible. Therefore, it can't be tested. Therefore, it can't be claimed. That's not true. If you cannot physically do something because it is impossible to do, you can take advantage of certain things that, based on how you understand things work, in order to test for it as if you had stopped it.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying you can't claim this is science.
Saying,
you can't. Hold on, Bob. I just started talking, Bob. Relax. He's saying you can't claim this is science because you can't manipulate your independent variable, which you think is Earth rotation. Obviously, you can't manipulate that. So you can't claim this is science because in science, what do you need to do? You need to manipulate your independent variable.
Well,
the ID.
That's your misunderstanding of science, Jeremy. So since you can't stop Earth rotation, as you correctly point out, does that mean that we cannot test for Earth rotation? Because that's
that means,
a logical conclusion.
Okay, please don't slander me and say that's my misunderstanding. I understand
That
science
is your
completely.
misunderstanding.
You're the one. Hold on, Bob. You're the one that you are the one that is doing all kinds of fallacious things in your fake pseudoscience experiment. I'm telling you that you can't claim that this is science because you can't manipulate your independent variable. The thing you do in a science experiment, right? You need to manipulate an independent variable. You can't do that, obviously.
No, you don't have to manipulate it directly. You can manipulate it indirectly. So answer my question if you dare. If you cannot stop the rotation of the Earth to test it directly, does that mean that we cannot test for the rotation of the Earth scientifically?
Exactly.
If you can't manipulate your independent variable, if you cannot manipulate your independent variable, you will never be able to claim that Earth rotation, which would be your independent variable, is causing weight change with latitude.
All right, you need to go back to school before you continue to embarrass
Let me
yourself.
ask you another question. Do you
Hold
believe?
on.
Okay.
No. I didn't know if Jeremy wanted to respond to that. That's all. But
Oh yeah. So I just want to know: do you agree, Jeremy, with the experiments that prove that you can use a pendulum to determine your latitude? Do you agree with those experiments?
What's the experiment?
The Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, what's your independent variable and dependent variable?
No, I'm just asking, do you agree that they can determine your latitude based on only using the Foucault's pendulum?
You may be able to use them to determine your latitude. Sure.
Okay. Well, all right. So now let's exclude rotating Earth. That would cause a pendulum to drift in a way that is repeatable and gives you, within a degree of accuracy, your correct latitude every time. Can you postulate anything that would do that?
I could think of some things. Sure, it'd be pure speculation. I wouldn't be as silly as to claim anything scientific with this, knowing that you can't manipulate your independent variable.
Yeah, I'll take speculation. I've never heard a reason why that would happen. It's just always, well, you can't determine that that's the cause. Well, I don't want to know if it's the cause. I just want to know if you think it's possible. And if it's not rotation, what could it be?
Could be rotation of the heavenly bodies.
How would those affect the pendulum?
Isn't there such thing as the Elias effect?
What if you do it in a vacuum?
I don't know if you'd have to do. I guess you'd have to, do it in a vacuum. But I've heard that there's speculation, just like you guys are speculating about that it's the rotation of the Earth that's causing the pendulum to precess, and it's causing the weights at different latitudes or whatever that you say. I've also heard that the spinning of the heavens above us causes what is called an Elias effect. That's
I've heard that claim too.
Speculation, just like you guys are speculating. I had
No,
another
that's
question. No.
Oh wait, yeah.
Could I
So
ask
maybe yeah. Just a second. Just let that simmer, Jeremy. You don't gotta answer it now, but maybe we'll bring up another time. But I'll think about one too if I can postulate any reason why that would, be affected by something other than rotation. But I'll back up. Go ahead and.
I wanted to ask, how you guys say there, if you weigh things at different latitudes, how much difference in weight do you get?
At the most extreme, it's the North Pole and the equator. That's the biggest difference, and I think it's.
Has that ever been been measured?
Yes.
So have been to the North Pole and with a weight and something to measure.
There's people who have literally done that, but more.
But how can you weigh that and measure the?
That's a good question, but I can't hear it yet because I'm still trying to respond to his last statement. So just give me 1 second.
They will use the same tool to measure the thing, and this tool is experiencing the difference of its mass. So
Okay.
it will not detect a difference between the mass of the object when you transfer it from the north to south. You are using a tool to measure its mass, and this tool is experiencing the same shit you're talking about. And
Okay.
this
Well,
tool,
in the future, if you're going to interrupt somebody and it's not going to be extremely quick,
you brought
like
that
extremely
tool
quick, then people are going to call you out on that. So please.
You brought that tool from China, and China didn't make different tools to measure the mass of things in the north, and other tools that are made differently to measure things in the south.
All right, fair enough. So, like I said, when you interrupt, try to make a single point and try to make it immediately. Okay, that way people don't call you out because it's kind of bothersome. Instead of responding to the other person, I'm going to respond to you because you hijacked the conversation. When they make scales, like if you instead of guessing or making assumptions, when you talk to people who actually make scales and produce scales, you'll find that they do indeed make unique. They do make calibrations based on where those scales are made for. If it's specifically a weight scale, they make calibrations based on the region that they're sending it to. And if they're measuring something that is not like a valuable, like gold or something, and it's traveling, if they're doing it outside of the equator, they use triple beam balances, like Dr. Bob said earlier. They don't use scales.
So how much is the difference between the North Pole and the South Pole?
Oh, right. I forgot that was answering that question. Thank you for running. It's 0.03%, I believe it is. Is it 0.3%? I think it is 0.3%. So if something weighs,
You're not sure. Not sure.
no,
Oh,
that's
that's quite a bit.
that's the maximum. That's the maximum difference. Yeah, it's 0.3%. So if something weighs like 100 pounds, it'll be like 0.3 pounds different.
I would assume that would be the magnetic differential between the pole and the equator. That's just my assumption, right? But I can't stop that from happening, so I'm not claiming that it's science.
Kosho, you must remember I did this experiment. You guys didn't accept it because I didn't have no difference on the weight. You guys claimed that I was doing it wrong. I don't know why you keep saying this shit, bro. It's like
in this case, I brought many different scales from many parts of the world. No one asked me where you will utilize it, in south or in the north, in the equator. No one asked me that because all the scales are the same.
Did you read the manual for the scales and see you had to calibrate it to your location against a reference mass? Yes or no? Next time, read the manual.
Yeah, they generally come with a mass to do that with.
And there is so many scales that comes without manual.
no, they need to be calibrated because with the movement, the springs and shit, they may move. So you need to calibrate so it can be accurate after shipment.
You know, also
not because of mass or shit like that.
There's also a difference between a bathroom scale and a precision analytical scale. You know that, right?
Yeah, I bought a precision one. It was
Then you had
30.
instructions on how to calibrate it properly.
Yes. Which is what I did. And then I went to the other place with the same scale and everything, and there was no difference.
Did you calibrate it to the other place?
Well, if I calibrated to the other place, how you gonna tell there was a difference between the first place and the second place?
Well
which
done.
is what
You
you're
didn't
trying
fall for it. I just was checking. Well, then you did it wrong.
Well, it's weird because I did the same experiment that he did, but I did got results. And I not only got a difference in weight, when I got back to my initial location, I got the original weight back.
As
So
did
it's
I.
really weird that if it's a glober that does it, you get expected result. If it's a flat earth, you get no result. That's weird.
Let's find out about y'all's technique. How was the handling of the scale between the two locations in both cases? Well, first, with your Silent Zero, because I remember talking to you about this, but you drove with yours in a truck, right? So it's like, what did you use to sort of protect its, jostling around or whatever?
The scale?
Yeah. Like, how did you protect it from, becoming like air?
Well, yeah, put it on the bed that I remember. I had it on my backpack, right? After I waited on at my house. Then when I got to the other location, I turned off the truck. Everything was no air, no wind, no nothing. Set it up, no change on the weight.
How was yours handled, Bacon? Did you have yours in the backpack in a truck, a semi truck, or was it?
Oh, I traveled on an airplane.
Okay, how was it handling in transit though?
What do you mean handling?
Like it's like if you were trying to be super careful, like let's say you had like a really sophisticated case or something that protected it from being jostled around too much. But obviously you didn't have that. But I'm just saying, like, how were you? Was it you traveled on an airplane? So did you pack it in the with your rest of your like luggage, or did you carry it on?
It was in my bag. It's a small pocket scale.
Yeah, yours probably had worse handling than fucking Silent Zero's.
What
You
was the
packed it?
difference in weight? What was the difference in weight that you got?
Mine was 0.5%. No, it was 0.1%.
0.1%.
That expected, or how much was expected?
That was exactly what was expected.
Okay, cool.
Bacon, you're a clown, bro. Holy shit!
Are you calling me a liar?
Okay, let's find this out. What was the precision of your scale?
Yeah.
What
I'm
precision
telling
did
you,
your
like,
scale
0.1
take down
grams.
to?
0.1 gram.
And what about you, Sound Zero? Was yours was a point scale too,
I
right?
had no change. And when I
No,
was
no, no, no,
gonna,
no. I'm asking about this. I'm asking about the precision of your scale.
it's so 1,000. Let me see if I got it here. This one is a really precise one. I think it has
Yeah,
3
his one's
zeros
much
or
more
4.
precise.
His was
It
more
was 4
precise.
zeros.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was 4 zeros. Like
Really? Past the gram?
yeah.
How much did you pay for that?
What do you mean?
How much did it cost? How much did that cost you?
I think I pay like $100 and something.
Oh, okay. Well, oh
Yeah,
wow.
and I did that because remember I bought another scales and I did it, and you guys say, "Oh, that's not precise enough." So here I go, buy
Wow.
another one, and then when I did the experiment, have the same results because I travel to these locations often. You and Sanic and start telling
Never
me
heard
that I
your
was doing it
results.
wrong. Yeah,
No, I
start telling me that I
never
was
heard your
doing it.
results before.
Then maybe it wasn't you. Sorry, Kosho. But
No,
it
I
was.
was talking to you. I was talking to you when you were suggesting the test, and I was giving you suggestions. What you could do to get error, not error, whatever. But I
And
never heard the
then
results
you
before.
say, I remember. I precisely remember you, Kosho, saying, "Well, if you're not getting the results, then you're doing it wrong." At that point,
That was me. That
at
was
that
me making a prediction when we were talking about it. I said, if you don't get results, then you're going to look at the first thing you're going to look at is user error. That's the first thing you should look at.
Let's just make it easy.
Yeah, I remember you
How
saying
big was
that.
your reference mass? How big was your reference mass?
I don't do none of that shit. Actually, Bob, I asked you guys to tell me what was the difference I was supposed. I give the exact location where I was gonna do the first measurement and the second measurement, and then I remember precisely when I asked this for this calculation, Rumpus started going on this. But we have different mass, so it can deviate from
That's
one
Rumpus. I'm not
spot.
Rumpus.
Yeah, mass
I'm not
distribution.
Rumpus. Just answer my question.
I'm answering.
What was the mass of your reference mass?
I don't know.
Okay, why don't you know?
Because I don't do the calculations. I was gonna.
You don't know what the mass. You don't know if it was 1,000 grams or 100 grams or 500 grams. You don't know that.
He's asking what you weighed. Yeah, what you weighed.
That's called the reference mass.
Yeah, I bought. I don't understand these words. English is not my first language.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, I'll give you a pass on that one. So you have to have a reference
Yeah.
mass. What was the mass of your reference mass?
I bought though a set of. It had like 5 grams, 10 grams, 20, and then 50 and 500. I think that's.
What did you use?
Give me a second. Say again.
What was the total mass that you used?
I did it with all of them.
Okay. So, how many degrees of latitude did you change?
I think I still have the coordinates for that.
Well, it's a
Let me
simple
see.
question. I just need a number for degrees of latitude that you changed.
Yeah, did you
Silent
weigh
zeros.
all of those masses at once, or did you pick one of them?
Oh,
to weigh?
mine was 22, minus 22.5 degrees.
Minus 22.5 degrees. So you changed 22.5 degrees from point A to point B.
That was mine. Mine was 22.5. Yep. I don't know his, but
that was
he got
Bacon.
a
I'm
point.
asking him what his was.
He's not responding just yet.
Yeah, somebody else talked to me.
Yeah.
over
How many
here.
degrees of latitude did you change on your test with a maximum of 500 grams?
Hey, Bob. I already told you I don't do, this is what I asked from you guys because I don't.
So you didn't do the experiment, is what you're saying? Because
Yeah,
you should have recorded the results and give it to us.
Listen to
It's a
this
simple
motherfucker.
question that anybody who actually did a real experiment would be able
You
to
see what I
answer.
don't deal with these people, Kosho?
Well, he might. Yeah, no, well, hold on, guys, because he might not be understanding what's being asked.
12.
Like
12.
before.
The answer is 12.
It's also
For
not an
science,
experiment.
it's
Is
12.
it?
It's also
Alright.
not an experiment. So I don't know why you guys keep calling it that.
Hold on though. Hold on, because he's simply asking how far north or south did you travel? Like, what are the two latitudes that you did this test at, Sound Zero?
Yeah, I gave the directions. It was in San Antonio, Texas, to Detroit, Michigan.
Okay. And you said it's 12
That's
bacon?
actually a good test. That's about 10 degrees, maybe 12.
Yeah,
No,
it
probably
was
about
12.
10.
Yeah, he gave me the coordinates. I still have it. It's a 12
So, Bob,
degree, 12.7.
This is what I asked from you guys, right? I'm not an expert on any of this. I was just trying to see.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and give you a spitball answer then. All right. On a 500 gram mass going from San Antonio or going from Detroit to San Antonio, you should change approximately 0.45 grams. Is your scale accurate enough to measure that?
Yes.
He says down to the 1,000th of a gram.
Down to the 1,000th.
No, you said 4 decimal places, so 10,000th. Is that you said 4 decimal places?
No, it's three.
Oh, 3. Okay.
Well, which is it's
So
not
what
just
did you
weird
get?
that like it. I'm sorry.
So what did you get then?
None.
Okay, well then what did you do wrong?
There you go. Again, you see?
No, what was your measurement? It wasn't 0. What did it measure?
But I found that to be impossible, though. Even in the case of
it's not possible.
Yeah, in case of on a flat Earth, you wouldn't get the exact same answer. So that's why I feel like no, you
see,
wouldn't.
here's
There's
how
measurement
I know,
error.
Here's how I know you're being dishonest. All right.
All right.
If you measured to 1,000th of a gram, your estimated change in those two points would be 0.9 grams per kilo. You measured at most half a kilo. So it's 0.45 grams. That's what you would get if you did it correctly. Second of all, if the Earth was flat and stationary, the fact that Detroit, Michigan is at an altitude of some 52 meters and San Antonio is considerably lower. What are the end MSLs distant meters above sea level for the two cities?
I don't know.
You would have a
San Antonio's
change
like 100.
you would have a change in the distance above sea level for the two cities. So you would have a very, very tiny change due to the difference in radius going to each location. And you didn't measure that. So obviously you did it wrong. You need to go back and do it correctly.
I'm using a regular scale, Bob, not a barometer. Okay.
Did you record the weight?
You didn't get any difference at all. That's the part that's
any
suspicious.
Yeah. It's
I
extremely
mean, I'm not saying
suspicious.
I wouldn't say necessarily that didn't happen and you're lying to us. I wouldn't say that.
I did it 3 times, Kosho, and this is what I ask you guys. What is the difference I'm supposed to get, right? Because you guys know
Did
the
you write down what
calculation.
you got though?
And
Did you write down the mass you got?
I'm
Just
talking
tell
to
us the
Kosho,
number.
not to you, bro.
Fine. Kosho asked him what the mass was that he weighed.
Well, I mean, I have the same
already answered.
No, but the question that he's asking is not the mass that you weighed, but what's the mass that you measured? And since you have it to the 1,000th of the gram, that should have been the answer. Should have included the 1,000th of the gram. And if you were including that, it seems very odd that you would get exactly the same value for both locations, unless it was calibrated.
For all the weights.
If it was calibrated, I could see that, but yeah.
I just want to know what the number was. He won't even tell us what the number was that he recorded off of his measuring device.
Well, here's the thing. He said he had up to a 500 gram. I assume that he used the largest weight that he had, but he probably didn't. He probably used a 10 gram weight or some crap.
I can't use the largest because the weight is too sensible, and he
Yeah, try clarifying that question too. I asked him if he weighed them all at once, and that got bowled over. But what was the recorded data set from the first location and then from the second location? Not the same. They have to be numbers that you're telling us, not the word the same.
I also want to know what weight
I
you
weighed
actually
all of
used.
them, but not the fifth. Let me. So that I remember correctly, what were the?
What is the largest mass that you used? Was it 100? Was it 50?
I think it was 50. Let me give me a second, because I don't want to lie to you. Give me a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, give me a fucking second if you want precise answers. Holy shit!
So I'm saying, go ahead. Like, take your time. Is what I'm saying.
So
And it's
your
only
so
logic,
your so your weight would have been less than 4/1000ths of a gram difference using a 50-gram weight. Next time, do it right.
Well, then how the fuck are you gonna do it
weight.
if scales that are precise enough don't let you put large weights, Bob, the science
You
guy?
can put a large weight on it. Get a better scale.
You can.
Yes, you
get a better
can.
scale.
They're
Get
called
a proper
UPS
scale.
scales.
What is the
Link,
maximum?
link to me, link to me the scale that is gonna allow you to put really small weights, and then it doesn't have a limit of how much you can put. Go ahead.
You know, all of
I
them do.
research for these fucking scales, okay? So,
He's
Mr.
research
Demon and
wrong.
Bob, go ahead and search and post the link, and I'll fucking buy it and do that shit again.
Right. Hey,
Tell
Bacon,
me.
send me the link. Hold on. Bacon, send me the link to your scale so I can send it to this guy.
Well, if he did have it that it went out to 3 decimal points, you guys do know that those are usually like for less weights, obviously, right?
Yeah, I
mine
know, but
only
that's
had
the point.
0.1. Mine only had 0.1 grams of precision, but
What
it
was
could
your
it could
reference?
measure up to. My reference was 495 grams, which was 5 grams below the limit. Which is
Interesting.
oh no, actually it was. Let me see. I still have the photographs of the measurement. Let me
I
just
think
check.
Demon Strike's question. So that's we can only make assumptions at this point. But let's say you use the 50-gram mass. He's simply just asking, using that 50-gram mass. Obviously, you calibrated it in San Antonio, so it was probably 50. But and I guess what you're saying is it was the same in Detroit, and so you're saying it was also exactly 50. Is that the reading, or was it something different than exactly 50?
Did you record your data set? And if you did, just read off the data set for us, because that's all I'm asking for.
Do I get more cocaine by the equator or north? What are you guys saying here? I feel like
Well,
there's
that's
practicality.
what we're telling. That's what we're telling to you, dude. When people sell things like valuables, like precious metals and drugs, typically they are going to, especially if they're moving them from different latitudes. Either they usually buy and sell these things around the equator, or you're going to use a what do you call it? A balance.
A balance
you don't
scale.
you don't use a scale really.
Spring weighted.
Yeah, I remember the triple beam balance the drug dealer used to play.
Well, usually drug dealers don't buy and sell drugs intercontinentally. They usually are like inside of a single city or something, so they're not going to need to do that. But people who are buying and selling drugs and traveling across the world, this would obviously be an issue.
And you're not paying for weight; you're actually paying for mass. The
Right.
scale is just being used to predict that. And if you're using a badly calibrated scale, it's not that you're selling more or less gold. It's just that you're saying the wrong amount of mass of gold because you didn't calibrate the scale.
But yeah, back to the reading off the numbers of the data set you collected. Because I know if I did an experiment like that where I did it several times in different masses and weights, and I'm going to claim that something like you're claiming, I would have at least taken pictures of it, written it down, so I could pwn all the globe cards.
Why are
I
you
was
calling
about
it?
to. I was gonna do that, but then you guys started saying, not you guys, whoever was in that time, say that if I didn't get any results, like a difference on the weight, I was doing it wrong. At that point, I lost interest on keep doing this shit, right?
Well, you could
Because
have proven it wrong if you collected your data.
what? Huh?
Stop listening to other people. Do you, boo?
I'm not gonna do this for every time. If you come and you ask for the fucking thing, and then other day Bob is gonna come and ask for that thing, and then Kosho. I'm not doing this for your entertainment.
That's
This
fine.
was just for me, okay? And
Right.
I didn't see no results. So when you guys say that this happens, I dismiss it. I don't give a
Okay.
shit about your claims.
Well,
But
that's
you
fine.
have
But
to do
the
the thing to prove
question.
it's real. Oh, sorry, Kosho.
If
No,
you
I'm just
think it
asking just because
happens, go ahead.
you
Invest
didn't
your
respond.
money, buy the weights, go do it yourself, and then you get the results that you do.
Yeah, this is really stressful to do that part of it because it's hard to get to the content of the conversation. It's a lot of bitching, but regardless, Silent Zero, the question specifically, It's that you don't have to pull up the data, but based on what you said, I can assume that you said you calibrated in San Antonio, which you said. So that means that the scale, when you put the 50 gram mass on it, probably said exactly 50 since it was calibrated there. Maybe even using that weight. Is that correct?
Mhm. Yeah, that's correct.
It is correct. Okay, so what you're saying is that when you went to Detroit and you put the same weight on the
50 weight.
on the scale, the one that has to the 1,000th decimal place, or to the
I get no difference.
to the 1,000th gram, it was exactly 50 is what you're saying. So that when he's asking for the readings, if you're claiming it said exactly 50 when in Detroit, right? Like nothing past the decimal
Yeah,
place.
it was exactly the same, 50 exactly, and then that was on the first weight, and then you guys told me that scale that I was using was not precise enough. It wasn't gonna tell me, so I went ahead and buy a different scale. Right, I did the same thing, and the same thing happened. I get no difference on it. Okay, and on the second time, I even like put a box on top of it of the scale, so there's no wind coming in, nothing, So
Did you press
because it's
tare
more
at all?
precise.
A button that says TARE. Did you press that at all in any of the locations?
Bro, buddy, go ahead and do your own test.
No, I'm asking you about your test.
I
And
did
if
the
you don't wanna
test.
talk about yours, then I guess maybe someone else can talk.
I did the test. It shows a difference. I did it correctly.
But his personal
Bob,
experience is saying nah to you, Bob, because he's done it wrong. So nah.
Bob, when you did yours, because I'm just saying, with my experience with scales, the reason that I would need to calibrate it would be because it's been moved around a lot or wasn't handled with exact care. But the way Bacon got correct results, and he traveled with his in his bag and in the airplane. How was yours in transit? Like, how was it handled in transit?
Was in a padded box.
Okay, so you feel the same way though. That would, because I'm kind of confused because Bacon says he has a cheap scale, and he traveled like that. It must just be nice quality, I guess. Because, yeah, in my experience,
I did everything that I could to try and reduce the errors. I even took 2 different routes and measured multiple times along the routes.
Yeah. So your claim though is I mean, that's not like in contention. I'm not putting it in contention. But your claim is that you went from one latitude, didn't adjust the instrument at all. It weighed everything at one weight. Then you went somewhere else and it weighed at another weight. Then you went back to where you started, and to confirm that it was the weight changing.
Yes.
What's happened to Bacon?
Yeah, something like that.
So he just
The bottom
measured
line is
basically.
you have to have a large enough mass in order to really get the accurate results. So you need at least 1,000 grams. I tried it once with 100 grams on an airplane to measure the outpost effect, and it's just it's too little. You need
Basically
1,000
all that.
grams. You need
Oh, you're
1,000
done. My
grams,
bad.
and you need to do it right.
Yeah, so basically all that happened here was they just kept measuring an effect over and over. You measure an effect, measure an effect, measure an effect. Never actually do anything to have any kind of cause for it, though.
If this experiment is to say if the Earth is a globe, then this would happen. I would love to see the experiment that if the Earth is flat, this would happen to the scale. Let's populate that. No, it
It's
would
not
be.
an
We could
experiment. Stop calling this an experiment. It's not an
I did that.
experiment. You're
It
not
is.
manipulating any independent variable.
Yes, yes, you are. Your location is the independent variable. If you're saying that my location on the stall is causing this, and I move my location, the cause changes.
Okay, A, saying it's a ball is begging the question. B, all that would show is that weight change with latitude. That doesn't show anything about anything rotating or spinning.
Right, but here's the problem with your postulation, Jeremy, or what you're allowing, because you're allowing us to say, okay, the observation is it is observed. We don't know what's causing it. Okay, let's jot down what we do know then, because Bacon did his in the south, and Bob did his in the north, and they got answers consistent with, I mean, dare I say, a rotating ball based on the latitude, because that's how you determine. You use the latitude to determine what the difference is. Like, what is it, the cosine of the latitude, or whatever.
We tested the difference between a rotating and a non-rotating sphere. The sphere was given. The test was for rotation.
But the point is that it was symmetrical. The effect is symmetrical on either side of the equator, which, if you're saying, okay, well, there is an effect, but that doesn't say anything about the shape. Well, it does say a lot about the shape. It says, what it isn't. It says that there's a symmetry from the north of the hemisphere and the south of the hemisphere. I mean, the north of the equator and south of the equator. So it's, you know what I mean? So you can rule things out. And obviously,
Yeah, it's not.
a sphere makes
Definitely
perfect
not.
sense.
Yeah,
That's
so
an
then the
excellent
Earth,
point that you make. That
the Earth's definitely not
demonstrates
an
that the
oblate
Earth is
spheroid. Then.
spherical.
Yeah, so it's not an oblate spheroid. Yeah, and as you travel further south of the equator, longitudes don't diverge. No. And then converge. Yeah, it's like a perfect sphere.
Yeah, what
I wanted to ask Bob what differences he got in his tests.
1.8 grams over about 10 degrees of latitude.
What's interesting about this test, you know how we have like the South America anomaly on the magnetic field? I wonder if you do this test there, if you get the same results as well.
I did there.
You did in that area?
Yeah. Well, I did in Brazil where the anomaly is.
Huh.
Well, are you still talking about the weight change? Because that's... I definitely
I'm just saying, like, yeah, this works at all of them. Like, did they, like Antarctica, they did it in that area where there's a magnetic discrepancy on the Earth.
Thing
And
is,
it all
the
works
other
out.
observations corroborate it. So the Foucault's pendulum, they did it at the South Pole, and it corroborates the weight change with latitude.
Yeah, to me, it's sounding like this, like it's some kind of, because like, if as a believer in relativity, can you explain these things from the position that the Earth is stationary with the sun going around it?
I'm asking you to do that.
Well, no,
That's
I'm
not our
saying
job.
I would say Einstein said you could treat the Earth as if it's stationary with the sun going around it. So I would assume there must be an explanation
To what end
pendulum
though?
being like the
You'd be like,
distant galaxies spinning, causing that
when
effect.
you're like what, looking for a blue shift, red shift, you can assume that.
No.
What context was that set in?
No, okay, but he's not saying. Yeah, but in any context, he didn't say anything about. You can't tell the difference between the Earth rotating and not rotating. He didn't say that. He's talking about the Earth orbiting the sun. So that's different.
So
Yeah,
you're
you're spot on
saying
with that
if a geocentrist actually believes the Earth is spinning?
These tests that we're talking about, the test that we're talking about makes the distinction between if the Earth is spinning or not. So the question of whether we're going around the sun or if the sun's going around us, that's a different question. But still, the rotation of the Earth is something you can test with material on Earth for sure.
Yeah, I feel like your question is spot on though. I mean, that's exactly right. They would be able to get the same results with a geocentric Earth, and I feel the same thing about I guess a topographical plane. Yeah, I mean, we would
explain
only
that to
get
us.
these. We would
Explain
only
that
get
to us
these.
then.
Well, we'd only get these results, these changes in latitude, in weight, which is the upward acceleration against the downward, right, of the object, based on our latitudes, which are based on the sun, which pulls things up to the sky.
Okay, please explain it to us, though. Explain to us how you get these effects of rotation of the Earth from it being stationary. That's
No, we just got it.
explain
We just have this. Yeah, we just have the sun in the sky, and from the sun, we find our latitudes, right? And that sun's position has effects on the weight of objects on the ground, and I can see it and I can observe it with evaporation.
Well, like
What
Coach
you're
said,
saying doesn't
sit
make
still.
sense, man.
Yeah, you should be able to sit still and measure this. And as the sun goes over, you should be able to measure weight change due to the sun's influence.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
But not
too
only that,
small of a discrepancy to measure in my model.
so why is this weight change symmetrical as you approach the equator? If it were flat and stationary, it would seem like it would be exponentially worse as you go out from the equator. No,
it's just
you don't have like that many points that you've done this test at to make that conclusion like that, Doing Stride. We've had
I'm using logic. If you spin a disc,
You can't just cut them off, guys.
Team, and actually, Where's Wally combined a series of about 15 different observers all over the Earth and plotted it all out. I'll see if I can find the.
I bring that up all the time. And it is hand wave dismissed so hard. You're gonna feel the air blowing on you from how much it's hand waved away.
Can we go back to what Tor? Can you finish your sentence? Because they cut you off. Like you said, we haven't done enough. What?
Yeah, I don't think that we've done this experiment everywhere on the Earth to make a conclusion like, oh yeah, for sure. Just like I have the issue with the Foucault's pendulum, you guys say it won't precess at the equator, but you can't present evidence of that. So we have these 15 points. He just said we got 15 points on the Earth that we did this at. Like the Earth's pretty big, like do we got points below the 66.6 latitude south of people?
Yeah, points all along one latitude around the Earth. Is it not, Bob? Or is it across one continent?
Yeah, seriously, demanding it be done at every single location conceivable is not a requirement of science. You need a acceptable sampling of areas, and that gives you the ability to make the.
All right, so then they've done it. They've definitely at least done it every single day throughout the year, right?
Listen, this both you guys. I mean, I don't know which one of you guys is being ridiculous on purpose, or if you're just being ridiculous by accident. But
only when you get a result.
Regardless, the point I made earlier, again, about the corroboration of how these evidences corroborate one another's answers. So it's like they all say the same thing, whichever method you use, and every place you use them. In every place they've been used. If you're going to claim that, hey, well, you didn't do it in my bathroom while I was taking a shit.
No,
like,
what about no?
Yeah, you don't have a reasonable enough claim.
What about during a solar eclipse? What about during a solar eclipse? Have you done it during a solar eclipse?
Why would you have to? What's the claim being made? Why would a solar eclipse make a difference?
Oh, I think we can probably put that to bed right away.
With the moon,
if you want to demand that it be done during a solar eclipse, you have to make a prediction as to what change that would make.
Yeah, so you got the sun and the moon, right? Because he asked the question, Bob, that you're not addressing. He said you got the sun and the moon like aligned, so that's why there'd be a difference, right?
Great. Go ahead and predict what that would do, and then test for it. If you want to do that test, you go do it. You make your prediction and do your experiment.
It's just like a mind. Just a thought experiment, right? Like with gravity, right? The sun having its gravity, the moon having its gravity. Wouldn't that change gravity?
Yeah, so how much do you think it would change gravity?
Hold on. The first time this experiment was done, they did it with the idea of a prediction, or did people weigh things in two different places and go, that's interesting. Let's see what this is all about. Like, didn't they observe it first before they made the prediction?
Tell me why that makes a difference as to what was the cause of the original experiment, whether it was an incidental finding they were trying to explain, or
because it will be reverse engineering, Bob. That's why.
Why is that reverse engineering? So if I see something that I didn't see before and I try and understand the thing I'm seeing, you're saying I'm reverse engineering?
No, but you cannot say that you predicted because you saw it before.
But if
understand that, right?
I don't think you have an idea what reverse engineering even means, or what.
Yeah, Bob, whatever.
Yeah, I can make a prediction on what the effect is and what will change if I, change like the independent variable of the thing I think is making the effect. And if it doesn't change the way I, predict, then when my prediction's wrong and I go back to square one.
How do you stop the Earth from spinning to do this experiment to make sure it's the Earth spinning that's causing it?
You don't have to do that actually at all. In the same way, you don't have to stop time. You don't have to stop time to see if people age and die.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you can use the fact that time changes. And
effectively, you can't know anything because essentially the very base, like, where'd the universe come from? Every argument you have, you just take a step back and regress and say, well, you don't actually know this bigger scenario, so you can't define this smaller one in this area. And it's going to go all the way back to abiogenesis and then to the creation of the universe.
If If you're okay with trial and error and that gets you somewhere, I get that. That's okay. Trial and error does get you places, but it doesn't
See
give
how you
you the
disagreed?
exact causation. It doesn't tell you
Yeah.
exactly what it's all about in the end.
So if we can find out what created the universe, that's when we can start trusting the experiments in your mind.
You
I
think
don't
you
think
can
that's
find
what
out that about that?
I don't think that's what I said at all, man. I don't know why you're getting so
Feels like that's
hostile.
what they're getting at every time somebody brings up an explanation for something. Or like Jeremy's saying, like, you can't do that. It's not even an experiment.
Dude, why
Let's
are you
let's
so
stay on
mad?
topic though.
Just relax.
It'll get too far
You
away
can
from the
relax,
topic.
bro. Okay, why don't you
Can
go
I,
take some Xanax, man? Tell another grown man what to do.
I try to steel man the globe's position on why we think the Earth is spinning.
Sure. Please.
Okay, so we go outside. You know, you go up, you go out, you see the sun, you see the moon, and they're going around the Earth. It appears that way. What you're saying is you have a gyroscope processes at 15. What is it? Gyroscope processes 15 degrees an hour.
The Earth rotates 15 degrees per hour, so yeah, the gyroscope would process, all that kind of stuff.
Right. So what you're seeing is you're not seeing the Earth process at 15 degrees an hour. You're seeing a gyroscope progress at 15 degrees an hour, and you're assuming that's being caused by Earth spin. Is that right?
Are you? Well, you're still manning, or you? It sounds like you're making.
No, I am. I'm just
The gyroscope is attached to the Earth and rotates with the Earth, and it measures a 15 degree per hour drift or a 15 degree per hour rotation. That's the position.
Unless you change altitude and then it changes, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. That's what Bob Odell showed.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I saw that too,
try,
man.
though.
That's pretty cool. Yep.
This is Bob Nodell, who doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. How much do you think it changed with altitude?
That's a bit too soon.
Yeah, man. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, how much did
Why are
it
you
change
asking
with
for
altitude?
data?
Rest in
Why
peace,
can't I
Bob.
just make my baseless claims, bro?
Can I
Yeah,
continue?
Demonstrate. If we need some controlled opposition, I'll give you a shout, all right?
You are super cool, bro.
Anyway, so you're saying because the gyroscope is attached to the Earth, you're assuming that the Earth is spinning at 15 degrees an hour, and because the gyroscope spins at 15 degrees an hour, you're assuming that is being caused by Earth spin. You can't prove that. It's just evidence. It's just evidence.
You have a gyroscope attached to the Earth,
That's what
and
I'm
it
saying. It's just
measures a
evidence.
15 degree per hour rotation.
Right.
It is
Right.
attached to the Earth. It's not moving relative to us standing on the Earth. It is demonstrating the rotation of the surface to which it is attached.
Okay. Okay. Then we have the Foucault's pendulum. You're saying because that progresses, proves that the Earth is spinning, or is that evidence of that the Earth is spinning? Right?
Do you understand what a steel man is?
From procession. Yeah, you're correct.
Isn't that right? Isn't that steel manning that the Foucault's pendulum is processing, therefore the Earth is spinning.
Steelman, it would be you representing our argument in the best version of our argument. Your understanding of the best version of our argument. Right?
Isn't that it? That the Foucault's pendulum progresses and therefore the Earth is spinning.
No, it processes, and that gives us evidence. So that I wouldn't say therefore the Earth is spinning. I'd say the Foucault's pendulum processes, and this gives evidence that the Earth is spinning. It also does so at specific rates at specific latitudes. So that tells us that it's redundancy, whatever the word is.
Okay, and then we also have the weights changing at different latitudes, and we've if we go North Pole to South Pole, how much percentage is that difference?
0. I think you mean equator. You mean equator to pole. You mean no? He said North Pole to South Pole.
Oh, correct. Sorry.
I know what you meant, though, man. Yeah. It's 0.3%.
0.3% from pole to pole.
No. Pole to pole is no different. You mean the equator to the pole?
Oh, okay. Equator to pole, 0.3 degrees.
0.3%.
3%. I'm sorry. Okay. So now if we try to steelman the flat Earth arguments, for these things, we start with the Foucault's pendulum. The flat earthers would just say that you're not really performing an experiment. You're just looking at an effect, seeing the thing process, the gyroscope progress, is it, what's the word?
Process. Yeah.
At
Steelman the
15
shit
degrees
out
an
of
hour.
it.
So you're seeing it move at 15 degrees an hour. That's the effect that you're seeing, but you don't know what the cause is.
Yeah, I'd say it's actually a pretty good steelman of the flat earther position, since, like I said, it's the best version of their argument, and it's probably the best version right there.
So you don't know what the cause is. That would be theirs. Now, as far as the Foucault's pendulum is, I've heard a lot of stories about and watched on TV. People try to set those up. I've watched on the internet people trying to set those up. They get really frustrated. I've seen guys kick them, and then they also said that when they first tried to set it up, it went actually processed backwards. There's also
You're talking about at the South Pole.
The Foucault's pendulum, yeah, and that they don't always do the right thing. That you have to calibrate them, and they have to be started, and all this stuff.
How do you calibrate a pendulum?
Can I make a comment? Can I make a comment, Barrel Rider? Because I went through. I had that problem as well, so I can speak to it. It's not about calibrating them. It's about not anticipating what errors can come about. So in the South Pole example, so if you're brainstorming, I'm going to do Foucault's pendulum. You're deciding I'm going to use this length of rope. I'm going to use this pivot. I'm going to use this weight, whatever. You might find that the choices you made are going to be error prone. And in the case of the South Pole example, they used a dumbbell plate. The plates you put on a like when you're doing bench presses. They used a weight like that, which is flat. And so, after their first run, they probably, face palmed, realizing that there's going to be a shit ton of wind resistance, with that plate. It's not going to move at all, like something that's not being affected by air resistance. So they found out real quick that they want to use something more round. So it's those kind of mistakes that people are having. That's the kind of mistakes I was having. Like, just things that I didn't anticipate that were going to cause, errors in the measurement.
Okay, so my point was not so much the one in the South Pole, but in the Antarctica, was that they don't always do the same things. People set them up; they don't work quite right. That would be a flat earther's argument, huh? You would kind of be steelmanning a flat earther on that. And another thing that the flat earther would say was, again, you're looking at an effect, not a cause. It would be a flat earther's steelman, huh?
I would want some more flat earthers to be doing the Foucault pendulum to show the experiment how it was done and getting not the results that you would expect. That would be more evidence as a globe earther. But instead, it's just a refutation of the experiment and saying it's not an experiment. So if it's going to do something different than what it's claimed, then do it and prove it.
Does it process the same on the?
No, it's not an experiment because we cannot manipulate the thing that you're claiming to be the cause. So I'm sorry.
It's independent variable.
There's one more thing, and that's the weight. The weight changes at different latitudes.
It will be an experiment if you have the precession of the pendulum, and then you can rotate the Earth back and forward and see that the pendulum actually rotates on the opposite direction. That will be then. At that point, stop. Don't get triggered. At that point, then you can claim that the cause is the Earth for that pendulum processing. Otherwise, no. Yell it, bro. Yell it. Say no with the heart.
Yeah, so if I wanted to live in crazy land, that's what I would have to do. Yeah, If I could just look at that and agree that, yeah, that's not an experiment because I don't understand how experiments go, yeah,
Well,
then I guess you could be right.
well, then you just see an effect and can claim any fucking effect if you're not gonna test for that at that
Well,
cost, right?
you're
You see the
misunderstanding of
effect,
how
and I can
science
say it's a
works.
fucking unicorn in La La Land, and
Who's
since I
triggered?
cannot test it, no, I'm not triggered.
I asked who was triggered. You
I'm
said I
matching
was,
your
but it
energy,
sounded
buddy.
like you.
I'm matching your energy.
Gotcha.
I would guess that it would process differently on a solar eclipse. Have we done it on an eclipse day?
I think we should test that. When's the next eclipse? For northern hemisphere in North America, and we could probably get one.
Oh, wait a
Catch
minute.
one
We
in-
need to
Somebody
understand
please
orbits
check
in
the
the
solar
globe to
cycle.
predict the next eclipse. They'll just happen on flat
Somebody
Earth at
please
random
check the
intervals.
solar cycle so we can find out when
Yeah,
the next eclipse is.
isn't that the Soros cycle? Yeah, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
go predict the exact path of totality with the Soros cycle, and then you tell us. You can go do the experiment then.
If someone watches the sky for long enough and records it, they can get all of this information. That's just
Can you do that? Can you do that though? Like, how would you do that? Let's say you're looking at the sky.
I would have had to
No, let's
start a
just say-
lot
let's-
earlier, dude.
Right, let's just say you're doing this. Let's say you're looking at the sky. What's your first observation, and how are you going to document it?
What? My first
You just said you could look
observation.
at the sky long enough to determine anything. So what are you determining, and how are you documenting it? You just watching it and writing it down?
Yeah,
No, you can take a picture of the sun every day at the same time. You'll go ahead and you'll get the analemma. So that will tell you the sun is traveling between the Cancer and Capricorn. So you'll be able to figure this stuff out. And then when you see an eclipse, you just start counting the days until that happens again.
Is that how everyone
would you count
determines
to?
when an eclipse is going to be?
What would you count to?
You would count until the next one.
And what count would that be at? So
360.
How many days do I have to count until the next one?
I told you I'm doing this. I'm observing it. I don't know.
That's not making a
I'm
prediction,
taking it
though.
like Demon Strike told me to set it up like I have no idea. So I don't know. So as I saw the first lunar eclipse, I'd start counting days until that happened again. And then I'd be able to tell you and make a guess that maybe in that amount of days again, we're going to have a lunar eclipse. I don't know, though. So
Can
let
you
me
tell
just
where it's
wait.
going to be, though?
Dude,
the lunar eclipse,
you
the
interrupt
totality will
so much.
change.
I can't even understand you. Like, it's weird. I don't even hear you because you're interrupting me the whole time. So I can't even have a conversation with you.
Here, let me help you out then. So today's a lunar eclipse, and I count the days to the next lunar eclipse, and it comes out to be 6 months, say. When's the next lunar eclipse going to be after that?
Wouldn't you want to see like 3, 4, maybe 5 of
3,
them
4
before you're gonna-
cycles. Yeah, exactly.
So how many days after this next eclipse will the next one be?
I would observe 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 eclipses before I'd start to try to make a prediction like that.
Yeah.
Okay, if I have an eclipse today, when will be?
What is this? What is
will
going
there be
on here?
another eclipse
going
1
on?
year from now, or what?
Dude, I don't get what you're like. What are you here to do? To prove you're
He
smarter
thinks-
than everyone?
He thinks that the NASA figure out the cycles of the eclipses and shit like that. He doesn't know that this thing comes from way back from when people actually studied the movement of the planets.
Actually, I think a guy named Haley determined the relationships in the Soros cycle.
But yeah, like something that's cool, like no matter which side you're on, I guess, right, is that these eclipses, right, no matter what side or how you believe it's happening, they repeat throughout on an 18-year cycle. Like, how cool is that? That's pretty awesome. Like, no matter what, they just repeat every single time, same place, same time, same event. It's pretty awesome.
Yep, it's the interaction
What
of
map
the
did they
orbit.
use for that? Yeah,
There's
what
no
map
time
did they
for
use
this,
to?
Bob. Bob, there's no time for this, right? If you want to figure out and like start from scratch, so you start right now
Don't need
and
to.
you observe over and over with the time. It may take you 10, 20, 50 years. And maybe if that's not enough, you are gonna leave your papers to other people to keep observing until you figure out the right cycle of each of the planets,
Of
stars,
course,
and
we've got hundreds of years worth of data on eclipses, and we already have that, so we don't need to do it
I'm saying
to
the problem
figure
is
out
that
the
you
very
claim that is
basics from now forward. We've
the
already
pro-
got the records.
I agree with you, Bob. But the problem that we have is that you guys claim that is you, Glovers, who figured this out when
Yep.
there were civilizations before people thought that the Earth was flat. Figure out.
No.
All right.
They had a basic idea for their location, but they missed an awful lot of them because it's not perfect. You have to understand what causes the Saros cycle, which is the orbit of the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun.
That's an assumption.
No, it's not. It's a measurement.
That's an assumption.
And it's tested by prediction, and it's accurate to within a minute.
How can you
Actually,
tell the
within
moon is
seconds.
spinning? How'd you measure that?
Excuse me?
How'd
they
you measure
assume-
the moon spinning? You just said the Earth moon's orbit. You know, how'd you measure
Yeah, you
the
can
moon
measure the
is
orbit of the
spinning?
moon rather
Because
easily.
because
The
that's the
moon
only
is-
explanation. If the
And
if
you can
the-
measure the rotation of the moon very easily too, yes.
How do I do that without going to the moon?
Use a telescope.
And it'll rotate, so I'll see like another side of it or something.
How does the moon rotate?
The moon doesn't rotate on its axis. Is that what you're getting at?
No. Tell me
Okay.
what is the special type of rotation that the moon has?
He just
Don't tell
reversed the
him.
burden on you. You asked him how'd you measure the
it's
rotation
tidally
of the moon?
locked.
Yes, no.
I don't think the moon
The
is
moon itself
rotating
is
at all.
tidally locked
I
and it
think
has vibration.
it'd be impossible to prove the moon is rotating from the Earth because we see
Sure
the
it
same
is.
face of it all the time.
No,
I
it's not
tell you how.
impossible at all.
How about let me tell him. So you assume that the moon is rotating around the Earth, and since we always see the same face, you gotta assume that the moon is rotating at a certain speed to always show you the face, right? Because you cannot have the moon rotating around you and showing you always the same face unless the moon is also rotating.
Well, I guess if you think the
That's
moon
called
is a
tidal
ball,
locking, yes.
if you think the
Assumption
moon
after
is a
assumption.
ball,
These people
yeah.
are crazy, man.
Yeah, you have to assume the moon is a ball.
You can see it as a ball.
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot. You say you look up and you see dark
Hey,
shadows and stuff. I'll tell you
delusional.
that's the sky behind it because the moon is translucent.
What about the stars around the moon and the position of the moon in relationship to the star fields? Can you measure that?
You measure what? With like a tape measure?
Do you need a tape measure? Would that be the appropriate tool to measure the relationship of the moon to the star fields?
No, if I do anything on Earth and I want to be accurate with my measurement, yes, I most certainly need a tape measure.
Great. Okay, so take your kid's temperature with a tape measure and tell me how that works.
What you should do is model the whole thing in your kitchen. That'll really help.
Yeah. So I have a tape measure, and I want to measure the temperature of the burner on my stove.
We were just
where do
talking
I
about
read that?
distances, bro. Why are you giving a red herring like that?
Because you use the right equipment to do the right thing.
Okay, so
And
when
a
we
tape
measure
measure
distance,
is not
we
the
use a tape
correct
measure.
measurement tool to measure the distance to the moon.
Oh, I don't think you have a good measuring tool to measure
Sure
the
we do.
distance to the moon. No,
Absolutely.
you just
Radar is
assume
an
you
excellent
do,
tool.
and you
No,
say we do. We do.
radar is an excellent tool to measure the distance to the moon.
Oh my
So is
goodness.
geometry. So is Kepler's laws. These are all excellent ways to measure
And this
the
proves
distance
that the
to
moon is spinning in a ball.
Yeah. We've already demonstrated that. So what? Do you
Dude,
know how
just
we
say-
demonstrate it?
You just say, yeah, we did
Yeah.
that. Yeah, with no
Absolutely.
explanation at all.
I've already given you explanations. I think all of them went right over your head. So I've already explained to you, for example, that we can measure the position of the moon in relationship to the star fields, which is a visual thing that you basically put a quarter on the table and then figure out where it is based on its relationship to the corners or something. And your idiotic response was, "Did you use a tape measure?"
Yeah, because that's
Yeah,
how
get
you
a little
measure
better.
things,
Learn a
for
little more
sure.
about this
But
before you
how
start
about
asking
when I zoom in
questions.
on the moon with my telescope, I can turn to a star and not have to adjust the telescope zoom, and it's clear. So what is the difference in distance if I don't have to adjust my telescope any?
You do have to.
No, I don't, because
Well, then you don't know how to focus. Come on.
You don't have to. You can turn your telescope from focused on the moon to Venus, and it'll be
No.
focused on Venus.
No, you cannot. As a
Telescope.
matter of fact, depending on the telescope you're using, you can focus on the center of the moon, and the edges of the moon will be slightly out of focus. You need to learn to focus, okay, and get a better telescope.
And get a better telescope to prove that this telescope isn't as good as that telescope.
What
So
kind of
to
telescope
prove
do you
that
have?
to prove that I don't use a
What?
telescope. I use my eyes. I have sensation. I don't need a
Okay.
telescope.
Bro, and then if you
Why
don't
would you
get
use
the
your eyes?
result, if you don't get the result that they tell you need to, then you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, dude, you need a
Well,
better
if you're doing it
telescope
wrong,
to
you're doing
prove
it
the
wrong. You
telescope
can't
is
talk
causing
about
It's
that.
funny, right? Because
Okay, I was going to start the
on
tortillas.
my test that I did, right? They asked me so many
what?
questions, and then here comes Bacon, and he just says, "Well, I did get a result."
We have
They
enough
didn't
time?
ask what way you're using, how nothing. They just you did it right.
Well,
Ridiculous,
on the
man.
tape measure thing, I've got a distance I need to measure, but it's like smaller than a millimeter. Should I use a tape measure for that? Or should I use like a micrometer? Proper tool.
Yeah, you could use a micrometer tape measure if you
Which
want.
should I? Which one should I use?
If you want to use a
More accurate.
micrometer tape measure, like a literal thing you hold in your hand to measure, yeah, that's cool. But if you're just going to take angles to it, I don't think you're going to get a very accurate measurement.
You don't think?
Especially
Okay,
you
so based
didn't
on
even
your
take
intuitivity, right?
you
So
don't
based
even
on
take
your
into
intuitivity, you don't
consideration
think it would
things
work. Great.
you don't take into consideration things drop in the distance when you do that. You don't take any of perspective into consideration when you take any of these angles. So what are you really measuring? Just something
Well,
that
I
matches your
consider everything.
paradigm. That's what you're
I
measuring.
consider everything. And when I'm taking my measurement, I pray about my measurement. I do all sorts of extra shit that's irrelevant. You know.
It's irrelevant to take perspective into account when taking an angular measurement to something.
Well, you know, I don't think you could take an angular measurement to any single thing. And if you did, I would love to see it. And then have you, give your explanation there. But it seems like you have admitted that you don't do these things, but yet you're gonna say that people that doing them are wrong, and then give the wrong reasons why they're wrong.
No, the telescope is flawed when looking at the heavens. This is clear. We know there's barrel distortion. We know curved lenses and mirrors cause issues. So I understand that you guys look through it and it matches the paradigm you're being sold to since you're a little child. But that doesn't mean, oh yeah, this must be true, because I was sold this to when I was a little child, and when I look at Saturn through my telescope, I get the same image or a similar close to one. But you don't
I think the
know
problem
for
is, okay, sorry, the problem is some of us aren't children anymore, and we can understand why things are the way they are. You don't get shit all over it and be like, I don't understand this, or I don't agree with the
Wait,
way you're doing this, so you're wrong.
bro, what is your line of working?
I'm a machinist.
You're what?
A machinist.
All right, fair enough. And what tests have you done to believe on this dogma that you have?
Oh, that's a valid point. Valid point. Um, Here's the thing: I don't go around claiming that these things are 100%. Like I can take evidence and data and be like that seems legit. But at no point am I going it's 100% because this person or that person did it. It's most likely the case. I'm always a skeptic, but I don't sit there and shit on something without understanding it, and that's what flat earthers do.
Wait, you think we haven't tried to test things?
You've listen, people in here have explained that they how and why they will not do the test. What are you saying?
I did try to do
I know
a
you
couple
did.
tests,
I know you
bro.
did.
Right?
I know you
And
did.
at the point when they tell you that if you don't get the results that you're expecting, you're doing it wrong. At
Yeah, you
that
hung
point,
up on that.
everything goes out the window, bro. Like
Well,
there's
get
no
this though. If
argument
you do
anymore,
it,
right?
We
get this though.
told you
If you
that
do
you're
it
doing it
wrong,
wrong and showed you why.
yeah. If you do it
Well,
wrong, do you think you
maybe
should get the right results? If
maybe
you're doing
you
it
guys
wrong,
things are wrong.
Mhm. But
That's
like,
funny.
if you were wrong, you would get the wrong results, right? So
Yeah.
you are either right or you are wrong. There's only one of the two options, correct?
Yeah, and you got
Correct.
the wrong result, so you must have done it wrong. Yeah.
That's fallacious reasoning right there.
Wait,
But
but that would be assuming that you guys got that correct, and we're trying to show you that what you guys claim is not true. So if I go and
no,
do
you're
the test
saying.
and there and it doesn't
Well,
show, right? You
well,
should
here's
be
the thing.
like, okay, this is concerning. Let's
I
redo the
would.
test.
I
Let's
would.
check it out again, right?
Yeah,
But
I
no,
would.
immediately you go
Concerning, and
to,
that's why
oh,
we
you're
told
doing it
you how to
wrong.
do it better.
I would if you had presented
You didn't
any
do that
evidence.
you didn't do
Let
that
me
with bacon,
respond.
bro.
Let me
You didn't do
respond.
that with bacon.
Let
I'm
me
sorry.
respond. Let me respond. Okay. Bacon actually had numbers and data to feed back. So I assume he either wrote it down somewhere or gathered his data. You did not give me a single number. You
So
literally
that
said,
picture, holy shit,
Jesus Christ, fuck me.
man.
You're questioning his entire sense of identity when you challenge his beliefs. You know, you've got to expect him to respond like that.
Wait, my beliefs? Bob, you're funny, bro. You are so funny.
But I get damn good data.
Yeah, and we have the testimony of the entire population on our side, and you take that as
You
not
don't.
as evidence.
Nah,
I'm a
dude.
part of the population and you're wrong.
What the hell?
Are
That's
you
quite
kidding me?
strange.
How many people, when they go outside, feel that it is moving and the earth is curved from
This is
their own
another one of those crazy
experience?
questions where you should stop talking to people outside about how they're living in some sort of government psyop. You seem less crazy.
No, dude. If you can't admit to yourself that when you go outside it seems stationary and flat, there's something wrong with your head.
Oh no, it seems
It's
stationary and
supposed
flat,
to.
but that's not conclusive. That doesn't
It's supposed to
conclude
seem that way.
anything.
I demonstrate the rotation of the Earth on almost a daily basis every clear night because I use an equatorial mount on my telescope.
Yeah, which follows the stars that are moving. Okay, cool. So
No,
the
it
whole
matches the rotation of the Earth. That's the way it's designed. That's what it
yeah,
does.
which is the same speed that the stars are moving. You're
Wouldn't they be? But if it was a globe and it's rotating, that's also true. Like you can't just look at it and be like, well,
but
it's only true on this paradigm because it's actually true on both. If that's
He
the
nobody
can't comprehend that.
nobody feels
Bob,
like
he's
they're
talking.
on a
He's talking
spinning
to
globe.
Bob. He's talking to
No,
Bob. He's saying, Bob, you don't have proof. That's not
I
proof. It's the
I
same on
do.
either
I've got an
model.
equatorial mount. That's
Bob,
all the proof I
Demon's
need.
Stride is right. You don't have proof.
Wait,
that's
I
not
wasn't talking to Bob. I was talking to the crazy person who goes out and tries to convince people on the street. And then when they get an agreement, they're like, see, they agree with my crazy ass. No, they just wanted to get away from you.
dude. You are so bad. Like you are emotional or something is wrong, dude. Just to think about it. It seems like it's flat and stationary out there, and people are
Wait, what?
telling us. Hold on, people are telling us it's a globe and it's spinning, and then we ask for evidence of that, and you go, "Well, we took this observation, we took this observation, we took this observation, but we didn't manipulate the spin, so we can't tell for sure, and everything is
Yeah,
relative, and we don't see
it's
any
funny.
curve because you're too small." And it
It's
doesn't
funny.
feel
You start your claim with show me that I'm wrong, and I'm going to shit on all the things that you think you're showing me. You should just do the experiment yourself and show us.
yeah, you're saying that couldn't be caused by an ether drift, huh?
Why don't you just do it?
Did you not hear my question?
Did you do that, or are you pointing back to some
I'm
experiment you don't understand and it was told to you by Witsit?
No, I'm taking your observation and coming up with a conclusion just like you're just making up a conclusion. You don't know for
Holy shit,
sure.
what
You can't
observation
tell.
did
You
I
can't
make?
tell. You can't tell that
What?
the earth is going around the sun from the earth. It's an assumption. You have to just believe that.
Hey,
It's
Crazy Pants, what observation did I make?
the observation. Let's go with the weight one. We'll go with different weights at different latitudes, and then we can go with the Foucault pendulum processing differently at different latitudes. I'm going to say there's a drift in the ether on Earth.
Okay, so if you were to do an experiment, what would your hypothesis be?
I don't need the observations have been made, dude. Every observation you guys are making isn't globe independent observations. We can look at those
Feels like
from a
hand
different
waving.
point of view.
It just feels like you're hand waving still, the way every time you
You
speak.
just make something up and say that's it.
Yeah, they seem to think that their wild rantings have equal weight with actual observations.
Oh, so Newton didn't believe in an ether.
Why would that matter?
Well,
Even if he
Newton
did.
believed in alchemy too. It doesn't mean any. It doesn't make any difference as to whether or not calculus is valid.
So
But
we're
wait,
just
a
going
guy
to
way
throw
back
it out
then said a
altogether.
thing.
Let's just
Tesla
throw.
fell in love with a pigeon. Doesn't mean some of his ideas weren't right. He also knew the Earth was a globe. By the way.
Yeah. Then, and he thought mass attracts mass, and he came up with all these wonderful equations and everything. But he's just, when it comes to ether,
Let me
he's a
just show
dummy.
how ignorant you truly are. Why don't you go ahead and tell me the difference between gravity, Einstein's gravity, and Newton's gravity?
Are you literally here to show how much smarter you are than
No, just
everyone
go
else
ahead and tell
because
me
you
what
know
the difference is
Newton
between
thinks
those three
mass
things.
attracts
Okay to be
mass and
ignorant.
Einstein thinks
Hold on.
time
I
and
couldn't
space?
explain those. Yeah.
Go ahead
It's
and tell
okay.
me the
It's
difference
ignorant.
between
Did I
gravity,
not just tell you? You didn't.
Einstein's gravity, and Newton's gravity.
Is Newton mass attracting mass, and Einstein believes in the bending and warping of space and time?
Which one's gravity?
Which one is gravity?
Yeah.
They're each of their own explanations. Is that not what you just asked me?
Very good. Gravity is a thing. Newton and Einstein explained a thing. Newton did a good job. Einstein did a better job. But it doesn't change the fact that gravity is gravity. The other two are just explanations of how it works.
So, like, back to the guys on the street. If you ask them, if somebody's like, "Show me gravity," what's gravity? What would you show them?
Why would you ask a guy in the street?
I'd drop a pen. I'd drop a pen and say,
Anybody
"There you
on
go.
the street triggers.
Have a nice day."
Another observation, dropping a pen, and that
Bob,
proves the gravitation.
come
Why
on,
do you guys
because-
just take observations and go, this proves the experiment?
Because
Like, what?
they're ignoring the potential energy of lifting it in the air before they dropped it. The fact that it wasn't on the ground to begin with, they're ignoring their own influence on this so-called experiment because that's what they do.
Ah, classic flat earth. Oh, it's just energy that I somehow magically put into the object and made it work. Well, here's a good one for you. Let's take a coffee cup and put it on my counter. Now, if I press my finger on the side of the coffee cup and move it to the edge of the counter and it falls down, I'm pressing to the side. Why did it fall down?
Because magic put it up there, and there's energy magically holding it that wants to go down, Bob.
Hey,
It wants to go down.
All right,
Yeah, so
Bob,
that-
why do I hammer a huge 8-foot copper rod into the ground before hooking my house up to electricity?
Because you're
80
grounded.
feet? I thought it had to be like 6 or 4 feet. Is it 8 feet?
Well, whatever it
6 feet.
is, okay, however many feet it is, there's
You're
something
grounding
in
it.
Yeah, what does the grounding do? Go ahead and tell us. You're smart, dude.
That's the earth on your electrical circuits.
On the electrical circuits, okay, what are people made out of? Are they made out of matter, made of like atoms, which contain protons, neutrons, and electrons? Those all sound electrical to me. Does that sound electrical to you?
The word has electric in it. Do you think they're the same?
Oh my God.
So you're
Do you
not
actually
saying
think
we
those are
don't
the
have a
same?
charge? You're saying people
Are
don't
you
have a
saying that
charge?
those things are equal?
Are you
they
saying that?
Oh, dear God. Look,
Is
I'll
there-
tell you something, man. You really, really ought to know the difference between the structure of atoms and what we talk about when we discuss electrical circuits, okay?
Well, Bob, don't you know that because air has electricity, we breathe electricity? That's a favorite demochism. And it seems like that's kind of like true for all things they want to point to. Be like, well, you can't take electricity away because an atom has electricity. So your experiment, nah. And you can essentially do that for anything.
Wait, what is in the earth? What's
Look,
in
you
the earth?
you can go ahead and bark up that tree with somebody else. I'm not going to bother with it.
Bob,
Okay?
what's in the earth that they're causing all the electric from your panel to want to go down into?
Gremlins.
What is in there?
Gremlins do it. Invisible gremlins.
Yeah, I was more
Magic,
interested
man,
in Bob.
magic.
Yeah, they're just going to give you bullshit. They don't want to really like kind of like venture off from whatever their model tells them to think about, right? So I showed that you showed the guy, you dropped the pen, you said that's gravity right there. That is gravity. That's the effect of gravity right there, right? So what's the cause then?
Don't know. Nobody
Okay.
does. If
I
you
was
can
just
figure
checking.
that out, there's a Nobel Prize waiting for you.
What's the cause of magnetism?
What's the cause of love?
So this is what
There's a
this is
lot
what
of
the
things
globe has
that
come to.
exist, Sonny, that don't have a known cause. Simply because we don't understand the cause of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Love appears automatically in the absence of bullshit.
How does it pass through the ether, though?
Power
The
balance.
ether, what's that? Like a medium? Is that like a medium?
That was a construct they came up with before they came up with the construct of space-time.
So it's like a net, like a medium of like consistency.
No,
More
it's
like
a
an
way that
idea.
they tried to figure out to understand what was going on.
Yeah. It's just an idea. It's not an actual thing, unless it can be shown to be. Then I think it's an actual thing.
I don't even know. You're just saying a word. Like what does it consist of? That word.
Wordy words.
What?
Right? That's a good question. What is the ether? Is any flat earther here gonna explain that to us?
What's your claim?
No. That's flat earth claim. I was making a joke by asking how it passes through the ether.
Does
Ether.
quantum is quantum using it for some reason?
You'd have to tell me, is it? And how would you know?
I don't know your models perfectly. Like, I don't know exactly what's going on in quantum because I don't believe in your little particle you can't hand me and show me.
It is weird that like quantum physicists say that there's like they we don't take gravity in consideration and a lot of globe people claim like, hey, look how everything works, communication, all because the Earth's a globe. But it's like the quantum physicists who disregard gravity to be a thing that make these.
You think so? Do quantum physicists
watching some, like,
disregard
stuff
gravity?
on it.
Yeah,
Well,
what
what
holds
about
an atom
quantum
together?
radiation? That's a direct effect of gravity and quantum particles.
What holds the atom together? Gravity?
The strong electrical force or nuclear force.
Oh, and
Strong and
that
weak nuclear forces.
and that couldn't be what's holding me to the ground, right?
Could it be? I love the question.
Dude, do you guys just like laughing? Or are you
Well,
gonna
I'm not
actually put
funny
in?
shit. Earlier there was some jokes being said that weren't funny, but this one was.
Do you think quantum mechanics is responsible for the orbit of planets around the sun?
I don't think planets are orbiting around the sun. I think there's a lot of lights in the sky doing a lot of things, dude.
Yet you can see them. You can see the fact that there are certain planets that are closer to the sun than we are, and there are others that are further away.
Yeah, you like to call them planets because you think you live on a planet, and I'm telling you, none of those look similar to the Earth at all. There is no life
None of them
on
are
them. There is
similar
no
to the Earth.
water
Well
on them.
done.
You are so weak, yeah.
Boy, how far
Like-
did you get in school, kid?
I feel like a gas giant.
So,
Well,
so
if he's
you
he's a
think
mid
Mars is
mid
like
2000s
Earth?
kid, they probably pushed him through.
You think Mars is like Earth, bro?
What
In
on
what
earth
way?
would make you think that?
In what way is it
It's
like
a planet, isn't it?
Its shape
Well,
is
like-
similar, yeah.
Yeah, as
Its
a
size is
planet,
different.
yes.
Yeah, it's a planet like
Yeah.
Earth, right?
A
And it
planet
goes
is a
around the
massive
sun.
It's a planet.
Okay.
What is your point?
Does it have water or people on it?
Most
Is that a
likely,
requirement
no
for
people.
being a planet?
I have no idea. Why are you calling Earth a planet? It's got water and people on it.
Is water and people a requirement for being a planet? Is that
I'm pretty
one of
sure the word
defining-
planet means wanderer.
I'm pretty
I'm
sure
pretty
you
sure
don't
he's
know
also
you're
asking you
asking a
like
hole in the ground, but
he's
we're
asking you
not
really
pointing
simply,
that
like
out.
pretty kind of plainly. Yeah, he's asking kind of plainly, like, what is similar? What do you observe up in the sky that looks like here on the ground? Pretty plainly and simply, he's asking that.
Is water and people a requirement, a required
Yes.
component of being a planet?
It seems that way from what we
Okay.
live on. There's tons of people and water. So I don't know why when you looked out into the sky and didn't see people or water, you assumed it was the same thing as what you're standing on.
That's not a requirement.
What does it have
You
in
thinking
common?
it
Like,
is
it's real
wrong.
simple. It's really not even
Is
that
the
complicated.
fact that
Like,
we
what is
have
there in
water
common?
and people what makes us a planet?
Bro,
It's
you're not
definitely
answering the
that.
question. It's just very simple. Like, what does that have in common with what you observe in your day to day life? What? Just name something. It's not
What
like a
is a
trick.
planet?
Just name something,
How
bro. What
would you
is life?
define
Like,
a
what am I
planet?
saying? What are words? What is air? What is life?
What is
I
the
don't know,
question
man.
he's trying to ask? Because it's not been clear. He's like, are you trying to clarify that because we call this a planet and there are people on it, that's the only definition of a planet we can use?
No, what I'm
That was
saying is
Bob.
the Earth is totally different from the things we see in the sky. Clearly, it's obvious.
No, that's your claim. And then your question about planets being planets, whether or not there's human on them, is that a requirement when you're labeling or determining if a thing is a planet?
Dude, I don't think
What do you,
there
dude? It's
isn't
real
a
simple.
planet.
What is in common with that thing that you see in the sky that you observe here on the ground? Like, where is this? What
You
are
know,
the
it's funny, it's the avoiding of the
similarities?
question because he said, are there people on that planet? And if not, why
That
can you call
wasn't
it
the
a planet? So when I
question. That
try
was the
and
example
what
when we were trying to give you the example. Like, hey, you could say people, you could say water.
is
Please
it a
go ahead and
requirement?
answer.
Is
We
people
don't
a
know. What is it?
requirement?
We don't know. What's your requirement? Like, what are you seeing up there that you're also seeing down here? That's the question. Like what you
Oh,
said, like
okay,
people
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
water.
I
What
can answer
else?
that. I
Yeah.
can answer that. Generally, it's a body in orbit around the sun of a general size that's like, I think they have like a cutoff. That's why Pluto got cut out because it also was a binary planet with like a really large moon. So I think that's the requirement. It's going around the sun. It's in our orbit, in our solar system.
Clears its orbit. It's got to
So,
clear its orbit.
so if something orbits the sun, it's declared a planet, even if it doesn't
Okay,
have anything in common with Earth.
that's not what I said at all. That's actually a straw man of what I said. Did you listen to what I said or what even Bob just said? Can you
I could have,
repeat anything?
I could have swore you guys said they orbit the sun. It's something that orbits the sun. It's classified as a planet.
No, there was more requirements to that. Also, I think I had a size component to it.
Okay, so it's
an
pretty
object
big.
that orbits the sun of a certain minimum size that clears its orbit are the things that I can think of right off the top of my head.
What's the minimum? Okay, yeah. Okay, so you're saying because it goes around the sun, it's a planet, and you're saying we must go around the sun. How did you
You
prove
keep
that?
missing that minimum size part because asteroids, there's an asteroid belt. Those are technically planetary bodies, but they aren't included in the planetary like zeitgeist because they don't reach that minimum size, and that's the only thing.
Okay, how did
there
you
are other
prove
objects
the
like
Earth?
moon, like
How
our
did you?
moon, for example, orbits the sun along with us, but its primary orbit is around the Earth. So it's not primarily orbiting the sun. It's going around the sun, but its primary orbit is around the Earth.
So we can watch
that's
these.
not called a planet. That's called a moon.
We can watch these planets. We could watch these planets orbit the sun with a telescope, like you're saying, but we can't do
Yes.
that with the Earth. So I'm confused on how did you know the Earth
I know
was
you're
going
confused.
orbiting the sun?
I know you're confused.
Did you hear my question? How did you
Yes,
figure out?
I did. So I understand the question now. You're trying to say, like, how do we know that the planets out there are just like the one we're on? And are we ad hoc saying that because there's planets out there, we are also on a planet? Is that Steel Man of your question?
No, you said that the planets go around the sun. So I'm asking you, how did you figure out the Earth is going around the sun?
Yeah, that's what I Steel Man it correctly. Okay. So we know that that's the case because we've been to space and we've seen it to verify it. I mean, you can disregard that we've got photographic evidence, but I mean, that's on you, boo.
No, so we went to space for a year and watched the Earth rotate around the sun once.
No. We went to space and we could witness that it's a globe. Okay, it's just
But
a planet,
doesn't it
just like all
take
the
a
other ones.
year? Doesn't it take a year for it to revolve around the sun?
Oh, so that's the other thing you're saying because we didn't watch it going around the sun.
We
Okay,
do that with all the
interesting.
other planets, don't we?
Okay. Oh, interesting. But even all right. So how about this? Even if it was a geostationary where everything went around the Earth, it'd still be a fucking planet.
Because you say so?
I mean, if you like it, I can be the authority
what
for
all
that.
the
Yeah, it's
evidence
a
shows,
dumbass
yeah.
bullshit. Yes, it's a fucking planet.
I
You want
thought
to
you
explain to me
said.
why it's not?
I thought you said it has to revolve around the sun in order to be a planet, and then you
Actually, a
just said
star.
if the Earth is not revolving around the sun, it'd still be a planet. Like That's kind of weird.
Doesn't change what it is.
Yeah.
Well, I think if we would lived in a geocentric system, most of our definitions wouldn't work anyway.
Which definitions?
For planets, like, yeah, how do you define a planet if Earth was the whole solar system was geocentric?
Doesn't planet mean like wander?
Well, the planet would
be a planet.
Like, the observation is exactly the same still.
Planets have actual definitions. There are things that it comes from, but there's an actual definition of what a planet is.
Yeah, but that definition kind of works within the heliocentric system. If we're not in the heliocentric system, then that definition wouldn't be really useful, and it would definitely not apply to the Earth, right? Because like the Earth wouldn't be orbiting the sun then.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, I thought you meant the other planets.
Oh, and by the way, the minimum size on a planet is the size required for it to collapse into a sphere.
So Pluto is a planet. Is Pluto a planet, Bob?
Oh, that's not the only requirement.
Why doesn't Pluto qualify? What does Pluto do?
Doesn't clear its orbit.
You're literally reading off of the Google result. Like, let me just. I googled requirements for being a planet. The first thing says its orbit must be around our sun, around a star, the sun. Point number 2: it must be big enough to have gravity to force it into a spherical shape, right? And then 3: it must be big enough that its gravity clears away any other objects of similar size near its orbit around the sun. Bob just literally read Google's top 3 answers.
Wait, what is the moon doing then?
That's the definition.
Right?
What's
the
wrong
moon
with
is a little bit close to be classified in that, wouldn't you say?
The moon is the moon. It's not a planet. It orbits the Earth.
Yeah, moon means satellite, right?
Yes.
Which means orbiting the Earth, not the sun.
Sorry, Bob, what was your response about the orbit? I didn't catch that.
I'm sorry, which response about the orbit?
Well, I asked why Pluto doesn't qualify as a planet, and you said something like it doesn't clear its orbit or something.
It doesn't clear its orbit.
Clear as in clear of other bodies, or
clear of other bodies of similar size? Yes.
Interesting.
It orbits with other bodies, and it also crosses the orbit of another planet.
Google result number 1: while it is large enough to have become spherical, it is not big enough to exert its orbital dominance and clear the neighborhood surrounding its orbit. Bob is literally just Googling this stuff.
I mean,
no, but that's like the answer.
Bob literally,
he's using the
Bob
he's
literally
using the
has
words
training
verbatim.
in astronomy.
He's using the words verbatim, like in succession, how they're named on Google.
But if it's correct, though, like
supporting with facts and reality. And
Yeah,
like,
I would expect
you
Google.
got it right,
to say the same
goddammit!
I mean, like, who uses like the word like exert its orbital dominance to clear the area? Like,
I use it to clear its orbit.
The right words, right?
How dare you Google stuff, man? How dare you?
Googling it, it's fine, but it's just he's Googling it.
I mean, if it was from Ken Willer's book, that would be fine.
You know, I'll tell you something. The fact that Google has correct information in it doesn't mean that that's where it all comes from.
All right, here, honesty test, Bob. Did you Google any of these answers just now, like recently?
No.
All right. Okay.
No, there's three criteria. I was trying to remember the last one, and it was clear the orbit. Or, excuse me, the last one was it has to be big enough to collapse into a sphere.
Have you ever watched a planet be formed?
Not required. I just watched a supernova, though.
Really?
Yeah. You want to see it?
When was that? Oh, you
Last
mean
month.
like sorry?
Last month? Here, I'll show it to you.
Yeah, but when did it happen in reality?
Well, you got the trust in
21
science.
million years ago, I think.
How many million?
Something like 21 million.
Where so it's not in our galaxy then, is it?
No, it's in M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy.
Oh, okay. Then that sounds because I think the last one in our galaxy was like in 1604, something like that, right?
Oh, I've got no idea. Not right off.
I just saw things saying that I just saw things saying Betelgeuse is going to be going possibly in the next couple years.
Well, next 100,000.
If I'm not mistaken,
so it's ballpark.
Yeah, you'll be here for that, so you'll know.
Say that again. What was that demonstrate?
I had seen a posting recently saying that Betelgeuse might go supernova within our lifetime. So I'm guessing they ballpark it.
No. There was this idea a couple of years ago that there was like some oscillating patterns in Betelgeuse that people were guessing, well, maybe it would explode, and then what could be thought about it is that it would explode in the next like thousands of years. But from what they did recently, they run some like models trying to explain the patterns that they were observing, and the models that match the pattern best would give Betelgeuse like a lifetime of around 100 years, something like that. So it could explode in our lifetime if that model is correct, which has a lot of uncertainty. So might be wrong, but the last study I've seen about it does suggest that we can see in our lifetime. But it's pretty recent. I think it was this week that I saw about it.
Will that be conclusive to the flat earthers here? Like if you saw something like that in the sky and it was predicted,
of course
like
not.
it is now?
Of course not.
Right. Like what would be the explanation from the flat Earth side? Because if all the luminaries are like fixed points,
Like even if like that exploding has some kind of effect on Earth, that would make perfect sense in a flat Earth. Right?
Oh, if we can see like lunar eclipses, like when you have the coordinates of the moon and the sun opposed on the Earth, when you have they're on the opposite coordinates, you see like a shadow going on front of the moon. And
yeah, the lack of light does not mean shadow. Like when I turn off
and
my
that's
light,
not definitive. Like what would be definitive?
What do you want? Well, I mean, you're assuming it's like a shadow. I don't know. I mean, the lack of light does not mean shadow. If I turn off the light, I mean, I don't say, hey, the shadow has been cast in the room. I just I'm going to
We can
bed
see
now.
like you can see this darkness, this curved darkness covering the moon.
Almost
and
like
that happens when
polarization.
you have the moon. That happens when you have the moon and the sun in opposing coordinates.
Almost like the polarization is happening or something, right?
Wait, what?
Almost like polarization is happening, right?
That didn't make any sense to me.
You know how to polarize light?
Yeah, like with those filters.
Yeah, right. And you can make the light go away by twisting it at a 90-degree angle.
How does that relate to the GP coordinates of those two bodies?
No, I'm just saying it. Like when that shadow goes over the moon, it kind of looks like that. You could like almost mimic that with polarized lenses. It's just a phenomenon I thought was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be conclusive to a model. I mean, things happening in the sky and affecting the Earth, right? That works perfectly in a system where these lights in the sky are in a relationship with the Earth.
Have you seen the thing where they take polarized filters, and if you layer them on top of each other in adjacent angles, you can actually see through the lens? So if that's the case, we should be able to take a stacked polarized lens and see through that shadow and see the moon.
It's interesting that you say that, actually, because I was just talking about this yesterday. So you guys know about like the wildfires that happened in Canada. They were spreading all over the world. I mean, I don't know how that works on the globe.
I was covered in smoke here last week. I couldn't even go outside. It was like I was smoking pot outside. And every time I exhaled and inhaled, it was even worse.
Yeah, I was choking on it too. Like when it happened, not last week, but on that subject, right? So during that time, it was in the sky, right? There was this was like 2-3 weeks ago whenever it happened at first, right? It's a new moon phase, right? So a full moon is when the sun and the moon are 180 degrees. The sun is lighting up the moon, so you can see the full moon. Then it starts, then it's turning more in that, it's turning more in that circuit, and only part of the light is hitting the surface until like a new moon happens, and you don't see anything because it's the backside of the moon is being lit by the sun, and we can't see we can I don't know, nobody's ever seen like a big circle of blackness in the sky that I've seen, but interestingly enough, there's been like a dozen or so videos and pictures of the full moon very, very close to the sun. Pretty cool.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like you can see where the sun, like where you would track to, you can track like where it should be, the moon in its circuit, right? So like during the new moon, you don't see it, but you know where it's supposed to be, and then it's like
Oh, the
keeps
new
going.
moon, not
Yeah.
the full moon.
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
can't
no.
have a full moon next to the sun.
Yeah,
No, I was
exactly.
only
That's what I.
No,
But
I was just describing.
yeah, but
it.
here's the thing. You said yourself that during the full moon, we have the sun and the moon 180 degrees from each other. So if the moon is high in the sky, then the sun is below the ground.
Yeah, well, let me just finish this. Like I pointed out the full moon just to kind of describe like the idea of the model where the sun is shining its light fully onto the, because it's 180 degrees onto the moon, so you can see the full moon fully lit evenly, no speck, just fully lit all the way across, right? And then as it goes through its phases in that circuit, the only part of the light from our point of view is hitting the moon, and you see the phases of the moon. And then when it's a new moon, you don't see it. The reason being because the moon is in front and the sun is hitting the backside of the moon, so we can't see the moon. And now during these wildfires, right, which was during a new moon, there's been about a dozen photographs, video combination of seeing where the moon should be in its orbit, seeing a full circle in the sky of right where this moon is predicted to be. How would that be happening at all? How would that even be happening with this model?
I didn't get it. So there's a prediction where the moon should be at the new moon.
Yeah, like a new moon prediction. Like every month we got the moon phases.
Yeah. Okay. What about it?
During a new moon, we don't see it. What's the reason we don't see a new moon?
Because it's just as dark as the rest of the sky.
Right. But why isn't it being lit up by the sun?
Well, because it's the other side that is being lit by the sun.
Right. So could we ever possibly see the moon, like this whole circle of the moon in the sky during that time?
Sure. Why?
Yeah.
What would that prove for you?
Well, you probably have a hard
ever?
time doing that, but
How would we, and have we ever?
I know. Sorry to jump in and just listening here. When the moon is coming out, and you guys call it the new moon, it's so close to the sun, it goes back to the sun every month, and that's why we can't see it, because it's so close to the. If you had some really good sun filters, but that's what happens every single month, 2 weeks or so right after the full moon.
Yeah, we are.
Well, to answer your question, the orbit of the moon around the Earth is not on the ecliptic plane. It's 5 degrees off of it. So if the moon is 5 degrees above the ecliptic plane, you can actually take a picture of the new moon by adjusting the gain right after sunset or right before sunrise, or excuse me, right around sunset and sunrise. You can get a picture of it depending on where it is.
Does anyone have this picture?
And if you have a star chart, an app,
It's easy enough to do.
I've seen one guy who pretended to take like layered photos of the new moon, but it's one guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do it, just do it. I mean, I don't know if if it's convenient and I happen to be out there at the time. If I happen to see it, I'll be glad to take a picture one of these days. But it's not anything I'm going to make any effort to do. No.
Well, during the new moon, if you want to catch the moon when the sun set or before it rises, there's still going to be a lot of twilight, and there's no lit part of the moon that you can see. So it would be pretty tough to get a picture of the new moon. I don't think it would be that easy.
You'll be able to get a little bit from Earthshine.
Mm-hmm. That's
And if you mess with the gain a little, if you mess with the gain enough, you can get it. It's like when you have a crescent moon or something. If you mess with the gain, the crescent part will blur out, but eventually you'll be able to get some detail from the dark part of it.
But is there some known picture of the new moon?
I don't know. Google it.
I was watching.
I'm doing it. I'm not finding it. Maybe it's harder than it sounds because I'm not having an easy time finding one.
You're not going to have an easy time finding that. That's ridiculous. Yeah, you're not going to find it. There's nobody who's with any kind of like accreditation who has ever claimed to take photographs of the new moon. That's not right.
But if you have an app, a star chart app, you can open the app and point it up, and you can see how close the moon gets to the sun. Now it varies every month, but you can track it when you see how close it gets. So they call it like a dark phase. but it actually goes.
Okay.
And that's why I think sometimes when the ISS is up there or whatever, I remember like back in the fall, I was like, wait a second, it can't be looking at the Earth because it's so close to the sun right now, the moon, that it would be washed out. Like the cameras would just be, you wouldn't be able to capture it. It would be blinding.
Yeah, the ones
Yeah,
I can find still have like a little bit, like a tiny visual. Like there's still some part that is being lit by the sun that is visible, but you can definitely see the dark part of it, and you can even recognize the what they call this, the seas,
Yeah.
the spots.
Is that a layered photo, Bacon,
you
or is it
post?
just one photo?
Good question. Let me see.
What is a layered photo?
Why would it matter? Can you explain to me why layering a photo would nullify the effect that we're claiming is shown?
Did I
just
say
want to
that it
find out
would,
from them
dude,
what a
or did I
layer
just
is.
ask a question genuinely?
It would.
I'm
It
just
wouldn't
asking what
nullify
he
it.
thinks a layered photo means.
Do you mean stacking?
Stack. Yep. Stack photo. Yep.
Is
Yeah,
that what he
stacking
meant?
images, it increases detail.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
is
think
that what
that's
he
a. I
meant?
don't think that's a new
Yes,
moon.
dude. Layering a
Bacon.
photo, putting more pictures on top of other pictures, like layers.
Okay.
Is there something wrong with doing that?
Well,
Did I
there
say
is.
there
If
was, dude?
I think in this context there is, like, if we're trying to see if the moon still looks the same, just lit in the other side. I think it's a fair question. Yeah, because I mean, the people still argue that the moon, the dark part is like transparent or something. I think it would be, if this is just a single picture, I think that would be a stronger point. So it sounds like a reasonable question in this conversation.
Yeah. So I mean, so what we can see is that light and the atmosphere and the sky that is having effects on what's happening during these with these lights in the sky, like the moon and the moon phases and whatnot. Like pointed out during those fires, when you could then see the moon in its entirety. Yeah. So I mean, so it tells you that these are atmospheric effects of whatever's going on with these lights in the sky.
Oh, it's weird because when I click on the link of the image, the link doesn't contain the image.
Dun, dun, dun.
It should. I would think it would be pretty easy to find going off Bob's explanation. Like, sure, you can do it. Anyone can do it. You know.
Well, I think it might be a little bit harder than that.
Yeah, I mean,
I might
like
need to
somebody
try it.
said it recently. Like people make claims in here, like a lot of the I don't know, like even me in the very beginning, before I even consider this argument, you just assume, yeah, there's millions of pictures of the Earth as a globe. There's millions of pictures of the new moon. Yeah, sure, right. And then you go to look for it, and you can't find this stuff.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny too. Like the spacewalks, I always was like, yeah, they're there. You know what I mean? And then you go to the video, and it's 6 hours long. Like, who actually takes the time to watch the whole thing? You know? And then when we do, we find weird things going on.
Yeah, and this is just stuff in the sky, like that you just stand on the ground, you measure what's going on in the sky. It's nothing to do with the ground, right? But you can have this conception of like, why are things disappearing, or why are things like, why is the moon full? And then you see, you correlate the 180 degrees across and say, well, it's because it must be lighting it up, powering it up. What is it doing? I don't know, but it's lighting it up, right? However it's happening, you can see it. When this thing is happening 180 degrees from it, this thing is happening over there. Cool. I mean, but that's up in the sky. And I don't really see any similarities to the things in the sky to what I see on the ground, like people and water and people in the streets and at stores.
That's huge to me. I don't know why that isn't a big deal, and it just gets laughed at, but whatever.
Yeah. Right, and all these things, they seem to like move around us, right? Like you see, like and that's how we chart it, and that's how we write it down. So all these things that up in the sky that like all look pretty kind of different from each other, except the stars all look about the same, and then but all these things seem to move around us different than us, like almost like we're at like this special place, right? So why would I assume that these things in the sky that seem to revolve around me, that are seem to giving me a special place here, would be the same as me? Why would I assume that the things that are completely
Right.
different than me are the same as me?
Yeah, if I had that feeling, I also wouldn't want to, break my paradigm, especially if I felt special.
I don't know. It's just different than me. Why would I think it's the same? It's different than me. Why would I say no? This has to be the same as me. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, imagine if I like put you in a field, and then I put a barrel 10 miles away and I put something inside the barrel and I gave you only a telescope and you had to tell me what is inside of the barrel and what the barrel is made out of from the 10 miles away, and all you're allowed to use is a telescope. You think you could do it?
Is that analogous to anything in this conversation?
What's the center of Mars? What's in the center of Mars?
Who's like Jesus Christ? Did
What's
anyone make
Mars
that
made
claim?
out of? What's Mars made out of?
And what makes it have a center? Like, is what I was wondering. Right? So, like, you're breaking it down. You got like the tiniest little, like atom, and it's like so mass attracts mass or whatever, right? So here's an atom, right? And now something's attracted to that. Like, why is that atom designated the center atom? Like, what about the atoms around it? Aren't they attracting things to their center? Why is there different centers?
Yeah, like if there's just two of them sticking together, what's the center now?
Yeah, and then when there's when there's stuff in the room, like all the way over to the left side of the room, but it's an uneven amount of stuff on the left side. Like, so now where's the center of all those atoms, right? So like, is it a new center? Is the center always changing? Like, what's going on here? Who said that atom gets to be the atom?
Did anyone say any atom is specifically the atom? Like you're making like this weird argument that I don't think anyone made, and it's not presented anywhere. It's like you feel like some scientist somewhere said this thing, and you're upset with them about it.
All right, so you throw away atoms. I do too.
I think he's trolling. He's just messing with you. I don't think he's serious. Can't be.
I don't know, man. I don't know. He might be serious. You never know.
Oh, he didn't. He didn't. He would have said it if he was serious, right? He would have said it right now.
I'm a serious person.
Too late. Too late.
Serious voice. But yeah, I mean, I was told that that's like kind of like what makes this movement happen, right? And like, and I can do that. I can test that. I can see that that's true. Like the unequal distribution of these things. Like if I had these certain amount of mass, on the left side of the room, and a different amount on the right side, and I had these two little molecules in the middle. Which one's the middle molecule now, right? Like, so it'd be kind of creating a motion, right? But I could see that happen in some activities that I could perform. Yeah, I could see that happen. And when I drop something through water, I could see that happen. Yeah. The unequal distribution, redistribution of the liquid or the rock through the medium. Yeah, it causes this movement. Yeah, until it equalizes. But like, when does it ever equalize? Like, does it ever equalize and have this one center point? I don't know. Yeah, but that's how we figured out there has to be a center. That's how we did it. And we did it by like kind of like just standing in one place and using ourselves as the center and then moving that spot to wherever we wanted. Yeah, but that's all just done on paper. Like, none of that stuff is like, we're computers, right? I don't want Bacon to get mad. Like, so we're computers, and it's just not what we like experience in anything that we don't really experience that to happen to things to form into spheres with a center. Yeah.
What?
Oh, there's actually.
Yeah, I don't experience
Yeah,
that.
you're not gonna find a lot of new moon pictures on Google Images, but there's this website where people can sell their photographs called Getty Images. If you search for new moon, there's actually a lot of pictures of new moons there.
Doesn't that kind of like tip you off though?
Why? I
Like
mean,
you want to,
if they're not, if it's not easy to get those kind of pictures, it makes
right? But
sense
if you pay
to
this guy
sell.
on the internet, you can get it. Isn't that kind of
No, you
like?
don't have to. You don't have to pay to see the picture. You have to pay to download the full resolution
All right. Yeah.
picture. But you can already see the picture just from searching it. You can already see them. Of course, I didn't pay anything to do this. There's some quite nice ones, and they're from photographers. So I don't think it's like overlaying with an actual another picture of them. I mean, it's possible, but
Yeah, right. So I mean, like, so like the expo. So I mean, it's not really like uh, too much like of like an argument, right? But it is saying that look, we can see this. So we have this model saying this is why we have a new moon, right? Because of where the position of these things are. But it also would, you can, if somebody on there has a camera is changing settings on their camera and bringing the moon back. So it tends to lean towards that it's some sort of optical phenomena, right? Because now we got cameras and we can just take cameras and now bring back planet. That's a little weird, right? Seems like something optical, having to do with light and the way light works. And
because you have
yeah.
to play with your camera to see it.
Yeah, I mean, they stack images. They have to play with their camera. They can change their exposure. They can change their
Well, that's with
lens.
everything. Like usually cameras do that automatically because if you'd have to do them manually, you can easily not see the thing you're trying to photograph. Like
Yeah, but
if
like my camera.
if you're trying to take
Yeah.
some picture of someone's face and the light is behind them, if you don't like adjust for the exposure, the person's just gonna look like a black silhouette. So if you want to see
For
their face,
sure.
you have to. Yeah. So like that's not that. It doesn't mean people's faces are optical because you sometimes you have to play with the settings to see it.
Well, it kind of is like where the light, how close the light is. Like what's the furthest light I've ever seen? Like get back to my eye or my camera, right? Like what's the furthest picture I've ever taken, right? So it seems like it's some sort of local optical phenomenon. When I say optical, that's kind of all encompassing to light, lens, vision, and apparatus, and all these things. But that's what seems to be going on. And when the atmosphere changed recently with those fires, we could now see the moon in the sky. Pretty cool. Yeah, I mean that's just like my take on it. When I see something like local changing, the sky that's right above me where the airplanes are and helicopters are dropping water on forest fires, right? And then that's changing to where I can now see the moon that nobody's ever taken pictures of before, or if they did, it was like stacked ultra high, whatever the hell they do with these exposure settings, and to be able to put layer on top of picture on top of a picture until you can maybe make it out, you know. Yeah, I mean, to me, it shows something local is happening to make a moon appear in the sky. I mean, to put it shortly, something a tree lit on fire and made the moon appear in the sky. That doesn't comport with me anyway to something that's 300,000 miles away.
Anyone has a new topic?
No, I got nothing. This tactical French cat guy shared a picture of Saturn. I saw a video recently on somewhere that they did some exposure settings with the what they call the James Webb was the James Webb telescope to like remove the rings of Saturn.
Yeah, you
and
could have
see.
seen that live. We did that live over at the MMM server. You can come back. He's going to be doing
Marshall
those a bunch.
Mathers.
The MMM, yeah.
Marshall motherfucking Mathers.
Yeah, it's pretty cool being able to see Saturn and then have Tactical French Cat just go ahead and move his telescope and look at the other planetary bodies. Like, you get to see Jupiter and the moons. Pretty cool.
Did he have to refocus the telescope, or he just turned it?
No, you have to focus it as well, yeah. I mean, he was doing it all by hand, too, so he's like, doesn't have like an auto track, like he's physically having
I'm
to
also
move the
here.
telescope to catch it, yeah.
Hello, Demon's right. I'm also here, so
Nice. How's it going, man?
pretty well.
When's the next clear night scoping gonna happen?
No idea. Probably Monday.
Call ended.
Sora, you there?
Yeah.
What looks transparent or translucent about that moon peak?
It looks dark. Looks like there's like some parts that look like the sky is behind it, the dark black sky.
It looks dark because I made it to be dark. When it was brighter, the colors weren't as prominent.
When I look at it and like people will say those are shadows, I look at it like, oh, that looks like the black sky behind it.
So shadows
got
look
here-
like sky to you?
Huh?
So shadows just overall look like sky to you?
Yeah, you're like saying they're shadows. I don't see shadows there. I just see what appears to be the black sky behind it. I can
So for
see
you,
what you're saying. I can see what you're saying though. If I thought of it as shadows, yeah, for sure, I see what you're saying. I don't think you need a telescope to look at the moon either.
you don't know what telescope is really nice to have when you're looking at the moon.
Does the moon still exist when nobody's looking at it?
Oh, I thought people learned that things still exist when you're not seen at the age of 1, I think.
What if it isn't rendered? Nobody's looking at it.
You mean God has poor software?
No, it's just optimal. Like it's like a culling algorithm. So when no person is looking at the moon, then it doesn't need to be there.
Yeah, Bacon. I got high just one day and I suggested this idea like that, like like what if, and actually I think somebody else had this idea too, but what if like that's like evidence for the simulation is sort of that idea in like the reason why in quantum mechanics this is the case that you have the wave function collapse and all that kind of stuff is this is a simulation, and that actually is one way to save energy. To save, because you know how like if you ran it in if you ran the universe simulation, like the real universe simulation, it would take the amount of energy in the universe, and it would also take the same amount of time in the universe, right? So if you want to cut down on some of the energy, you could do things tricks like that, like quantum mechanics.
But that kind of changes things. Not only.
Yeah. In the real universe, there wouldn't be any quantum mechanics.
No, well, what I mean is, like, what I mean is, I think there's some quantum mechanic stuff required for, like the fusion to happen inside of Earth's the sun's core. So
yeah.
it will not only make it lighter to run, maybe, but it would change the outcome. So it would, like, it's a change in the set of rules. The universe wouldn't behave the same as if.
Let me get this. I get what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying. The physics in reality behave the same way, but by different mechanism. And the people who cleverly made this simulation, all they did was they changed the mechanism. It's a convoluted idea anyway.
So it's easy to run.
Also, relativity
takes less computational power to run it.
Yeah, exactly. Slightly less.
Yeah.
Think about it. You know how they talk about the ancestor simulation, if they ever wanted to simulate let's say that you could create a simulation that would perfectly predict the future by playing out everything that's ever happened. The only way to ever catch up to real time would be to have shortcuts like this. So it's like, what if that's a plausible idea for the existence of it in the first place, like in our reality?
But that doesn't work as a shortcut,
You know what I mean?
because it gives you different outcome. That's the thing.
No, but that's this idea, the trick would have to give you the same outcome. It
Okay.
it does it by this mechanism.
But if it gives you
it's not well thought out. But
if it gives you the same outcome, then it should be undetectable. It can't possibly be something we can notice, because if we notice, then it's no longer giving the same outcome. Because if it wasn't there, we wouldn't notice. So it's definitely not the same. So not the same outcome. If it gives the same outcome, it should be undetectable.
in the real universe, there's no speed limit, which would change the physics. But like the speed limit would be like due to like clock. What do you call it? Clock speeds or whatever. Like in your computer, how there's like a
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I could.
That's why
run
relativity. Go ahead.
I could run a universe simulation on pen and paper, and for the observers of the people in this universe would experience time just as the same as if it was running on a supercomputer. Because what matters is the time within the universe itself, not on how long it takes for the machine to run. Is that what you were saying?
Kind of. I don't know. Probably not. This is not my idea, though, dude. Oh shit, dude! I have my text to speech. Hold on, man. I've been typing out everything I've been saying. Hold on a second. Anyways, I have to play. You know that guy Antoine, whatever. He's like that guy who always talks about space shit. His name's Antoine. He's a YouTuber. You don't know that guy, Antoine?
No. Maybe I do.
Petrov, I think.
Yeah, Anton Petrov.
Yeah. He makes badass space videos. But he talked about this idea. Actually, he said that as far as the simulation theory, this idea, this sort of rendition of it, I guess, actually has plausible testability. Like there's ways to test for it. I gotta pull up what he was saying. Now, hold on.
Right.
You always try to shoot everything down, Bacon.
I'm not. Well, I'm actually trying to give it resilience.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hold on.
Isn't that how science does it? You shouldn't try to refute the things. You're
Yeah. Okay, dude. You're still doing it. You're still debunking what the thing I just said about you.
That's true. You can't stop doing that. Is this Enigma Adriel, or is this another Enigma?
The Riddler. Riddler's name's Edward Enigma. Anyways, it's not important. His name is also Enigma. But he's got a picture of the Joker.
You know Adriel from the Counter Spacer?
I don't think so. It sounds familiar.
You know Danny? Daily T?
Oh, yeah.
He had a server where most of the time was daily. Fugix was always there.
Oh, yeah.
And there was this guy called Adriel. Sometimes he'll go by Enigma.
It might be. That name Pedro sounds familiar also. But I was going to tell you something about Dick Feynman. You know this guy? A.K.A. Richard Feynman.
Yeah. Why Dick Feynman?
I mean, it's his name. Dick, Dick is short for Richard.
Seriously?
You didn't know that? Yeah, you didn't know that?
I don't know that.
Yeah, that's why like Tricky Dick. That's what people called Richard Nixon.
Dude, is that American thing only?
English name.
How would I know that?
Well, don't you guys have Ricardo?
Yeah.
You don't call him Dick?
No.
Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. Anyways, Dick Feynman is what we call him. And he actually taught in Brazil. He learned Portuguese and everything. Did you know that?
Feynman knew Portuguese?
Yeah, he learned Portuguese and taught in Brazil. Yeah.
I don't know that. In my bachelor's thesis, I had a quote from Feynman. Like you had to pick the quote from someone to put in your final how do you call it? Like there's this project you have to make to graduate.
Like thesis.
Usually the thesis. Yeah. But the documentation, like the papers. Anyway, I picked a Feynman's quote to put there.
What was the quote?
Let me see if I remember. Oh, it's about. Let me see if I can find. My thesis was really nice though.
When he left the Manhattan Project, he wasn't allowed to get into the military because I thought he was crazy, and so he wants to go to get a teaching position, and a couple of places he applied to wouldn't hire him because they had a limit to how many Jews they could have on staff.
Will you see that again?
He didn't get they passed him over on teaching jobs, like the first few places he applied to, because they had a limit to how many Jewish people they could have on staff.
Here?
They couldn't hire him. No, not there in Brazil. I don't know if you guys do that. It was here in America.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Okay, I'll see if I can find the original quote because I found my translation of it, which you won't understand. Okay, our responsibility is to do what we. No, it's our responsibility is to do what we can, learn what we can, improve the solutions, and pass them on. That was the quote.
Interesting. I wonder if that's like paraphrased.
Which is a bit related to my project because it was meant for educational purposes. My thesis. It was this software that can interpret C on a browser and show you what's going on with the memory, so you can learn data structures and know why your software isn't working because you can literally see what's going on with the memory. Have you learned data structures? Like you did electrical engineer? I guess you learned some, maybe C.
What did you say about languages? Yeah, what did you say?
I asked if you learned data structures when you studied.
Oh yeah, of course.
Right. Did you learn like linked lists, binary trees, that kind of stuff?
Sure.
Did you learn it in C?
Sure. C, C++. But yeah, C. Say what?
It's a nice. My project was a software, a browser software that you can run C code and implement a structure like that, like a binary tree or a linked list, and it would render the list like in real time while you change it.
Okay.
So if you're learning data structures, it should help you.
Did you use WebAssembly?
Hmm?
Yeah, gotcha.
Did you use WebAssembly?
No, I didn't run C. I interpreted it in JavaScript.
Okay.
I was gonna say, can't you do that in JavaScript with React?
Why React's like interface? Like doesn't. Wait, what? How React helps me?
Well, you said you was updating in real time.
Oh yeah. Oh, but okay, yeah, maybe, yeah, I get it. But I wouldn't know how to do that using React. So I did everything from scratch except the editor. So the text editor, where you can not gonna finish in time. So I mean, it's fine to use libraries, but at the beginning I wanted to do everything from scratch. But I kind of gave up with this, with the editor. It would just be too much trouble to build my own editor just for the thesis. So I didn't. But yeah, the rendering of the memory was using Canvas.
So you were basically, you had to build like a C interpreter in JavaScript from scratch.
I did, yep.
Oh, that's pretty nifty.
Yep, and I wanted to I want to do it again because it sucks. Like it doesn't suck in the sense that like it has bugs or something. I mean, my professor, he used it to teach in his classes. He used my project to teach in his classes, and some of the students find like 1 or 2 bugs that were fixed, but it's still limited. And I don't want to increment it because the code is too messy. I would prefer to make another one than to give that one maintenance. It's a huge code.
Right, makes sense. Yeah.
And it has like it doesn't have like printf functions or scanf functions. It only have 2 functions. One that gets a char, a character, and the other that puts a character. And you have to do everything with only those 2.
Okay, so put in some kind of buffer or what?
Yeah, on the terminal. Like I coded the terminal too. Oh, I can just show you.
And from the terminal, you then read the result of your whatever you did, like calculating some binary tree or something. You could then get the result of that from your output.
Yeah. And you can also see the data structures that are being allocated in the memory and deleted. Not all of them. I only coded for linked lists and binary trees. So that's all you can render. If you make a different structure, you won't render.
Right.
Let me just show you. One second. I gotta find some example. I'm not gonna start another one from scratch. Okay, I think this one works. I'll live stream. You see that?
Hold on. Okay.
Okay, so this is like the function that reads an integer from the user in this terminal. This is the terminal. This is where the structures are going to be rendered, and this is the code. So because I can only use like this function get char and put char. Those are the 2 only functions of IO you have.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to read an integer, you need something like this. So I preloaded it. I can use it. So when I run, I can. Okay, now it's waiting for me to hit this button here to, like, it's paused currently. I can run one line and then another line until something interesting happens, like
Right.
this. So I just allocated a block of memory,
Right.
and that's the block of memory. And as I put stuff on it, you're gonna see that the values are gonna appear there, and that's it. So let me just play the code so it will run by itself and speed it up a little bit. So once, like when you have a pointer in a structure that has the address of another one, it will link them with this arrow like this.
Yes.
Now it's waiting for me to input something here. So let me see. If I do minus something, like -2, it will remove 2, I think. Let me see. Yep, it removed 2. And I think I can add stuff too. Oh, yeah, I can add to the end like this. Yeah, but like the code here in the left is what like the user writes. So I'm running like something equivalent to what a student have written. Does that make sense?
I guess so.
Like the student's gonna write this code here,
right?
And he would test if his code works by, well, running it on the software and seeing what's going on. So, for example, this is the remove function, and at some point you have to free the memory of the node, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you forget to do that, it won't remove. So I'm going to stop the execution and comment this line, and then run it again. So to add, everything's gonna work fine. Like I'm gonna add a 10 at the end and a 7 at the beginning.
Bacon, is this related to any topic or what's going on?
Oh, it was taking too long for this to happen. Okay, I'll stop stream.
No, that's fine. I'm just wondering if it was related to anything, or is it just sort of like?
Oh, we ended up talking about this, and I wanted to show Flamer. But I get it.
What
It doesn't interest anyone else.
What's the Portuguese word for show off?
It doesn't matter.
They don't what? There's no Portuguese word for it?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. Wow.
Why is it relevant? That's not relevant. That's not
Why is
to
that
anything that's
relevant?
going on right now.
I'm just curious, man. I don't know Portuguese.
I think it's relevant, but I get why you don't want to say it.
So your only way to beat Bacon is to come to the truth before he does.
Damn it, dude. It's
Otherwise,
a catch-22.
Yeah, in this whole globe game, he's got you.
Yeah, Bacon's exceeded where my limits. But he does it all the time. He just shows off, dude. He shows off. I'll be working on something. Scott Veach does the same thing, dude. I'll be working on something. Scott Veach will also work on it, and then he'll just show me up. Sometimes, though, I didn't bring up that I was working on it. They just happened to be working on the same. But still, I find it to be offensive.
Who's that guy?
Scott Veach? You don't know who Scott Veach is?
Not by the name, no.
Not by the name? By his face, maybe. Let me show you his face. Hold on. What do you mean not by his name, dude?
I don't know. Maybe I've spoken to him, but I don't remember his name.
He claims he's the son of an astronaut.
Well, he is the son of an astronaut. I think what Gio's alluding to is...
I think I remember. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Alleged.
No, he's known in this community, dude. He came in here last night.
Last night?
For a bit. Yeah.
Does he has a satellite on his profile picture, or used to?
No.
Are you talking about Scott Veach?
Yeah, Scott Veach, yes, sir.
Yeah. He's like on gems usually.
How do you
She's
spell
cool,
that?
man.
Can you tag him?
Well, you might know him by M. Scott Veach. Maybe that's why you didn't recognize him. It's M. Scott Veach.
Oh, I know him. I know him. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh
I
no,
was
because
kidding.
because I typed M Scott and then it shows up. It showed up,
Oh,
and then I recognized his profile picture. So yeah, I know who
yeah,
you're
you
talking
know
about.
Scott Veach. Yeah, he's a code. You know, he has a PhD. He has a PhD in coding.
Oh, beer bag.
Was Scott here late last night, Gio? I got off kind of early.
Oh yeah.
I heard you going in with him last night. You're asking him the tough questions, man.
Yeah. It was like an interview slash. Well, it was all friendly and good, but yeah, I was asking.
Oh yeah. You're respectful. I mean, your questions are borderline not respectful, but you asked them respectfully. So
at one point, I was like, "Has anyone in this community confirmed that you are this M. Scott Beach character? Like, or, could you just be trolling? Has anyone asked you if you're just making all this up?" Like, that was funny. But yeah, I was respectful. I mean, it never went over the line, but I was definitely asking him a lot of tough questions.
I think what he was saying, though, I mean, if I was on your side, what he says sounds convincing and compelling. Like what he was saying about how his dad would be like, his dad would probably be in this community probably as much as he is, right? Like, and he would probably be respectful. And the same way Scott's pretty respectful to y'all's position. But yeah, he said he'd be probably entertaining it,
An astronaut that claims to have been to space would be entertaining that space doesn't exist?
That's what he was saying to you last night. He was saying that he entertains all those types of ideas, and he was actually interested in them.
I never asked him, did his dad claim that he saw the Earth as a globe, like as a sphere? Did he get that far out?
I forget where he went. He went to a satellite. I'm not sure if he did go that far out, but Edgar Mitchell is the one who came up with the overview effect. You know what that is, right?
I don't. What is it?
Overview effect is he wrote a poem about it. But he went to the moon. He came back, and he was an emotional. His right to be emotional. He's an emotional guy, but he talked about how the effect that it had seeing the Earth as like in one shot, you know what I mean? Like being able to see it beneath you, not just part of the Earth, but like the entire Earth. He says it has like a profound effect on you, where you suddenly like you feel like you're part of a collective. You're part of a collective. Something
You're part of a new world order.
Okay. I thought Gio knew what it was.
You're all under one.
I was expecting that.
All under one status religion, and he's the high priest up on the moon, telling us how this mystical experience he had.
Overview effect is.
What's the name of the effect?
Overview effect.
Overview effect.
He claims that he had like a spiritual experience, seeing the whole Earth as a ball, and he was like, all of our differences could be set aside, and we're all one on this big blue ball, testicle spinning through whatever. But it's like,
so crazy, man.
I miss Bandsaw. Bandsaw used to always say the big blue.
Yeah, I know.
If I can just quickly get back to that Veach, that astronaut, right? So according to Wikipedia, Charles Lacey Veach was like the farthest distance from the Earth was 296 kilometers. So that's not
even ISS.
Yeah.
Well, he went up before the ISS, anyways.
Yeah, he did. 1992, I think, and 1991. 2 space shuttle missions.
So he would have like maybe barely seen curvature if it was a globe.
Well, no, it should be considerable curvature, but just like a quite small portion of the entire Earth. So
2.5% or something like that.
How do we
Yeah.
verify that that space station is at the distance they say it is?
You can do a parallax measurement when it transits the sun. You just measure the like you take a sight of the ISS transiting the sun from 2 locations on the Earth, and from that you get a parallax angle, and you can calculate, you can triangulate the distance to the ISS from these 2 angles.
I think Ruth did something like that, or did he just measure the speed of it?
Does that work with the moon too then?
Yes.
It
Maybe
should,
the moon's
yes.
distance.
Oh,
Yeah, you
I
can do
got-
parallax. Go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah, I measured the moon distance. Some
Parallax?
kind of like that. Yeah, using parallax. I got very.
Well,
very,
there's
very
people.
close.
There's people that use the moon and they use like different parts of the moon, like they can identify which part of it, and they compare that with like background stars and stuff like that.
Yeah, that should work. Like moon parallax should work too for distance to the moon.
Yeah, if the moon isn't too high or too low, you can, with a single measurement or a single angular measurement, get the distance, because you can use the GP as a second site. So if you know where the GP is, that counts as a site. So it's a position where you have the moon at the zenith. So you have basically 2 measurements by just measuring it once, and you can get the distance like that, which is what I did.
How accurate is that?
Well, I got 99.92% the actual value,
Oh, okay.
which is probably a lucky value because
Mhm.
my sextant shouldn't be that accurate.
Yeah, you
Sorry, could you like go over the method again in like 2 sentences? I missed that.
Right. So when you're doing parallax, you basically have 2 sites and you find where they intersect. Right.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So if you know where the moon GP is, that location, if someone at that location would sight the moon, it would be just 90 degrees of elevation, right? Or 0 degrees of zenith angle.
Right.
So just knowing the GP already gives you a sight. And then you do the sight from where you are. And then you see where those sites would intersect, how far from the Earth they would intersect. That tells you how far the moon is to the Earth.
But doesn't the curvature of the Earth fuck up that measurement?
No, you have to take that into account. You have to.
So
Are we trying to do it with a flat Earth assumption?
You're begging the question, basically. Not just
Yeah.
kidding, but I got it. Yeah.
No, yeah, but I thought that was like within the globe paradigm. How you measure the distance to the moon? Are you saying like agnostic of the shape of the Earth?
No, well, yeah, I guess, yeah. If you're nasty about it, then you wouldn't account for it. I didn't know if you accounted for it or not. But you know what I did? I did the eclipse. I got 99.992%. What was your number again?
992?
Yeah.
Wait, those parallax measurements, did you say, are dependent on the radius value?
If you want to get consistent value, then yeah, consistent value. Then yeah. Like
So
you're always
like
gonna
when I asked how do you get the distance to the ISS, you said 2 observers and parallax. You have to use the radius value to figure that out. Sorry, I don't know parallax that well.
Yeah, if they're close enough, but maybe that you don't. But the moon is much further. So to have lights, to have the sites like intersect in a way that is not too sensitive to error, you need a much bigger distance than the ISS.
Yeah, that's the point. So for the ISS, no, you don't need the radius. You can just basically, a couple of kilometers is enough distance.
Yeah, pretty much you assume that the Earth is flat because if it wasn't, you should still get more or less the same result. So it doesn't matter the shape of the Earth.
Right. But yeah, the eclipse method that I did, you also don't need the shape of the Earth. Well, that's not entirely true. You need. Hey, listen, dude. Listen, Bacon. Cut it out, bro. You're right, though. Yeah, you do. You do need because that method actually depends on knowing the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Actually, never mind. Spoke too soon. Did you ever do that, Bacon?
What?
Did you ever do that with the eclipse?
No, I only did the moon measurement. It was all that I've done.
And I don't think I got 99.992. I was just trying to one up.
Beat me? You're trying to beat me with an extra 9?
Yeah, I got pretty close to the number at the time, like the actual distance at that time. I don't remember.
Did you use the quarter moon?
No, I used the eclipse. The quarter moon, you can obtain the ratio between the distance to the moon and the distance to the sun, but the eclipse, if you know the size of the Earth, then you know the shadow that it's entering into. You can measure the length of time it takes to, each size of the moon. Right, to go through, and to take the time that it takes to go across the Earth's shadow, and then compare that to the complete circumference of the moon's orbit. I'm sorry, you don't compare it to that. You obtain that from that. So you get the circumference of the moon's orbit, and then you get the radius and the distance.
Yeah. Get it.
You're a clever guy, so of course you get it. Yeah.
Oh.
Clever guy.
Never mind.
When I was first got in this community, these sort of tests I was so interested in them because I thought like gathering these tests and then, getting flat earthers to do them with me or whatever, or to do them together, would be kind of fun. But the two things, most flat earthers actually don't participate with me or Globers when they do tests. And the ones that do, like Chepa, he participated with me, and he was more convinced of the flat Earth afterward.
What was the test?
We did an Eratosthenes style test where we were making predictions for the flat plane and for the sphere, and I had also 23 people, just like Slice Sparkane, and he gave me more data than anybody else. He took more pictures and did more measurements beforehand and gave more data, and he was convinced more of the flat Earth, like I said.
Did his measurements match which one better?
No, the measurements for every prediction, I made predictions for both models. I made 3 sets of predictions for the flat plane model. I made 1 set of predictions for the globe model, and the measurements when they came in, they matched the globe predictions almost perfectly. My error margin was 1 degree, and they were all within 1 degree of the globe prediction.
Nice.
I was predicting the angles that they would get from their sticks, shadow length. Yeah.
Do you think it's a bit of an unrelated question. Do you think if I run a simulation of the solar system, having from Venus to which comes first, Saturn or Jupiter?
Jupiter.
Okay, so from Venus to Saturn, for how long would you think that simulation would make accurate predictions for like eclipses and that kind of stuff?
From Venus to Saturn? What are you talking about? Yeah. Eclipses? Eclipses of all those planets, or eclipses of
no. I mean,
Venus?
I'm only.
What?
No, okay, I didn't explain clearly. The eclipses that I wanted to see if the model can predict is lunar and solar eclipses. Also the positions of the planets, given the coordinates. I wanted to see if, but I'm not simulating all planets. I'm not going to simulate Mercury, Uranus, or.
You're talking about transits. You're talking about transits?
No, I'm saying like I'm creating an n-body system, and I'm gonna put from Venus to Saturn, and I want to see how accurately it can predict things like transits and retrogrades and eclipses.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's interesting. I don't know.
If I only put like the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun, then it screws up the Earth's orbit after a certain amount of time because you don't have the influence of Jupiter and Saturn.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because they heavily influence.
Yeah.
Like
But
they're
I'm not sure how well. Sorry, go ahead.
I would say like they're responsible for like the ice ages and stuff, like the 1,000-year, 400,000-year cycles, 100,000-year cycles. Their influence is responsible for that, and they're also responsible for the changing of our eccentricity, like how our eccentricity changes and shit like that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't change our semi-major axes now. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Like even though our eccentricity changing doesn't change our semi-major axes.
Okay, so the period doesn't change.
That's right. Right? Is that right?
Yeah.
That is right.
Third law.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Second law. Or what's one of the laws? Right. So the year length doesn't change due to this fact, but the what does change is because like the solstice and the longest and shortest day of the year, if you have been paying attention, they're like 10 days off. I guess maybe 12, 13, 14 days off. So the more the less eccentric it is, the closer those dates align with one another. So if we were perfectly circular, those would be the same date, basically. The solstice and the shortest and longest day.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really answer your question, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would be impressed if it did fairly well. I don't know. I don't think I can make one that would be accurate. I wouldn't expect it if I did it for it to be accurate. That accurate. But it depends on how accurate you're. I don't know. You pay more attention to detail. So, I mean, how accurate do you think you could get it to do? Like, you think you'd be able to to see transits of Venus like 100 years out?
No, I don't think I'll be able to get things like hundreds of years in the future. Probably, I don't know, maybe a couple decades.
What's that?
Go ahead.
What's that clock in Prague? You know the clock that they always talk about? Flat earthers talk about it. You never heard of this clock? Yeah.
Clock.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yo.
What's up, Jeez?
I don't think that doesn't give you transits though, does it? Does it, Jace?
No, I don't know if that's its official name. I was just saying the Prague clock.
I think that's what it's called. Actually, I don't know if that's what it's called, to be honest. But maybe flat earthers know more about it than we do, probably. But they talk about it a lot.
Astronomical clock.
So there you go. What's it called?
Prague horloge.
Okay. Do you know if it tells you transits? I don't think it does it?
I don't think so. Let me see. I saw about this clock already.
Yeah. You always see this shit after. Okay, baking.
No, I don't remember much about it, but people have mentioned it before.
They mentioned it a lot. Like it's the thing. That's why I'm bringing it up is because I don't think it gives transits. Like for instance, like if you have have you ever seen a diagram? What's it called? What's it called? Astrology diagram, astrology chart. I made a time lapse of like a calendar basically so if you watch it, you'll see like how the moon goes around in 1 month and the sun will eventually change. You can see how the planets are going retrograde and all this type of stuff. But that's obviously not sophisticated enough to tell you transits because it's only going to tell you when they're aligned on the ecliptic. It's not going to tell you when like the sun's in front of or behind something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Which I think probably as fair as this Prague clock does. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they always try to bring up these like ancient things that are nowhere near as accurate and specific as the things that we have today with the geometry based models.
Are you talking about the Antikythera mechanism?
No.
Not quite, but kind of, because the same idea though.
Well, it's kind of the same idea. It's like the Soros cycle, trying to say like that's equivalent to what the geometry of the heliocentric model can actually predict, like the actual paths and the times at which it's going to occur exactly.
Yeah, you guys don't use geometry though. You use geometry plus refraction.
Such a goon.
If you had to do it just using geometry, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I've never kicked anybody in the nuts before, but I feel inspired to sometimes when you say
It
shit.
works for azimuths. And it almost it gets very close in elevation.
What does?
Nonetheless, geometry alone doesn't work, obviously.
Oh, you work for azimuths.
Have you guys just thought about changing teams just for the sake of it? Just because more fun?
Bacon's pretty good at it.
I debated Shane on we made this reverse debate where I played a flat earther and he played a globe earther.
He gave up though, kind of, right?
Yeah, he left the role a couple times.
Bacon was pretty good, but he also practiced for like a week.
Did I? I don't remember that.
You're like, I have to. Yeah, you were like practicing. You're like, I gotta make sure that you know, I forget how you're practicing, but I suck at it. So
why would you even want to do that? That's so dumb.
It's not dumb. It's a pretty fair exercise. We should do it right now. Find some people.
Go on then, I'll be a flat. Go on then, I'll be a flat earther.
Whoever does it though, they have to take it seriously because it's not entertaining if you're just like being facetious or something. But if you try to argue the position honestly, it's actually quite revealing.
All right, go on then.
You need a flat earther to pretend to be a glober with you.
Flat earth to be a glober. I'll do it. Hit me.
So all you need is pictures from space from NASA, and you're good to go.
See, Gio's being facetious, man.
This is how you don't do it.
Maybe a couple ad homs. That always helps.
Sprinkle. That's it. I got that's all I need.
When you get cornered with the assumptions that are all baked into the globe, that's when you gotta pull something else out.
Unsurprisingly, Jeremy's pretty good at it, but I'll let you determine why that is. Everybody knows he's a closet glober.
He is.
I just know your model, but when I argue it, it makes me throw up in my mouth a little bit.
I knew that would bother him if I said that.
I still don't get your contention with Coriolis and atomic mechanics.
I wouldn't get into him with that, man, because that's why we're not friends anymore. He's not my friend anymore because of his argument with Coriolis.
The shortest distance. The shortest path.
He just straight up told me in front of everybody, said, we're not friends anymore, dude.
Well, I mean, you know you're wrong because you know the way they translate. So
If you say so. Well, I mean, I agree with you. That is true. I found that to be true. Yes.
I'm going to do a presentation on this soon. Once I get a few pictures together, it's pretty easy to follow along.
I'd be happy to see that because I it's not really I got a lot wrong about it, so I'll concede right now on that thing. But regardless, Bacon, that Coriolis as a fictitious forces are strictly they're not governed by Newton's laws. They don't adhere to Newton's laws of motion.
Well, Newtonian laws of motion are meant to describe a inertial frame, and those are
Right.
only exist in non-inertial frames, so it's kind of expected.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I thought that's what you were asking.
Hmm?
You were saying that like why is his holdup with how does it not? How does Coriolis not apply to Newton's, or how does Newton's law not apply to Coriolis or something like that?
Yeah, but the way you get Coriolis is to first apply them into an inertial frame, and you move to a non-inertial, and then you see the fictitious forces there. You still need the Newtonian mechanics in the inertial plane in the first place, in the inertial frame, in the first place. Like in order for you to get non-inertial pseudo forces, you need the laws of Newton to apply to a inertial frame, and then you can see.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. You want to know how to really annoy Jeremy though, and the rest of these guys? I brought this up earlier.
Do the effortless.
Well, yeah. I know you do. As
I
you
don't
did to
even
all
try.
of us.
I actually don't try to do that when that happens.
It's annoying just listening to you talking about Newton's laws, even just mentioning the name.
Newton was a virgin when he died, and he died an old guy.
He was. He's not anymore.
Yeah, you got to notice this about some people. There's some dudes who cheated on their wives and then came up with quantum mechanics, or they went with their mistresses in the Alps. I forget. I think that was who was that? Yeah, Golding. That's who it was. Schrodinger. That's who it was. But he came with some clever stuff out there. So that's one way to do it. But other dudes that I know from history were seemingly just virgins and just stayed away from the opposite sex.
This is where the saying "blue balls" came from. Newton had a bad case of blue balls, and he was obsessed with them.
Clearly he just wasn't distracted by the whole thing, which is a feat, I would think. But maybe
Are you trying to say women are the
Napoleon
problem?
didn't get laid either.
For some
Look what he
people.
did. Napoleon didn't get laid either. Napoleon, he had a hard time with the ladies. No, Napoleon, yeah, he had a hard time with the ladies apparently, and he didn't get. Look what he did.
Isn't there a famous love story with Napoleon?
Yeah, with his wife, whatever she's called, but she didn't love him. She didn't love him. She was shagging other men. She was going behind his back. She didn't love him, and he always had a hard time with the ladies. And look how he took his frustrations out. He just went out there and fucked everyone up.
These dudes I'm talking about though, like Leonardo da Vinci, I think he might have been homosexual because he got arrested for sodomy when he was younger, but there's not very many stories of him in any love interests or whatever. So he probably was celibate for most of his life. But yeah, I think there's something to that.
That he was a homosexual, but you have to remember who it was. The Vatican who were paying him. It was the Pope who were paying him, and if he would have come out as a homosexual, they would have burned him. They would have killed him. So
yeah, he got arrested twice. He got arrested twice for sodomy.
It's kind of disgusting. Like back in those days, they didn't have soap, body wash, shampoo, baths, or lavatories. So it's pretty fucking disgusting, man.
It's funny that you thought of that, dude. Because now I can't get out of my head. But
who says that they didn't have soap?
That's a good point.
Like, there definitely have been like natural sources of soap since the beginning of humanity. So
there's definitely certain things you want to clean off your body.
When
did a smell will linger?
When did humanity begin?
So what?
I don't know. There's
When
just
did
natural stuff
when did
around.
humanity begin?
Humanity? Million years ago?
Yeah, was that
Humanity
with or
began
without soap?
when God created man.
And then God created soap
I
to
think
clean man.
it was already in the earth.
Well, there's stories in history where they used to I forget where the story comes from, but they used to like kill a bunch of people and throw them in the river, and then there's down at the other end of the river, people would like wash their clothes because it was like soapy water.
People used to use lemon stuff too.
People used to be monkeys.
It was made out of cardboard.
Some people, some British people, and Davy Jones or whatever. Yeah.
It was cardboard. Rather,
Wait, what?
Ron said
Used to be monkeys?
that monkeys used to be people.
Yeah, people used to be monkeys, and we just used to throw our shit at each other. Not much has changed.
Bacon. Davy Jones was a member of the band The Monkees.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Isn't name right? Davy Jones?
Oh, to me, Davy Jones was the guy with an octopus face.
Yeah, I was watching that yesterday, actually. It's crazy.
Oh, the special effects are also...
Yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday, too. Were you watching the same shit I was watching?
Nope.
I don't know, but
watching you.
Yeah, you probably were. No wonder you're always copying my shit, dude. But no, I was watching that scene with the dice, like they play that dice game, which I totally forgot about. But at any rate, yeah, they play a dice game. It's like a gambling game with dice. And he plays like he gets a dice in his tentacles in his face. Anyway, that's not important. What is important is I saw this crazy shit, dude, the other day that AI can do now. So you can look at any picture, even an old picture of someone's face. You can actually look at the picture, and the AI can make out what the person was seeing, like what's in the person's eyes. Like it can use the reflections in the person's eyes to recreate the scene that the person is in, like that they're viewing. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Let me see if I can pull it up. It does it fairly well.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Pull that up.
You want to see how to solve the Coriolis problem analytically?
Yeah, I feel like this is like the calm before the storm. It's about to go off in here. Who's it going to be?
The real problem with the Coriolis effect is that there's a claim being made that great circle routes are the shortest paths for planes to travel when you track it on the surface of Earth, but that's not the case. Clearly, it's easy, it's demonstrable to tell that that's absolutely not the case.
The
Mix
shortest
can you mix Coriolis and soap?
What was that?
Well, traveled path is frame dependent, so the length of a traveled path is frame dependent. So that
and they translate and they can translate to other frames. You travel in a great circle route in one frame, it translates to another path in the inertial frame, and vice versa.
Yeah, so that's why like the claim is about using Earth as a frame in the Earth's frame.
No, the claim is the planes traveling the shortest path on a great circle route on the Earth's frame.
Exactly,
and that's not the shortest path because but that's not the shortest path though.
That's not the shortest path if you're considering other frames, which I don't think anyone's claiming.
And there are other frames, and they know there's other frames because they know there's the Coriolis effect. So
yeah, but it's when we say they fly the shortest path, we're talking about the Earth's frame. We're not talking about considering all possible frames.
Sure, as long as you guys recognize that the plane could travel in a shorter path if it wanted to.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, let's start calling up the airlines and tell them they could actually travel in a shorter path, but they're not doing it.
Yeah, because that path is going to be longer in the Earth's frame, which is the one that is relevant for flying planes.
The one that's relevant is the path the plane takes. Doesn't matter what the spinny thing underneath it's doing, right? We went over this. We went over this with the roundabout and the meter stick. It doesn't matter because you can make it look all different paths depending on how fast it's rotating. The path the plane actually flies in is the inertial frame, and that's the path that matters because that's the path you want to fly the shortest distances.
No, you want to fly the shortest distance in the one that consumes the less amount of fuel, it takes the less amount of time. In the case of an aerodynamic aircraft, which is used the atmosphere to fly, that is the frame of reference that contains the atmosphere, which is the Earth's one.
Saying about fuel or time, this is about distance. It's clear cut which one is the shortest distance the plane can travel.
Yeah, but I already conceded that if you can find other frames where the distance is less, but that's not what the only thing that is useful for aviation. Like if you're saying, oh, let me call people and say that they're shorter paths. If you're just pointing to, well, in this frame the path can be shorter, but the plane can't even physically follow that path, then that's useless.
Yeah, this isn't about. There's a specific claim on the table. It's not useless. There's a specific claim on the table that says that the shortest path the plane can fly is a great circle route on the ground. It's not the case. You just admitted that the plane could fly if we consider other frames, which they know there is, obviously. They could consider the inertial frame and fly a shorter path, shorter distance.
Yeah, but I think there's an implicit information in that claim, which is that claim is referencing the Earth stream. So if you add that to the claim, then by bringing other frames, doesn't concern the claim.
It does concern the claim because the claim is the shortest path. The shortest path the plane can fly is this great circle route on the ground, but that's not the shortest path the plane can fly. There's a shorter path.
Yeah, but as I just said, I believe that there's an implicit information in that claim that it's about its claim is strictly in the Earth frame, saying that considering the Earth frame, the airplane is going to follow the shortest path.
Yeah, they're not making any claims about which frame. They're not making any claims about which frame. They're saying this is the shortest path the plane can fly. We know that's not them. So I don't even know what we're talking about because we both agree. We already both agree that's not the shortest path.
Yeah, but they're not explicitly referring to the Earth frame because I think that that's implicit. Just like when you say that your car was a certain miles per hour, that is in reference to the ground. We don't have to keep saying in reference to the ground. That's very implicit. I think for the airplane, it's the same thing.
Shouldn't we be addressing one of the initial assumptions of science that there are natural causes for things that happen in the world around us? Like, isn't this an assumption that could affect the quality of observation?
Sorry, say that again?
If we're talking about initial assumptions that are made, shouldn't we be addressing the initial assumptions that science claims to make? First one that I'm aware of being that there are natural causes for things that happen in the world around us.
Oh, go ahead.
I think it's valid to question that.
What's that?
I said go ahead.
Yeah, I heard a female jumped in, said something. Anyway, I am addressing it, and I'm asking, do you guys want to address this first? Like, before we move on to other stuff, shouldn't we address the foundational issues?
Like what?
The foundational assumptions that are made in science.
Like what?
Yeah, well, the first one being that there are natural causes for things. That's an assumption that everything...
It's magic.
I don't really care about that. If you're trying to describe how the universe works and you're saying, well, maybe that it can't be described, that doesn't help a lot.
You go now?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we should address that initial assumption, like this. It's a fundamental aspect of the methodology that's being used to make to record data from observations. If that data has if there's assumptions being made, then that data is probably going to be altered in relation to the assumption.
Yeah, but the assumption of a natural world, how does that impact us?
Well, it assumes that everything is a natural cause.
Mm-hmm. And if it doesn't, how do we investigate it? Can we investigate supernatural causes or unnatural causes?
That's the question. Can we? Are we able to? Are we able to come up? Well, are you going to assume that we can't, or?
I was going to say if we can't investigate things that aren't natural, then that doesn't help us. If we can,
how do we know? How do we know that we can't?
I'm not saying we know we can't. I'm saying if we can't, that doesn't help us. But if we can, then I wouldn't see why we would call that not natural, because we can investigate and understand how it works. Then why would you call that unnatural?
We have to investigate it to find out, don't we?
But isn't the whole thing about not being natural something you can't investigate? You have no mechanism to investigate. If you do, that would.
I think that's the assumption that's being made, but
that's not an assumption. Well, as far as I understand, that's a definition of what.
Sounds like an assumption to me.
No, I think it's a definition. Like, if it's natural, you can interact with it. It interacts with reality, it interacts with the natural world. If it's unnatural, if it's supernatural, then that's where its limit is. It doesn't interact with the natural world.
Or at least not in a way that
do we then make the assumption that definition is accurate and dismiss the idea? Because
definition isn't making any claims about reality. Definition is saying, well, if you can investigate it, you call it natural. If you can't, you call it supernatural. So
if the definition is making the claim
it's not.
that which is unnatural cannot be observed or measured, which is still a claim. It's an assumption.
It's. I mean, if it fits that description, then you use the word. That's what a definition is. Like it describes where this word applies. It doesn't make claims about reality. It just tells you where you should put this label.
But it is making a claim about reality, right? It's making the claim that what we call unnatural can't be measured or observed.
It's defining.
That's a claim.
It's defining those things as unnatural. It's not saying this. It's not like we have things we call unnatural, and then it's defining it as things we can't investigate. It's the opposite. It tells you, or when you can't investigate, that's when we are labeling it as supernatural. It's descriptive.
So it's making the assumption that if somebody wasn't able to measure something, then it must be unnatural because it hasn't yet been observed or measured.
I give up. Sorry. I'm not sure how to make it more clear.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm sorry, I just don't know how to continue the conversation without just repeating myself.
Looks like he can be beat, guys.
I can't. Do you know anywhere I can find heliocentric coordinates of all the celestial bodies at any given point in time?
Heliocentric coordinates. What do you mean?
Yeah, like an XYZ coordinate centered at the sun. Of celestial bodies.
That's that. I don't think that's how we do it, though.
I think there are.
Oh wait. No, I see what you're saying. That's a good question. I never even fucking heard of that, dude. How do you know how you define that? Like, how would you describe anything? Like, I think, dude, isn't the celestial sphere? No, dude, hold on.
Well,
Hold the phone. No, they use it in space. They use sextants in. Oh, I know they don't. They use Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they only do that with the planets.
Yeah, if you want to run a simulation, you don't want to use geocentric coordinates, do you?
Okay, guy. That's a good question, man. I never heard of that. I mean, actually, I was thinking this a couple of weeks ago. I just never looked further into it because I know they use celestial navigation in space missions. I think they use it pertaining to the Earth, though, and I think when they don't use it pertaining to the Earth, they don't use the stars. They use like planets and shit like that.
That's
I don't
weird.
know. I'm sure somebody there's IB Hunter and all that kind of like he knows a lot about astronomy and shit. That's a good question.
I think Fugix probably knows about it. He was the first person I remember mentioning something like this because he worked with some astronomy engines. So I think he might know about it. Oh, he have made a lot of cool stuff. I'm not sure if you know about that.
No, I didn't know that. Where's he get? Where's he share it at?
Well, share what exactly?
Where's he share his cool stuff?
Oh, there's
Where
some
is
of it in his YouTube channel. He did some refraction stuff.
Oh, he's got a YouTube channel. Okay.
Yeah. He also shown how to derive the 8 inches per mile squared. And that
He's
wasn't
a cool dude.
He is. Yeah. He knows a lot about how GPS works.
More than me, huh? You had to bring that up. Okay.
I'm not sure. Maybe you know more than him, but he talked about.
Yeah. I'm sure he does know more than me. But anyway, yeah, he's the guy who he did most of the work on the data that came from Bob. You know the
huge.
Yeah. He was the one that I would.
What data?
The data from the gyroscopes. Bob, I don't know if Bob had recorded it, but Bob gave it to us.
Which Bob?
Bob Nodell. Jeremy was like screaming at him and begged him, to give us the data from the gyroscopes, and he gave them to us the next day. And there's a few people in GEMS who are going over it, but Fux XD or whatever, Fuged. He was one that I would use. I think he had the most reliable set of data or a set of analysis from that data.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, when they started bringing up celestial navigation in Kiwi server, he was one of the first ones that just briefly looked at it and then did a 3-star fix just to test. Just to get a grasp on how it's done. He did like in a couple hours. He never saw that before, and then in a couple hours he knew how to do a 3-star fix.
Oh, that's almost as long as it took me. That's what's up, man. Actually, it took me a little while. It took me like a few days.
Yeah, it took me a week, I think. But
like that.
Yeah. But I mean, that week was worth many days because at the end of that week I got the software.
Oh, yeah, I remember you wanted to do it from scratch. You didn't want any. I tried to give you hints and shit, and you didn't want to know anything. I looked up the equations and watched the Practical Navigator.
Do you use
Haversign? Did I use Haversign? I did at one point, but ultimately I didn't. Yeah, I don't want to tell you what I did. Well, I'll tell you what I did. What I did was I drew the circles. I didn't even calculate it.
Yeah, I remember the bot.
Yeah. Because I got fucking bored with
it. it was, yeah, it was. I mean, it sounds like a boring task to find what coordinates the
Well,
intersections
no,
are
to
going
get it, yeah, to get it perfect. Yeah, well, there's a way to do it. I just didn't feel like because I was writing in the code for it. I just didn't feel like writing the code for it, so I just drew the picture for it.
Right. I do the lazy way. Till this day, I do the lazy way. I created another web page that do the 3-star fix, but it does in like the more realistic way. It creates the plotting sheet. It plots the lines of position, and then it does like how people do it manually. What my software does is pretty much a brute force. It just searches through the earth and see what coordinates best fit those 3 readings.
Oh, that's horrible.
It is.
Well, my way is not bad. The comparison then.
Yeah. Well,
because you could do my way in real. You could do my way in real life. Like if you didn't, if you didn't know where you were, but if you did it your way, you have to brute force it.
No, if you want to do my way, you can there's still like a viable way to do what I'm doing, because I used like Euclidean coordinates, so I'm dealing with a unit sphere in with Cartesian coordinates, and I when I have 2 circles, I first get the 2 intersection of them, like analytically, so I find where they intersect without searching it. And then I do it for the other 2 and the other 2. And what my algorithm does is, from those intersections, it tries to optimize.
Oh yeah, that's smart.
So it moves to the center of the triangle. But if you're doing manually, you can simply average the 3 intersections that are closest to each other, and then move it back to coordinate 2 let alone, and that will tell you roughly where you are, because it will be around the center of that triangle.
Yeah, I was doing it with the Haversign. It was just real boring, dude, and a lot of code. And because, I just got real lazy, and I just wanted to make the pictures for people. That nobody ever used it, dude. Curved Water is the only person who actually used it. Other people, I showed it to a lot of flat earthers. They weren't interested in it.
Oh, look at. Let me show you my last. The last one I did. I'll link on. Can you open the link if I send it on Livestream text?
Yeah, if you're not going to dox me, yeah.
No, it's a GitHub page. I can only publish client side stuff. There's no server side stuff that I can publish.
Well, I did that. That's what I did. I made that bot that you could use the bot and just type in your shit. But I don't have it up. It's not up and running right now. But that's why I thought it was cool, is because you could just type in your 3 elevations and 3 stars, and then it would tell you your position.
Yeah.
It wouldn't tell you your position. It would give you a picture of your position.
Look at last picture I sent. Isn't that beautiful?
What is this?
That's the current one does. It plots like that. Like it's like a real life plotting.
This is like how a real navigator would do it, right? Well, they usually have those. They usually have a sheet that because it depends. Like the lines you make are different depending on your longitudes or what latitude you're at. I mean, like the longitude lines that you make are different or whatever, right?
Yeah, you have to adjust for the sign of the latitude.
Wait, so what am I looking at? Describe how does this? So what is So that's the sky chart. Is that azimuth? No, not really.
Okay, so how you do is like you have, if you need an assumed position, so you need an estimate of your current position, which is usually done with dead reckoning. So it's often called your dead reckoning position. That's what's centered on that graph. So that graph is centered at your best guess of where you are. Following so far?
Yeah. I think I've seen. I know that. I know where you're headed, but I've never seen it like on this. But yeah, keep going.
Right. So for each star, you have an azimuth, and that's the dashed lines. Those are the azimuths of the stars. So you can't measure the azimuth with a sextant. So what you do is, once you have the GP and you use your assumed position to calculate what should be the azimuth of that star at that position, which is not correct because you're not at your assumed position. You're probably somewhere else, but it's close enough that it helps you. So you
How do
plot
you
those
wait? Hold on. Well, there's an equation for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I like, can you use like the right ascension and declination and your assumed position, and you plug that into an
In the
equation
time.
and get the azimuth. Yeah, and the time and all that stuff. And you get the azimuth.
But that would be the azimuth from the assumed position, not from your actual position.
Yeah, right.
Which might be slightly different, but it's very like a very small fraction, which means it doesn't change a lot of the result. So yeah, you then create those dashed lines. I mean, it doesn't have to be dashed lines, just to point to where the star should be, or what's the azimuth of that star, and then you calculate what should be the elevation angle if you were at the assumed position, and you compare that to your actual reading. That gives you a difference of how further or closer to the star you are. So you create a perpendicular line with that gap being exactly the difference between what you should expect to read and what you actually read. So for example, if you were expecting to read 45 degrees, but you read 44, it means you're actually closer than your assumed position. Sorry, you're further than your assumed position because the star is a bit lower. So you correct your position moving further. So you go in the opposite direction by 1 degree in that chart. Does that make sense?
All right, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just messing with you.
Well, I didn't actually. There's an easier way to explain this because you know those lines that has like a double arrows on the tip of them. I'm not sure if you can still see it.
Oh, yes, yeah. Sorry, dude. I fucking fell on a scooter yesterday and my shoulder's all fucked up. But no, yeah. The square.
What square? Never mind. If I want to leave that for later, I can leave that for later.
With you, dude. I was here the whole time. I just fuck. I'm trying to move my laptop, but I only have one arm because I fell on a fucking scooter yesterday. I had just beaten these charges. They were trying to charge me with these crimes, and I finally beat them yesterday. And I was really happy. And I was riding the scooter, and I was trying to get to the train station, and I popped the curb, and I flew and landed on my shoulder, dude.
What landed on your shoulder?
I landed on my shoulder. Like I was riding a scooter, going 20 miles per hour.
Let me first figure out how do you call that?
A scooter is something that you stand on and you hold on to these handles, and it has a motor and it makes you go fast. You're standing on it
like
and
a
it has
motorcycle.
a motor. No, you stand on it though.
Yeah, it looks like a motorcycle. You can stand on it.
It doesn't look like a motorcycle, but yes, fine. But yes.
Do they have two wheels?
Regardless. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like a
motorcycle.
motorcycle.
But come on, dude. Okay. Anyways, I was going very fast, and I had my laptop bag and my dress clothes on and stuff, and I was already being an idiot because I was going against traffic, and you're not allowed to drive on the sidewalk with the scooters. So I was going against traffic, and I was like, dude, this is pretty scary. I'm gonna get on the sidewalk. And I went up on the thing, and it looked like there was a ramp, but it was actually a curb, and I flew right into it.
Okay, 1 second. Let me figure out what a curb is.
Oh my god, dude.
Okay, I know what a curb is. Go ahead.
Yeah, I flew into the curb. The wheel hit the curb. You know what hit means?
I know what hit means.
Yeah, it hit the curb.
Come on.
Anyways, I flew, and it was pretty bad. And I could have, if I put my hands out, I probably could have broke my hands. Whatever would have went out would have probably broke it. But I was like, I went shoulder first, basically, like neck, shoulder 1st, right into the cement. That means the ground. And
that's better than face first.
Maybe, I don't know, but the doctor that I went to, he was confused, dude. They had to take X-rays like 3 times, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't know. The tendons could be broken, or they could be mashed up, or I don't know." I'm like, "Well, did you look at the X-rays, dude?" And then, but so yeah, he doesn't know what's wrong. He doesn't know
How
if
much
it's
did
like
it cost to
it's
do
free.
those exams? Okay.
Yeah, because I got signed up with the VA, Veterans Affairs, so and they gave me free drugs too.
Nice.
No, the drugs weren't free, but they were discounted.
Nice.
Because the point is, my arm is inoperable, so at the right. Luckily, I can write left-handed. But
Were
the
you
point
in
is,
the army?
Were
you in the
I was
army,
in the
Kosher?
Navy.
Oh,
I
all
was
right,
in the
okay.
Navy. Yeah. The world's greatest Navy, to be exact. But regardless, yeah. So the point is that's why I was listening, Bacon, but I just couldn't get to push to talk because I'm holding my laptop with the opening doors. I only want to watch.
Okay. Yeah, well, just to summarize, those lines that aren't dashed are the circles of equality too. It's just like a small section of them. So of course they're perpendicular to the direction of the azimuth, because the radius of the circle meets its circumference perpendicularly, right? As Euclid said a long time ago.
Okay, Bev.
I think that okay, yeah.
He loves talking about Euclid. But anyways, what's this method called?
Whose method?
Is the method you're talking about called?
Weirdly enough, I have no clue how it's called. I think like the intercept method, but to me sounds like
No, I know I've heard
aren't
this
all
one.
methods like an intercept method because you're checking where the intersect.
Well, the weird thing is, there's tons of methods. Brian's pretty clever. We give him shit, but he's pretty clever. Like as I think about it, sometimes like if I had to think it was flat, like how could I do it? And if I was doing it, I wouldn't even worry about doing a 3-star fix, because you could simply do like what you said, like a 2-star fix would actually give you the right answer. Like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you can basically assume which of one of the intersections you're at.
Yeah, I mean mainly like, all you have to do is remember which star is to the left of you and which one's to the right of you, and that's enough. You don't even have to like, which continent am I? You don't even need that information. You can be completely clueless of what part of the Earth you are. If you're citing 2 stars, just based on which one is to the left and which one is to the right, you can solve for which one of the intersections is the correct one.
Fucking hell. Sorry, dude. This arm thing really sucks. But yeah, I forgot. Excuse me for a minute. Hey, Bacon, have you made a JavaScript Discord bot recently?
Oh, I did that one. The last one I talked about is the last one I did.
How long ago was that?
Let me check. Because I have a repository on GitHub, so I can just check.
Yeah, and I'm bad at that, dude. I need to make one. I made one. Actually, I have my Discord on mine, but I don't put any of my projects on there.
Let me see. Okay, Bacon Bot. That's the name of the bot. It was last altered last month. Oh no,
okay.
this was like a command that I did, that I added only for myself. I don't think it would work if you try to use.
You make it post porn pictures.
No. So 3 months ago was the last time I made any useful changes on it.
I might rap with you sometime about that because I'm not real familiar with JavaScript bots. I usually made Python bots, but does yours do a slash function?
A slash function? What do you mean?
Yeah, you know how you do a slash. That's like the slash command. Like you do slash, and that's how you call the bot.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, never mind then. I will have to talk to somebody more professional.
Oh, probably there's documentation on it.
Probably there definitely is, dude. You ever use AI to code?
I tried twice in my work. I didn't like it that much, so I didn't try it again.
Yeah, I use it all the time, and you can get it to make Blender shit, but there's something called Auto GPT and something called Super AGI. They're like automated.
AGI, or artificial general intelligence.
It's just the name, dude. It's like a camel spider. They're not really camels. Okay.
I don't know what
Super AGI is not really AGI, but
yeah, spider monkeys aren't spiders.
yeah, that's right.
But they're monkeys.
That's exactly exactly. Now you're getting it, dude. So Super AGI. Well, I'm fucking with you, but yeah, Super AGI is just the name of it. It's just auto. It's just like Auto GPT. Like you give it like a function, you give it a goal, you give it a mission or something, or you give it a task, and you give it like some goals or whatever, and it will start automating a bunch of little bots. Like you can say like, make me a fucking book or something, and
Wait,
it will like
it
start
reproduces?
googling shit. Yeah. What?
You said it automates other bots. Does it reproduce them?
Yeah. It creates them. Yeah. Yeah.
It's wild.
It is wild. It's reproduction in front of your face, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fucking crazy shit going on, and it's gonna suck when it corrects itself, like when some of this stuff starts becoming like banned or whatever. I think they're gonna start banning some of this shit. Well, I think in Italy they already did. Sorry, I'm sitting in my garage and I'm sweating my balls off.
Well, I'm considering. No, I said I was running a Newtonian simulation on the solar system. I might use the axis of rotation of the Earth not tilted.
Why?
Because it can tilt the rest of the solar system and get it straight up. It might simplify a little bit.
Yeah, but that's not correct.
Why not?
You got to simulate the Chandler wobble and everything, dude.
Well, no, I mean, even for a couple decades, do I need that?
I'm just kidding. I don't know. But do you know what the Chandler wobble is?
I heard about it yesterday.
Yeah, I was explaining it to this. Yeah, go ahead.
Platypus?
I was explaining it to this other guy. He came in here. He had like a YouTube following. He was like recording while he was in here.
Oh, it was a guy that sounded like Witsit.
Yeah, it's the wiggle in the wobble. That's what it is.
The wiggle and the wobble. I like that.
I have no idea what the difference in those words. What's the difference in meaning of those words?
Must be nice, man, to just pretend like you don't know words, man.
I know.
No, you know what? The way I described it to that guy the other day was like, actually, I made pictures of it. But if you have like, actually, I'm gonna post my pictures because you go pictures, Bacon. This guy pretended not to. Sweating my ass off in here.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon, do you see these pictures I posted?
Mm-hmm.
See the first one? So that red line is going to represent the axes of rotation. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. In a picture with 3 quarters, this represents the precession, like the precession of the equinox. Like the axis of rotation is pointing at a different star because of this effect. Okay?
But the Earth, but that doesn't move the position of the North Pole on the Earth.
Yeah, I know. That's a precession of the equinox.
Are you talking about the last 2 coins?
There's 3 coins and there's 4 coins.
Oh, I think I'm looking to the wrong picture. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So the one with the 3
coins,
coins,
okay.
the 3 coins one is the one with the precession of the equinox.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 coins is kind of represented by the precession of the equinox because the arrows are changing, but the arrow as it's changing in reference to the quarter is what I understand the Chandler wobble.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, that's just like a couple feet, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not. Yeah, it's okay, dude. It's exaggerated in my picture, man.
No, I wasn't saying that to complain about your picture. I'm saying like, so if I'm trying to predict eclipses, that's probably not that relevant.
I know. It's not. I was giving you a hard time. It's not. It's probably not going to be necessary.
Mm-hmm. That sounds very hard to simulate because you have to know exactly in what direction that's changing. And I don't know. Like if you have Earth rotating, you can just have a variable of how much you rotate it since I started the simulation. Because as the position of the axis on the surface changes, I don't know. I have no idea how that works.
It's the Chandler wobble. The Chandler wobble is going to be an addition to the precession of the equinox. It's going to have a effect similar. It's going to have an effect that adds or subtracts to it.
Oh, and how long does it take to also how long is the period of one period of
They're not periods.
Isn't it cyclic?
I don't think they're cyclic. I don't think it's well. I don't think the source is well understood as far as I know.
Okay, get it. Yeah, because I guess we don't have recordings of it throughout history, so we have to rely on how we understand.
I think it was discovered 200 years ago. But yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but the source. But as far as I understand, I don't think it's no.
Mm-hmm. I think you found an Analema simulator somewhere. Like last year, something. I remember you posting a link that you could generate Analemas by playing with the eccentricity of the Earth in the axial tilt. Still have that?
Ho ho.
Who's there?
What's up? Just thought I'd stop in and see what everyone's up to on a Friday. I bring fresh content. I wish I could say it was going to cheer you up or be funny, but it is not. It is just another reminder. But there's some funny on the way. I just needed to get some of this more serious stuff out. Hey, did anyone hear some breaking news about Russia?
Yeah. Apparently there's like a coup attempt by the private military corps.
Yeah, somebody just sent me something about it. Wondering if anybody had better information than CNN.
Well, there's a lot of stuff on Twitter, like people on streets of Moscow and Rostov filming like military in motion and like tanks and stuff. And apparently they activated some kind of special security protocol in Moscow. But yeah, nothing definitive yet beyond that.
That's interesting.
It is, yeah. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, it comes right after Elon Musk saying that he had a serious side effect from the you-know-what. He said that like 7 hours ago.
Did he? On
Yeah.
where? Twitter or what?
This is from Leading Report.